What's up, everybody? It's your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? All right, let me get the panel set up here. We'll get it set up right here. Boom. Let me expand mine. Let me set my live goal. Come on in, everybody. I'm going to do. What do I want to do here? I'll do some caps. Give me some caps. All right. We'll do 10 caps. What's up, guys? I see people coming in. I'm just getting going, so bear with me. I need to snip something real quick that I'm going to pull up here in a minute. Oh, cancel that. Oh, no, that's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Trump. Due process. If you've requested up, give me just a second. I'm getting my stuff organized here. What's up, Paula? And you still can't go live, huh? I tried to get everybody to follow you so you can go live. Everybody follow Paula down in the comment section. Is that's your alt, right? You got 43 making some progress. Let me see if it'll let me pull you in. I sent an invite. Did you get that? It let me send an invite. Josie Carrillo. Let me look here. Okay. Josie, what's going on? And gone. What's up, y'all? TikTok. Yeah, that sucks. TikTok is a pain in the butt. But get your hats at the TikTok shop. You can go to my shop, find this hat or hats like it. It's stylish. I'm not Vanna White, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once. So there's that. It's funny that you can have a name that's nothing but emojis. Somebody came in, it was a bunch of like peace signs. That's funny. That's hilarious. So I'm going to put this picture up here. Oh, somebody's trying to come in. Bill. Let me look and see if Bill has more. Okay, well, 17 followers. I don't know. We'll roll the dice here on Bill. We'll roll the dice on Bill. And Bill is not connecting, so it looks like we won't be having Bill in. And let me go ahead and put this picture in here. And I'm going to go ahead and read it. We got 10 people in here. This is an untruth social that Donald Trump posted. Let's see here. I can't make it where. Let me see if I can fit the screen. Yeah. What's up, Kevin?
What's up?
Not much. Age, location, who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 29, Louisiana. I voted for Trump.
I appreciate you coming on, man. Is there anything you wanted to add? I haven't. You're the first, technically the first contestant on The Price is Right.
Yeah. I don't think Trump's done anything bad so far.
Okay. You want to elaborate on that?
Well, would you like to elaborate on something he's done bad so far? Like, what has he done that's affected you so far?
That has affected me? Well,
Yeah.
I mean, the stock market is going to shit, so that has affected
How's
me.
that affected you?
I own stocks.
Okay, you don't think that's going to come back up?
I mean, sure, eventually, but
So what's the problem?
Well, I mean, he ran a campaign on the poor economy and increased prices. We're seeing everything go up. Stock market's going down. We just saw death cross in the markets. which doesn't bode well for the market. So
Well, if you think the stock market's going to go back up, I understand. He's running for president. I don't think you're going to win the presidency if you tell everybody, okay, we're going to have a tough year or so. Vote for me. I mean, wouldn't you say it could take longer than 3 months to fix an economy?
well, the economy really wasn't broken. There were parts of it that weren't great, but the economy was coming back. I mean, after I mean, you agree that C-19 caused major issues all across the world, and that you don't just come back from that overnight, right? Like, it takes time. You get that, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not talking about that kind of issues. The main issue I'm talking about is everything we get is outsourced. And I think that's a big problem. I would like to fix that. Would you like to fix that?
When you say everything we get is outsourced, are you talking about what we purchase coming from other countries?
Yeah, like majority of these stuff we get, like parts, everything we get is outsourced. We get it from other nations. I would like to fix that. I would like to start making more stuff here. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I'm not opposed to that, no, but the reality is that, back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, when we manufactured a lot of stuff, it was a lot different than it is now. Robots have replaced a lot of those positions. We also don't have China as a competitor like we do now. I mean, you got to realize China has had this long-term goal in mind of taking over the manufacturing, doing what we used to do. And our, corporations lobbied our government to let them out, send their stuff overseas so they could turn more profit, not so that we could get cheaper goods, but that so they could make more money. But now you've got China where we've helped them grow their manufacturing, and they do it in such a way they build their cities based solely on manufacturing. We are way behind the eight ball there, and it is going to take 40 plus years to even become somewhat competitive with China. And I'm not sure that tariffing something before you have it is a good idea. Like, tariff is protectionary, right? You protect an industry that you have, where you don't want somebody dumping cheap stuff in, right? We don't have those industries here, so the tariffs don't protect anything. It's just it's punitive.
So you're saying we should wait till we're becoming more competitive with China and then put the tariffs on?
Correct. Yes, and you
Okay.
have to
You think that's gonna
incentivize.
happen?
I mean, I don't know, but you have to incentivize the growth of these industries first. But
Well,
if you
if you
don't,
don't think it's gonna,
if
let's say it doesn't happen, then we're in a bind.
no, I mean, the United States produces a lot of wealth, right? And we've done so without manufacturing. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I
Yeah,
wouldn't.
You don't agree
We're the
that the
number two
United States,
manufacturer in the world.
but you're saying that the United States hasn't been very competitive in terms of the wealth that we generate, despite the fact that we buy stuff from other countries.
I would just say that the dumping of goods into the U.S. is the thing that we are struggling with. But as far as being competitive globally, the manufacturing that we do have again is number two in the world, and it's a pretty secure number two. I mean, we've only recently been surpassed by China. It was only in 2014 that China passed us by. Like the value of their manufacturing sector, and we do have like what industry do you think that we don't have that China does that they're selling to us?
You'd have to ask Donald Trump that, because he
Uh-huh.
believes that we have to bring all of that stuff back. So that's the question for Donald Trump. You're saying we have those industries and that we are
Yes,
competitive. Then,
yes,
then what's the problem?
that they can sell their goods for significantly cheaper in the
But
U.S.
that's
but they've
exactly
been
right.
doing that. They've been doing that for a long time now.
Yes,
Okay, so what's the problem?
that
Like,
are
if we're currently, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we're currently at this position, and you're saying we're second most powerful manufacturing base, whatever, and we've been buying things cheaply from China. So where's the issue?
that our manufacturing is lowering, right? That it's eating away slowly, more and more and more. Like they have passed us, right? And so
Okay.
the big thing, right, is unfair trade practices, like paying your people, $2 an hour compared to ours, right? And
That's not unfair.
I think that's completely unfair.
No,
No,
no. The only
How
way
is
that
that
you're going
not
to
unfair?
compete, because their economy is different than ours. They don't need
Yes.
the
And that's
amount of
unfair.
dollars.
Yes.
No, 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 no. It's not. It's a difference in the countries that you're talking about. It's not unfair that their
Yes.
dollar is
Terribly unfair.
no,
can
it
you
isn't.
guys not
It
talk
isn't.
over the host for God's sakes
Yeah,
and let
it
him
isn't.
finish?
So, well, Salazar, well, actually, Mamita, I think I brought you in first.
Yeah,
Age, location, who you voted for.
41, Florida, Mrs. Harris.
Okay, and go ahead if you want to add something. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, didn't China just sign a deal for 15 years with another company with, I think, oil, if I'm not oil or gas or something like that, that they're no longer going to be doing business with the United States? Didn't you just sign a 15-year deal? I mean, do you guys not understand that the tariffs are not just going to be now? They're going to be literally effing us over for years and years. So even when he gets out, Canada, even when he gets out of the presidency, we're still going to be cleaning up the bullshit he just did.
You got
I would like to
26
get back on what we were
seconds.
talking
Hold
about
on.
before.
Hold on. You
No,
got
we're
26
talking about
seconds.
the simple fact of the economy. It's already gonna. You already see the shithole that we're in.
Well, that's
Well, hold on. You got. Do you want to yield your time,
No, I
Amita?
yield my question. Okay, because
Okay.
I want to hear what they gotta say.
Okay.
Okay.
Who would like to respond? Salazar
Would you
or
change the
I
Kevin?
would.
subject?
You said Okay. Well, Salazar, I haven't brought you in yet, actually. So, age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up there. Go ahead.
30 Carolina Trump.
All right, go for it.
Of course.
Now we have the domestic manufacturers who are dying, right? That are very important for our economy. I'm just reading about Maytag, right, leaving their towns in Illinois, making refrigerators and moving to Mexico, and devastating these towns. And what does Maytag say? Oh, we need to be more competitive, right? But what is the thing that makes them more competitive? It is using labor that is $1 an hour, right? And so they are sacrificing the livelihoods of Americans for more profit, and that's fucking terrible. And it's not helping the United States. It's only helping these corporations to pad their fucking pockets. And I don't know why we think it's okay. Do we need to, by this logic, we need to offshore every company in America, right? That there's no reason for us to have manufacturing. That's what I know.
Okay. Well, I mean, you keep saying that it's unfair, but again, I say the money that they need in their country to live a middle class life is far less than what it is here.
Yes.
So the only way to make it fair is to do one of two things, and that is to either pay Americans much, much less to compete on labor, or force them to pay their people way more, which will eventually happen, just as it did right here in the U.S. So one of those two things has to happen.
Here's the
Until
other
that
way.
happens,
Tariffs.
there's this problem. And once it happens in China, where the Chinese people demand more and more stuff as the middle class grows, they'll end up moving to India. Same problem's going to occur. They'll move to these other countries that have lower rates. This is called corporate greed. That's what this is, corporate greed. That's it, period. End of story. That's why we're here. Okay.
Well, didn't he give a good question though? Why wouldn't we just outsource everything?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not an economist, so I
You
I
don't know?
I-
Your common sense can't give you an answer?
Excuse me?
We wouldn't
Right.
have any jobs if we outsourced anything.
We do other things. You do understand that, right?
If we
Yeah, that's the,
outsourced
We
everything,
do
how
other
would we
things.
get jobs?
Our intellectual property rights are comparative to no other country, and that's why a lot of businesses want to be here, because we protect their rights to the property that they've created. Something that is something that other countries don't do. We produce technology. We produce software. We send software to other countries. This is something that we do. So what
Yes, our
we should
service
do
industry
is
is
correct.
the-
We should focus on what we do well, because there is zero chance that we will be able to, within the next 50 years, compete on any level with China. It is not going to happen no matter how much you want it to or how much you're pissed off about it. We should have been fighting this back when Bill Clinton and George Bush decided they wanted to let these fucking greedy corporations outsource their shit to another country, but we didn't, and here we are. Okay, let's go to the next person. Val, age, location, who you voted for.
23 Massachusetts, Claudia de la Cruz.
All right, go for it.
So, listen. Sorry, I got thrown off by someone laughing at me.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
Long story short, the way I'm going to break down is the United States has been a service economy for the longest fucking time. And I mean, you also have court cases that have turned around and said, if you're a shareholder of a company, you have to make that company a profit. You have to try your best to run the company. You know what? Coming here to America, they're not going to turn around and make more profit. It's going to affect their linings even more. We've seen it. Companies would rather raise post-pandemic pricing. Prices haven't gone down on stuff that was raised up during the pandemic. They've never dropped back down because companies realize people will pay for that. You turn around and you look at it, all of a sudden we need to pay more American workers. Now we're going to have to raise our prices even more. Now the average American's priced out.
Yeah.
The fact is, Americans, as much as I hate to say, they don't want to work manufacturing jobs. America works best when we use our mind. That's why our economy is 70% a service economy. We provide our minds. We don't provide anything else.
There's a huge difference, I think. And if we let that go to try and chase after something else, I think it's going to be a disaster on both ends of that.
iPhones are going to be 3.
Yeah, I just want to respond to a comment because someone keeps yelling at me in the comments.
Well, let me go to 231
Yeah,
and I'll come back to you. 231, age, location, who you voted for.
47 North Carolina, Trump.
Yeah, and welcome back. I remember your name.
And thank you. I love the way that you do this live. It's civil and it's way more civil than other lives. I'll just say that. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, floor's yours.
All right, so I want to respond to Lady, who's from Canada, about China and her 15-year deal or whatever she said.
I didn't say I was from Canada.
Oh, I thought that you said you were
Now
from
clean
Canada.
your ears. I said I was from Florida.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize.
Mm.
Anyways, and I appreciate that. I will look at my ears. I promise.
Let me reset. So given the clarification, let me reset you to 30 seconds.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go clean my ears real quick, and then I'll be right back.
You should.
No, I'm still here.
Go ahead, 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you. Look, what I want to say is why do you know more about? And this is an actual question. Why do you know more about China policy than you do about U.S. policy? I'm America first, the same as most Americans who voted for Trump. We're about bringing jobs back into the United States. Why are you so concerned with the Chinese who committed a terror act in releasing a virus from their Wuhan lab?
Okay.
I'll just pose that question.
Okay. Well, I think the premise of the question is faulty, but we can let that stand for now, and people can jump in. Val, I know you wanted to go. You wanted to talk about something, and then Mamita, I'm going to come back to you. Go ahead, Val.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the comment saying, because someone in the comments was saying that I threw away my vote and yelling at me.
Okay.
I wanted to be known. I've worked on her campaign here in Massachusetts. I've worked on 2 presidential campaigns. I vote blue down the rest of the ballot, but I challenge campaign finance laws. And if I figured someone can get 5%, might as well throw my vote behind a third party in a state that the second that the polls close of Massachusetts has been called. Massachusetts hasn't been red since 1984 with Reagan. And that's all, and I yield my time. That's all I'm saying is that I'm tired of people saying I threw away my
Can I
vote.
take his time real quick?
Go
If
ahead.
you yield-
3, 1. Go.
All right. If you campaigned for this person, and this is a legitimate question for real, how'd that work out?
What do you mean?
How did that work out for you and your campaign?
I campaigned for Kamala, but I voted against her because I live in a safe blue state.
Then how did that work out? I mean, this is like you're eating your own kind. I mean, right?
He still voted
Well,
for
well,
Kamala because his
I
electoral votes went for Kamala.
yeah. Okay. So
Nothing changed.
Mamita, I know
Yeah.
you've been trying to jump in there. I'm going to
No,
put your
no,
timer up.
no.
Go
I'm
ahead.
being patient today.
No, you're. I
So
mean, the floor's yours. Go ahead.
okay, so he was saying America first. So the reason I said what I said about China and about them doing a deal with another country is because we used to do that deal with China. We had deals with China. We had been having deals with China. Apple is in China. The Jordans are in China. The Louis Vuittons are in fucking China.
Not
I mean,
anymore.
everything. Hold on. The fucking timer is on.
I know. You did it
What's
to
it called?
me.
You said America first.
I still haven't cleaned my ears out completely, by the way.
Hello.
He wants to be a dick. I'm gonna stop
I'm
working.
sorry. Give her.
Stop interrupting.
Host is
Seriously.
muted. Host is muted.
You're muted. Okay.
Thank you.
So I was
Go ahead,
trying to
Mamita. I'm going to
say,
reset your timer. Go ahead.
thank you. I appreciate it. So what I'm trying to say is we have been having what's it called? All these businesses over there, our iPhones are made over there. So now the iPhones are going to come to the United States. Guess what? The way they what's it called? The production of the iPhones, the people that work on the iPhones, the rates on how to make it, it's going to be completely triple of what you pay over there in China. So now your iPhone's going to cost $3,000 fucking dollars. Go figure. That's why I
Yeah.
said what I said.
Yeah, and that's a fair point. And I think I'll just say before I go to the next person, there's a balance to be had because your consumption power goes down when everything else costs more. You're
Yeah.
a consumption economy. So if everything else is getting jacked up in order to protect it,
Mm-hmm.
your economy will suffer and eventually maybe it will right itself. But I think there's a balance with some cheap goods versus other things that are more expensive. But we do have new panelists, so I want to bring in, I think Lebo came in first. Lebo, age, location, who you voted for?
Arizona, 62, Harris.
All right, floor is yours. Go ahead.
You know, I think China just did a deal, I think it was Zero, to buy all that beef. And they ain't going to be buying no beef here. This tariffs, you think it's going to help us. All it's doing is pushing these different countries to work with each other, not working with America. They're going to try to stay away from America, and they're going to work among each other. Just what Trump won is, and that's just what Trump want, to be isolated. And that's what's going to happen. We're all going to be isolated, and then we're going to get screwed in the long run. So I don't know how this blanket tariff is going to work for everybody.
And if you're done before your timer is up, please let me know that you yield so I know to
I'm
go to
done.
the next
I'm you.
person. Okay, thank you, Lebo. Cowboy Bonanza. When I first saw it, I thought it said Cowboy Banana, which I thought was way funnier. But anyway, age, location, who you voted for?
Hi everyone. I'm 25. I voted for Harris. I'm in Texas. I have a real quick question for anyone in here who voted for Donald Trump. Yeah, I hear this constant conversation about bringing back manufacturing to the United States, and that's a great idea. Sure. Earlier, I think Salazar was, complaining about how it's unfair that the wages are so low in China that they pay their factory workers, but that is what essentially keeps product down. If you bring manufacturing back to the United States, there's no American in the United States who would ever work for poverty wages. It's already being shown with the, of course, immigration, deporting people in mass immigration as much as we possibly can, involved to picking fruit and vegetables when it comes to these farms. They are charging $11 an hour. I don't see a single American picking up strawberries and picking strawberries in their free time because it's impossible. There's no way we can sustain our country if we, don't keep these people involved and keep our trade relations and policies alive with other countries, because we're a consumerist country at the end of the day. We will never be able to produce as much as we consume. Because that's how America's been for so long. And it's impossible to bring manufacturing back. and see the results of it soon, you'll see them decades from now. Donald Trump will be long dead before we see any benefits from the
Not
manufacturing
fair.
that he has brought back
30
to the United
seconds
States.
over. Not
Yeah.
fair.
It's fine.
Not
Okay.
fair. 30
I mean,
seconds
I got
Okay.
called out. I'd like
Come
to
on.
respond.
Because he's a liberal.
Okay.
Because he's a
So-
liberal, he gets 30 seconds extra. I mean, that
Day
doesn't
with the
make
30
sense.
second section.
Okay,
Like,
231. You can cry about it, but this is my show.
I
and
know it's your show.
You
I
can.
know
I,
it's your show.
I tell
Real
you what.
quick to
You
that
can.
point, he wants to
hold on.
complain about
No,
30
no,
seconds 'cause I'm a
cowboy.
liberal,
No,
but-
no, cowboy. I mean, he is right, and I would ask that everybody respect the timer. I will point out that I normally give everybody that's new a minute and 30 seconds. That's my typical time frame, but I've been giving everybody 59 seconds. If you have a complaint, please send me an email, tim@loudmouthproductions.com. You can send me an email, and you can file your complaint. I'll read it later. And yes, that's a real email. Anyway, now I don't even know what the hell we were talking about. But 231, fair point, cowboy. Guys, please respect the timer as much as you can. Who would like to go next?
Can I go? I've been waiting for a little bit.
Oh, Sarah, my apologies. You are new as well, and I haven't brought you
Yes.
in. That's my fault.
I'm very
Sarah,
sorry for the background noise.
no, you're good. Age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up there.
Sarah here, 36, Trump, West Virginia. And I voted for Trump. I love all of his policies. And I just wanted to get blue-haired liberal sissy faggots out of the military.
All right. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not
Wow,
doing that. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Sarah, if you decide that you can come back and have like an adult conversation, you're welcome back. Other than that, I don't do that here. Okay. Salazar, I think you were wanting to come in, and then I'm going to go to 231. So go ahead. Timer's on the board.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Cowboy, this is the strange argument that comes from Democrats a lot, right? Which is we have to use cheap labor, right? Like we didn't have a country that did make everything that we consume, right? And that we sold out the lifeblood of our country, right? For what? For fucking, so again, these companies could just make a little bit more money. Same thing with, you're talking about picking strawberries. There was a time where we didn't have this flood of immigrants and we were just fine. We produced all the food we needed and we all paid better and decent wages. And it's been lowered again to sell out and fucking pad these guys' pockets. And I really don't understand why Democrats love cheap labor. They love paying people little money. It's so silly. We didn't have to do it, and we still don't have to do it. And yeah, it might take a couple years. That's good. All right, it's okay to plan for the future.
Okay. So Mamita, I see your hand up, but I told 231 I'd let him go because multiple non-Trump supporters went, and I want to give them a chance to respond. Go ahead, 231.
All right. Thank you very much. I want to second what my other Trump supporter just trumped was basically there was on The View, there was a girl, her name is Osborne, is Ozzy Osbourne's daughter, was on The View, and she said, if you deport all these Mexicans, then who is going to clean your toilets? Donald Trump. Okay, so, right? Not cool. Other people can clean toilets other than just Mexicans, right? So that's a little bit racist, a lot racist, the most racist. So to second the point about picking strawberries, it's the same premise. Americans can also pick strawberries. It doesn't have anything to do with race. And how much? I got 5 seconds. I'll just leave it there because I was going to ask a question, but I don't have enough
well,
time.
hold on. Let me ask y'all something. You're talking about, hold on.
No.
Hold
No
on,
American
Cowboy.
will work for that
Hold-
wage
hold on,
because it's
Cowboy.
too low
Cowboy.
to afford the
Cowboy.
cost of living.
Cowboy.
Right?
I wanted
Cowboy.
to leave the
Cowboy.
panel with
Hold
one
on.
question.
Hold on. Well, okay. So ask your question real quick. But
Yeah, the
Cowboy, Mamita had her hand up first, and then I'll
No,
go
very
to you,
fair.
Cowboy.
You're fine.
Go ahead, 231.
The question is, are Americans that are Democrats happy with having child labor and sweatshops making your products? That's it.
Okay, I'm putting the question in the comment section. Mamita, go ahead.
So no, I wanted to go ahead and piggyback of what he said about migrants. That we didn't have migrants doing work. I don't know what part of the history of America you are living in, or the Lululand, or whatever the fuck you live in. But do you remember that the fuck America was indigenous before anything? So we've been picking strawberries and corns, and we've been fucking cropping our shit forever. The
Exactly.
indigenous. So how the fuck are you gonna sit here and say, "Oh, we've been doing it"? Who the fuck taught you how to do that? The indigenous people. We fucking did.
Language.
Hold on, I'm not done. My people were here first. We knew how to do all this shit, and we taught you how to do that shit. So do not sit here and fucking talk shit like that if you don't know American fucking. I know I'm
Language is
still on my
what.
time. You've been interrupting me. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Go ahead,
Not
Mamita.
interrupting.
So therefore, and to Sichuan, we fucking work faster and we build houses, 6, 7 fucking houses. It'll take you 2 fucking houses by the time we have 8.
Can I
Fuck outta
jump
here
on
with
that
that.
Okay.
liberals since
Well,
I haven't had a chance to talk?
well, 1 second, because Cowboy had wanted to jump in. So let
I
me
just
go
want
to
to say this last thing. I'll let Lebo go. I know he's got his hand raised. Real quick, though, because you keep mentioning bringing back this manufacturing and all these jobs and everything. That's great. And then Salazar mentioned about not wanting to line conglomerates' pockets, yet votes for the gentleman who doesn't want to lower tax or wants to lower taxes essentially for the rich, the ultra rich, and taxing corporations and the like. But you don't want to vote for the woman who absolutely wants to attack those corporations for those wages that they're profiting these exceptional amounts. But you want to use that as an argument. It's shit's ludicrous, man. Like, listen, Donald Trump's my president at the end of the day of this country, and I want him to succeed because I don't want my president to fail in any capacity because that means the failure of my own country. But you have to you can't seriously look at the past 90 days and legitimately tell me that this is going in a positive direction. We're ruining, foreign policy, trade relationships, ruining the economy. The stock market crashed significantly. But as soon as we turn the tariffs off, 4 trillion surge. I wonder who benefited from that. Like, y'all are wildly ignorant about this stuff, man. Y'all have a blessed day, though, all of you. Good luck to every single one of y'all.
Well, are you hanging out, Cowboy, or do you need to drop?
Oh, no, I'll be hanging out for a second.
Okay. Lebo, go ahead, and then Gerardo, I'm going to come to you after. Go ahead, Lebo.
Hey, didn't you guys always complain about? I'm talking about you Trump supporter. Is complaining. You talking about going to China as cheap labor. When we try to raise the minimum wage to livable wages here, that's all I hear is like, that's too much money. It shouldn't be minimum wage. McDonald's should be making $20 an hour. All these raises that money that people like Texas, their minimum wage is $7.25. This other state that's $7.25. Who could live off $7.25? But you guys talking about, because hey, I'll tell you what, I'm not picking no strawberry. I ain't picking no Phil because I'm too old for that. I can't do that kind of work, and it's not that easy of a work. You think it's just easy? It's you see them, they got a routine. And it's skill. It's a skill routine, labor.
Yep. Yeah,
Well-
I largely agree. Well, guys, I'm going to go to Gerardo, but I do want to say that I'm glad you guys brought up the fact of the hypocrisy with the Trump supporters, that they complain about the child labor in China, even though child labor is actually not legal in China. But then Florida passes laws that are now going to let 14-year-olds go out and work.
Oh, no. We didn't pass it. We didn't
Well,
pass it. That didn't pass.
Did it fail?
Yes, we
It
fucking
did.
said,
Okay,
fuck no.
but they still tried. They still tried,
but
and
we
that's my
said
point.
no.
And we've seen it. I think Arkansas also did that as well. You're probably going to see that legislation
Yeah, that's
go
not
into all
happening.
these other states. So if you guys are against child labor, I hope that you oppose any legislation that reduces the
I'm
working.
a little bit offended by the language. I just say,
Okay.
a little bit offended. I'm a little triggered
I'm
with the
sorry.
language.
Okay. You mean like fuck and shit?
Oh
Like
yeah,
that?
yeah.
You gotta
Okay.
be kidding.
Well, so cursing.
You don't have to say it every other word. Like
Oh,
you can throw it.
fuck.
You can
My
sprinkle
bad.
it in. Sprinkle it in.
Yeah,
Sprinkle it in.
Hold on. I'm gonna
Catch
hold
us
on.
off
My fault.
guard a little
Hold
bit.
on.
Just
Oh my
catch us
God.
off guard.
here.
Like
Okay.
every other word is like a little redundant.
Shit.
Okay, guys.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I know you are. Okay, Gerardo, age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up on the board. Go ahead.
41 Chicago, Harris. And I just wanted to do who had the revisionist history in here about white people picking fruit in California?
That was the lady with the foul mouth.
No, that wasn't her. I'm actually jumping off her point. Somebody else in this panel was saying that let's go
I'm
back
over here. Yeah.
let's go back to the time when white people that there was never a time. There was never a time when that happened. So you can pick up any history book and you can show that migrants have always been, local migrants have always been the ones that pick fruit in California or pretty much any other agricultural industry in the United States. That's never been the job that white Americans have wanted to do. It's never
Or
been a
African
job that
Americans.
Hold
white-
on.
Either.
Hold on, I
2,
got
3, 1.
time, dude. Relax.
Go ahead, Gerardo.
That's never been a job, and to this day, that's still not a job that anybody wants to fucking do. My dad did that job for 15 years working in California. You wouldn't survive a single day doing that with that kind of pay.
Yeah, that's rough ass work. I remember baling hay, and God, and I was in shape back then.
Man, that's
Talk about
it's
rough shit.
backbreaking. Like you're
it's-
demoralized by the end of
you
it.
do that for 20, 30 years, your body is completely fucked.
I wouldn't even do that for $1 million.
You have to
yeah.
wear jeans, by the way. That's very important if you're baling hay. You know
Let
that.
me. Okay, so Val hasn't spoken in a little bit. I'm going to go to Val. Go ahead. I'm going to put your timer up there.
I mean, overall, I think we're all getting to the basis of the point, and exactly like when we talk about it, it's not that we care about cheap wages. It's name one American who would want to go sit there and work in a fruit field all day for $11 an hour for 70 hours a week. Because I saw a recent post about it. Some company in, I think it was Alabama or Mississippi, was like 10-hour days at $11 an hour, 6 days a week or 7 days a week. Who would want to go do that? Like, and you want to bring back, oh, let's have kids go work. Kids deserve to have a childhood, a life outside of everything. They shouldn't be forced. We got rid of children in the coal mines for a reason. Let's not go back there. I yield my time.
Okay.
I'll take his time.
I want to. You'll take his time. Well, let me just go to you. I'll give you a timer. Go ahead. 2, 3, 1.
No, I was just gonna make a joke, but the time has passed.
Well, go ahead.
The timing is off.
This is your time. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So you're talking about people don't want to have those jobs, and let's go back to the $7.25 an hour subject, right? Like, who can live on $7.25? Somebody said that, right? Like, who can live on $7.25 an hour? Well, you know who can live on that? A high school kid that's living with his parents.
Oh my God.
I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it there.
Can I say something?
Can I come back to that?
Hold on. I heard a female voice.
Can I say something,
Was that
please?
okay, Mamita?
Yes,
Go
Oh,
ahead.
it didn't start with
I'll
an
put-
F. Good.
So fucking, it's crazy how you fucking say that. It is
Here we go.
fucking crazy how you fucking
Here
say
we
it.
go.
You keep on talking about how I fucking speak, so I'm gonna speak how I fucking want to.
Again, and
Stop
again.
interrupting me on my time.
Hold on. 2,
Whoops.
3, 1.
Give her back the time. I'm sorry.
Go
And
ahead.
I'll yield my time.
Okay, go
Fucking
ahead,
wrong.
Mamita. All right.
All right,
We
so
don't need the
first
name
of all-
calling either. Go
No,
ahead.
but I'm being serious. It's so disrespectful. Like, honestly, you're talking about here high school kids. So you want high school kids to go and pick up fruits because your lazy ass can't do it? Why don't you go do it? If you're so fucking worried of migrants, workers doing it, why don't you pick your ass and go pick up the fucking strawberries and build the houses and crop the motherfucking shit? Why don't you do that? If you could do it, you're a grown ass man, go do it. Don't have a fucking high school kid doing it. He could be doing better, going to college, doing something better. Why don't you go fucking do it? You go fucking pick up the strawberries. You go fucking do that job. Do that. I want to know that answer. You go fucking do it if it's such a problem.
Okay.
I
Now let
respond?
me pause
I
real
respond?
quick.
Well, let me
pa-
respond real quick.
No, let me pause real quick.
Okay,
Guys,
okay,
we
all right.
have over 100 people in here watching and we haven't even broken 10,000. So please, I know you're probably entertained or at least find it informative. Just tap the like button while you're, tap the screen. Let's get up over 15,000. We should be able to do it pretty quickly. Lebo had his hand up, 231. I'll come back to you, but Lebo, go ahead.
Yeah, I was the one that said 725. I was talking about somebody like that got his own house, got a family, got kids, got to make car notes, got to make grocery, got to pay bills. No way that person's going to live off 725. Not by one job. I bet you the single mom or the single dad that's working for 725 got more than one job. There's no way in the hell somebody's gonna live off 725. And you talking about there's kids, or their kids can live off 725. Hell, kids can't even live off 725. Not trying to survive. There's young kids that just getting on their own the first time. So I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, 231. I said I'd let you go. So, and
Thank
please
you.
keep tapping the screen, guys. If
Thank
you
you.
like this,
I
go
tapped
ahead.
the screen for you.
I appreciate it, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. To the lady, I'm responding to the lady who likes to use the word of sexual intercourse very much. What I would say to you is I wasn't saying that children should go pick the strawberries. I'm saying that not children, that teenagers who live with their parents can get a job at like a McDonald's or a small business somewhere and earn $725. Those are the people, quote unquote, that can live off that earning. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying that they were going to go out and do slave labor like they do in China. I yield my time. 10 seconds.
Okay, I want to add something real quick because you guys keep wanting to go back to a time that is long past, and during that time that you're wanting to go back to when we were the manufacturing powerhouse of the world, we also did something which was tax corporations and people. The top marginal tax rates were between 70 and like 92, 96%. And we didn't actually tax people that high. They just weren't paid over a certain amount because nobody wants to get taxed, 70 to 90% of their income. And what that did was it caused, instead of the business handing off millions and millions to one person or a few people, at the top of the company, they kept it in their business. And they were able to pay higher wages because they had all that money, and or they did research and development. They put that money back into their business so that it was an expense that they could then write off of their taxes. And it caused the largest middle class that we've ever had as a result of these tax brackets.
Preach.
So if you want to go back to that time, let's at least say this crazy, extraordinary wealth that we're seeing in the hands of the very few, we can say, we're not going to do that, and you're going to have to keep your money into your company and invest it back into your people. I think that's fair. Now, Val.
Can I respond to that?
Well, Val has had his hand up.
Can I say something after? Please.
Yes, I'm gonna go Val, 231, and Mamita. Go ahead, Val.
All right, so all I was going to say is this. When we talk about the 725, we talk about high school kids. Take it from me. Right out of high school, I was working a minimum wage job, living with my parents. And you know what? Who do you expect that during the summer, or not even after the summer, during the winter, who do you think is going to sit there be flipping your burgers? Who do you think is going to be the ones working during the summer, outside of summer hours when kids can't work? I was putting in 80-hour weeks because guess what? No one wants to work at McDonald's or Wendy's as an adult. Even still living at home. Even now, I can't afford an apartment. I'm making almost $20 an hour in a blue state. So what the fact is, kids can go do it. I mean, harvest time is what? In most places, September, October. You already got kids back in school as well. So you're going to pay, would you rather than miss school to go work in a field or actually go and get an education?
Or trade.
or trade. Yeah, I yield
Yep.
my time.
Okay. 231. Go ahead, and then Mamita, I'm going to go to you after.
Thank you.
I think you said something very pertinent there, like a trade. I think learning a trade is more important than earning an education. But I will parse that aside because that's a separate topic for a separate. But that would be a very interesting live if you ever want to do that, trade versus education. That would be dope. Anyways, what I do want to say is that look, okay, maybe I used the wrong company. I didn't mean McDonald's. Like, who benefits from like a younger generation to be able to earn minimum wage is small businesses. Small businesses can hire multiple people that are younger age because they can hire two for the price of one. And that's who I'm focused on. And I yield my time. 4 seconds. 4 seconds for somebody.
Okay. Okay, Mamita, go ahead.
So you're saying that my 15-year-old son, instead of having an education, should learn about trade. I mean, last time I checked, trade is educating too. You learn all that by education.
Well,
Everything
learning a
that
trade is different
I'm
than
Hold on,
education.
Hold on,
talking
231.
Why do you always cut
Sorry.
her off?
I'm so
because he
sorry.
does it because he
Okay.
doesn't
Because I like
the
her. I
fucking. I
like her
don't give
very
a
much.
fuck.
Hold on.
I care
231 is
about her.
passionate, and Mamita, I'm going to reset your time back to 45 seconds. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is, I would prefer my son that's 15 to be educating himself, to build a career, to study something instead of him working. I don't know, maybe it's what you do. Do you have children of your own? Maybe you don't. If you do have children, then go have your children fucking work. But my children don't need to be fucking working. As a mother, fuck no. I'm not gonna have my son work. I'm gonna have him educate himself. I'm gonna have him enjoy his childhood and be a fucking kid. We're not living in that time. We're parents, and when parents bust their ass, they bust their ass so their kids have a better education. Fuck out of here with that. Like, what do you seem it's okay for that? Go get another fucking job or do something. You're the parent. They didn't ask to be here.
Okay.
Especially not to work.
Okay.
Only 8 F words, by the
Just
way,
speak,
on that
just
one.
haven't
So
spoken
that's
yet.
good. She's getting better.
Okay.
Fucking idiot. Man.
Just
Sorry.
speak.
Who was
pissed.
next?
I'm getting pissed.
Just speak.
Well,
He's
just
looking for me. He's looking for me,
We
liberal.
got a new guy, don't
okay.
we? To
Yeah,
speak.
do we
It's
have
funny.
no
It's
no no
funny.
everybody? Oh, we do. Thank you. I'm so glad you brought that up. Just speak. I am so sorry, and thank you for being patient. Age, location, and Lebo, I'm going to go to you next. But just speak. Go ahead. Age, location. Who you voted for?
50. I live in Tennessee, was raised in Northern Virginia, and I voted for Kamala. And liberal, thanks for fucking letting me up. I appreciate it. We've been on lives before and talked. So I wanted to talk about the tariffs. They just don't make sense. I mean, you can just, first of all, rule out all the economists, all the people with an education on the economy saying it's bad. But one thing that Donald Trump doesn't understand is that if they bring manufacturing jobs back to the States, they're going to be automated. The United States is one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world. They're going to be automated, and you guys mentioned strawberry picking. I'm sure you guys have seen in the news that they have released an automated strawberry picker, a tractor that picks strawberries.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
you can't do that. You can't do an automated
Well,
straw picker.
hold on.
automated.
231. I'm going to come back to you, but Lebo had his hand up. Lebo, go ahead, and then who else would like to go after? I haven't heard from Cowboy in a minute, so I'm going to go to Cowboy. Lebo, go ahead.
I was just telling you. Just speak. Haven't spoken yet, but since I got my time, yes, everything's gonna be automate machine work, you know. And I don't understand part of Hold on, this one I was gonna say 231. You used to talk about the 725 kids and that's living at home. I'm
Hmm.
not talking about that. I'm talking about people that gotta live their life trying to pay bills, and I don't know why you keep on going to high school people. I'm talking about people that gotta live, pay bills, pay rent, pay car insurance.
Hmm.
Those people that's 725 just don't have one job.
Hmm.
We
Hmm.
talking about raise minimum wage up, and you guys complain about it. But now you're talking about cheap labor and China. I just don't understand that point. You can't have it both ways.
That's a fair point. Okay,
He
that's
yielded 2 seconds. He yielded 2 seconds. I was watching the clock. He
hold on.
yielded 2 seconds. I
Well,
would
I
like
want
to claim that time to
to
respond to
hold
him.
on. You've
You can do
responded.
it.
Yeah, I could do it, but I'd like to get everybody because I haven't heard from Cowboy or
Well,
Gerardo
he's
in a
confused.
minute.
What?
Okay,
Well,
so
he's a
hold
little
on.
bit confused.
Hold on. Hold on. 231.
We're in hostile waters. It's
Okay,
like
go ahead,
six
Cowboy.
to me.
No, y'all, no, you're good. Y'all have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna go ahead and hop off here.
Oh
I just
no!
want to
Don't
let y'all
do it.
know. Um, let's hang in there. All right. We got a long time before this is over. So let's just be as positive as we possibly can about it. For those of you that do support Donald Trump, I pray that you, if things do go terribly wrong, that you can admit that it was a bad decision and you can recognize that. There's nothing worse than the Trump supporters who are willfully ignorant to every single awful thing that he does. So please, I encourage y'all to, stay involved and stay informed about what is happening and when things happen so that you cannot let people misinform you later and change things around. Okay. All right. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
We'll pray for you
Thank
too,
Great
you,
rest of your
brother.
week. I
Cowboy.
appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Cowboy. I appreciate your final words there, and I hope you come back.
God bless.
Have a good one. All right, so I'm not going to bring a new person up because there's so many people that it's hard to get to everybody, and it may feel like forever until you speak next. So, 231, let me go ahead and go to you. I know you're foaming at the mouth, so go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to respond to the brother that's confused about the 725 wage
Go for
going
it.
to high school people. I understand. I actually really do understand the point of view that you're coming across. The question that was asked wasn't it wasn't a blanket. It was a blanket statement as like nobody can survive on a 725 wage. And the response that I was making was actually high school kids can survive on a 725 wage because they are living with their parents and they're still being supported by them. So it's a good way into the workplace. That's what I was saying about that. That's the only point that I was trying to make with that. I'm not saying that as a 67-year-old man or whatever, that is a working age that earns enough to survive. I agree
Okay.
with you.
Okay. So we've got a bunch of people that are trying to get on. Is there anybody here that would like to step down, to volunteer to step down so I can get some new panelists in?
There's a box open down below.
There is, but the 8 people
He
is just
passed
way
the timer,
way too
by
many.
the way.
What can I ask this?
I was busy watching the comments.
I know he passed the timer, just saying.
231. How could you pass the timer?
Damn you, sir.
Dang, you got me.
Okay, Gerardo, I haven't heard from you in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, what was the topic? I'm sorry. What are you guys?
So, okay.
Oh, damn.
If you're not paying attention, you don't know what we're talking about, I'm going to go ahead and drop you. And if you want to say something in a little bit, you're welcome to request back up, okay?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, I'm going to bring in Aretha, was wanting to come in. So let me go to Aretha. Age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up.
I am 47. I'm Georgia VP Harris.
All right, go ahead. Floor's yours.
Okay. I just let the two the two up on the top of the box know that there
You
will be
breaking up?
no
Maybe
black
the
people
better
in
spot.
those fields.
Aretha,
Gra-
Aretha, hold on. We're really having a hard time hearing you. You're breaking
yes.
up a lot. So if you can maybe go to a different location or something, try again. Let
Can you
me.
hear me now?
It's cutting out real bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll drop and come back.
Well, no, I can hear you now.
Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me now?
Yep, and I'll reset your timer. Go for it.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to let the two men up top there know that none of our kids, not one black kid, will be in those fields. Our ancestors were in those fields for free for way too long. Our grandparents had to go through the Jim Crow South. You've got to be out of your mind if you think any melanated person is going out in those fields and doing any of those things
Well,
for
you
Fin-
see
$7.
that?
Hold on, real
Block-
quick. Fenty Floyd, I just blocked your ass, you stupid ass.
Mute him. Mute him.
Yeah, I blocked him. And let me do
Oh, I don't
this.
care anything about them calling me the N-word. I get called the N-word every day
Well,
on
they ain't
here.
gonna do it in my
But
life because it can get my live taken down. All right, I'm gonna reset your time. Sorry, that's bullshit. Okay, go ahead, Aretha. I'm sorry.
I was just letting them know that no melanated people are coming out there to pick anything in any field for any amount of money. We're not doing that. Just know that. Not for $7 an hour, not for $14 an hour. We're not going to no
He's
field.
back. He's back under a new account.
And for you to even think,
Hey,
to
he's
even
back.
think
He's back.
Hold on, guys. Let me deal with this.
any of these kids.
Yeah, I'm gonna put
Sorry.
your timer back, Aretha, because I
I'm so
can't.
sorry. Can you be interrupted by
There's
this
another
man?
one.
I think they're working together.
What the
Just so you bring her time back every single time.
Oh,
I'm
Wow,
joking.
that
I'm
was so
joking.
stupid.
I'm
That was such
yeah.
a
joking.
stupid
Dude,
That was
comment
a
to
good
There's
say.
I have
more.
a
You like
I
those
have a
jokes.
feeling you believe that Ping Pong Pizza actually was trafficking kids and that the Earth is flat.
You might be right there. I'm
That
not
was
He's
sure.
still
such a
going.
I'm sorry, but liberal. That was
Why
such a
is
disgusting comment. Do you see what he's saying? He said they're working together, so she wants. How could you say that?
I mean,
Oh
like,
my
what are
how
you
is
goodness.
talking
well,
about?
hold
That
on.
was kind of
Okay,
racist.
When
Too.
you
so
have,
hold
we
on,
can't have
guys.
jokes
Hold on.
anymore.
Hold on. Hold on. For some reason, I cannot get rid of this fucking guy. It won't let me block
So you're
or
mute
remove
him.
him.
Mute him first
I
and
did
block him.
like 5 times already.
Hang on, give me liberal. Pass me mods. I'll rejoin and I'll take care of him.
It's a bot.
It's a bot. He
Oh, there we go.
continues coming in different accounts.
No, it's the same account and it's not working.
Just
I
report.
mean, they want to try mod on me, or I guess somebody else will
I'm
try
gonna
and
report him.
kick
I'm
him
sorry.
out.
Val, I
Well,
gave
if
you
you want, I
mod.
can just step
All right,
down
perfect.
and then
No,
it'll go away.
no, I don't want you to do that. Just give me a second, guys. I gotta. Yeah, it's not working on my end. Let's see if that works because I can
Let me.
see that.
I'm gonna bounce and rejoin so it does it. So my mod powers activate.
Okay, yeah, because he's gonna get this live taken down. I think that's what he's trying to do.
He's doing that on purpose. That's
What
disgusting. I can't
what the
believe
fuck?
people. I can't believe people do shit like this. This is so fucking childish.
This
That's
is
the
Here's
MAGA
side
disgusting.
cult. That's the
231.
MAGA cult for you. That's the MAGA cult for you. I can. I really can.
Yeah, and it
You
just
know,
keeps
s-
going.
Not
It's
true.
not.
We were
It's not
coming
working.
together. We were laughing. We were having a good
Okay.
time.
but see,
It's
two
multiple.
three
It's
one.
multiple fake accounts all under the same name. I'm taking care of it
How
But
can they have the
231.
same name?
because you can have the same display name but different
No, I'm
usernames.
looking oh, I see the Fenty Floyd 38.
Yeah, you can see
This
it.
must be automated.
Yeah, it's a bot.
It's a bot.
I think it's just automated.
It's
He
just
keeps
some
on
kid.
coming
I'm
from
It's
telling
like
you.
one.
Oh
It's like
my
one
38.
person.
There's 77.
It's a virus.
I'm
Oh
taking
my
care of it.
God.
I'm keeping it in chat. Let me
Okay,
check.
because I can't pay attention to this and do that at the same time. What a fucking dipshit.
I got it. I have it from here.
Like,
Can we
Hey,
what
but
what
Liberal,
kind
can
of.
I say
her
something real
time
fast?
back?
Yeah, I'm going to
Liberal,
give
can I say
Aretha
something real
her.
fast?
Well, no, because Aretha is talking. But
Oh, okay.
what is wrong with somebody that has that much time on their hands to do some stupid shit like that? Okay,
He's trying to.
Aretha,
Yes.
I'm gonna give you your whole timer back because this is ridiculous. And thank you, Val. I appreciate you doing that. What the fuck? Go ahead.
I just want them to know how disrespectful it is to even suggest that children go out into these fields or do any of this hard labor. Everybody better wake up because all of these kids are now doing AI. And my kid, who is 17, makes $20 an hour already. So if you think that he's going to settle for anything less, because I made him take all of the science classes in high school. So there's no way that they're going out here and doing this type of work. So that is called what my son calls a hoop dream. Okay? That's a hoop dream. They're not doing it. And then as far as like manufacturing coming back here, we will never be able to compete with China for manufacturing. And I agree with everything that everyone said regarding manufacturing, but we will not be able to make a product like sunglasses or anything else cheaper than China, which means our products will not sell, which means
Thank you.
they're going to shut down anyway.
Thank you.
And I yield my time.
All
I'll
right.
take
Thank
your
you,
time.
Aretha.
I'll take your time.
No, 2 3 1.
Come on.
Lebo,
That's
go ahead.
evasive word.
Hey,
Well,
231. Everybody
yeah.
was mad of what that guy was saying, but you was talking about, oh, they working together. You didn't. You
That was a
wasn't.
joke.
You
That was a
hold on,
joke.
two three
That was a
one.
Hold on,
joke. I didn't
2 3
Hold
mean
1.
on,
that.
231.
Hold on.
And the host.
Hold
Hold
on,
on.
231.
Hold on. I'll let you say something after. Go ahead, Lebo.
And everybody was upset about it except for you. Oh, they're working together to get her time together. You know, this is Liberal Live, and just I don't want his life getting taken now, but I think that was kind of, you know, and that's your side because that's MAGA. I don't know why you tried to make fun of something that, you know, I'm 62 years old. I've been hearing this crap all my life, in this, in that, in this, and for you to try to make fun of it, I don't think it's funny. I don't think Reese thinks it's funny.
Okay. And
Yeah,
I will say,
this shit is
231 has been on
sorry.
here before, and I'm certain he was trying to be funny, but 231, I think you can acknowledge that some things that you mean to be funny aren't. But I'm going to give you a chance to respond.
If I
Go ahead.
overstepped, I apologize. I apologize if I
You
overstepped.
definitely did. This shit is real, man. This shit
Yeah,
is
and
fucking
Not-
real.
Go ahead,
I didn't
231.
say that it wasn't. What I'm saying is like if we can't come together in some kind of a way, it's one side spitting on the other side. Like one side
How are
spits
you
on the other
bringing
side, the
people
other side
together
spits on
with
the
that
other
kind
side.
of
You
joke?
can't be funny
Hold on.
about it.
Hold on.
That's the
Time is
common
running.
ground. Sorry.
Go ahead, 231. You got 30 seconds left.
Oh, I do. All right. I yield my time. I yield my time to Lebo.
Okay. Lebo, go ahead. 30 seconds,
Yeah,
20
because
seconds.
I don't care how mad I get, I'm not gonna call somebody else by their name. You know, I might get mad, call them a different name, but I'm not gonna call a racial name, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I might go over my time, but I hate when white tea people call white tea people white trailer trash. I hate that. That's race. That's slur word to me.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And I don't think nothing like that is funny. If I hear any white tea man call another white tea man trash, trailer trash, I'm going to say something.
No, and I
Okay.
appreciate that. That's good.
Okay. Mamita, I see your hand up, but somebody earlier had wanted to jump in. Was that Speak?
Yes.
Yeah. I was just
And I'll
wanted
come right
to
back
tell
to you,
2-3.
Mamita.
I just
Go
want
ahead.
to tell 231 that you know, that kind of shit's not fucking funny, man. It's just not funny. I mean, there are jokes that you can make regarding race that can be funny, but that was not funny at all.
I wasn't the one like on the chat throwing those slurs. Just so you know.
No, you
I
were the
just
one
made
that
a
said
joke.
Aretha.
Okay, hold on,
You were the
231.
one saying Aretha and Fannie Floyd were
It was a
working
good
together.
joke, but if you're
No, it
triggered by
wasn't.
it, I apologize.
No, nobody. I wasn't triggered.
Well, then
No,
why are you
I
so angry
don't.
about
I
it?
don't
It was
get
not a
triggered.
good joke.
It was not. It wasn't funny, and
Some people
you were
laughed.
wrong.
Hold on,
Some people
231.
laughed.
No, nobody laughed. It wasn't funny.
You didn't
There are
laugh.
jokes and there are jokes, dude. Like, come on, man. just stop with that shit. How old are you?
Okay, so I'm gonna do one more response, and then we can move past this. I
I
think
was like,
we
we
all
need to
agree.
move past this.
Yeah,
This is
it's
taking too
it
much time.
detracts from the conversation, and that's probably what Jackass was trying to do. So, Mamita,
Agreed.
go ahead.
So I just want to state that one, that was very rude, and I did say something about it. Two, I live with it by being called a wetbag, a fucking arrow thrower, a fucking beaner. Go back to Mexico when I'm not from Mexico, which is funny, but apparently Mexico is the only fucking Latin country in the continent. What's it called? I get degraded all the time, and I don't find it at all. And to see somebody come in here and think it's okay to say something as a joke, that says a lot about you as your character. Look at how I'm not even cursing on this one because I'm actually trying to educate you. When you don't know and understand what it is to be on our skin and what we go through, you'd have no reason to be saying something like that. I don't like any type of racial slurs, just like Lebo said. So please, the next time, respect and do not make some comment like that because it's very uneducational and definitely knows that you did not go nowhere to school.
Okay. Yeah, and with that, let's get back to what we were talking about before. It's
Can I
over.
just share some news real quick?
Val, yes, and thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I didn't know what the hell was going on, so I
Yeah, no
appreciate it,
worries.
Val. Go ahead.
They just revealed the reorganization of the State Department. Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations has been axed. A bunch of other ones were consolidated, and there's one other that still exists that I don't understand how to read, but it was just leaked online. That I have a picture of it right now of the new reorganization of this State Department. So they just cut the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Efforts is pretty much to help negotiate peaces along with strategic prevention of anything like allied conflicts. That is all.
Okay. I'm a little confused by the ramifications of that. I'd have to look at a news article, I guess, to have a
Yeah,
better
I'll see if I can find one.
Okay, because I'm not sure what all that entails or means. I do, however, I would like to, and I had it up here. Let me see if I can put it back up. So this is a truth from Donald Trump earlier. I'm going to read the last part of this. People that came here, the courts are intimidated by the radical left who are, quote, playing the ref. Great Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito correctly wants to dissolve the pause on deportations. He is right on this. If we don't get these criminals out of our country, we're not going to have a country any longer. We cannot give everyone a trial because to do so would take, without exaggeration, 200 years. We would need hundreds of thousands of trials for the hundreds of thousands of illegals we're sending out of the country. Such a thing is not possible to do. What a ridiculous situation we're in. Make America great again. So that's Donald Trump admitting that he doesn't want due process in this country because it's inconvenient and it just takes time. But I think we can all acknowledge that.
Well, it would take 200 years.
I don't care how long it takes. We're supposedly a nation of laws,
well,
and the law says. Hold on, wait. The law says that everybody is entitled to due process. It doesn't say just citizens. This is everybody. So if he's arguing that we shouldn't have trials for people, I think that's a
not what
problem.
he's saying.
That's
What he's
literally what he
saying-
said.
No, okay, that's literally
Hold
what
on.
he said. I understand.
Oh, okay. You acknowledge this. Go ahead, 231. I'll let you respond. Go.
Go 231.
231. I had muted your mic.
If you don't want to take his time, can I take his time?
I'll take it.
No. I'll take my time. I'll yield half of my time. Half of my time I'll yield it. I was muted. I didn't realize.
Yeah. Go ahead and say what you were going to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, what Donald Trump is saying there is that there are so many illegal immigrants that came into the country that it would literally, if you were going to trial by judges, if you were going to do it through the court system, it would literally take 200 years, and no hyperbole there, to get all of these people out. It's get the people out of here. We don't know if they're gang members. We don't know who they are, but they're here illegally. It doesn't matter. Get them out and then work them back in. That's the process. And I think that that's a fair process. I yield my time.
Okay, well, as we've seen, and I'll just point to what you just said, that you get them out first and then you deal with it afterwards. We clearly have seen that Bukele said, I'm not going to bring anybody back. So Donald Trump was like, well, I
No,
can't
that's
do
not what
anything
I
about it.
said. That's
Well,
not what I said.
you said get them
I
out
didn't
and
say
then
we
bring
deal
them
with
back.
it afterwards. You
You
said
said
that.
get them out. No, you said get them
I
out
said I
and then
said
bring them back in.
that's correct. That's correct.
Right.
I said get them out quickly. Get them out quickly because we don't know who is. But if they're illegal, get them out quickly and then due process on the way back in. That's the way to do it.
What?
Hey,
You could do it the other way. The other way would be keep them in the country, right? They're still murdering and raping.
unaliving.
Unaliving.
You know what?
And but
Okay.
anyway,
It's
didn't
TikTok.
Lamford had a bill from Oklahoma, and then Trump said don't put it on the floor because I need something to run on. So we had that. It was going to get more judges, more lawyers, more security on the border, and Trump called Mike Johnson and told him don't put it on the floor. So I don't know why you was talking about it's not going to work, and it was from 10 years to what 6 months. Everything been processed. So the time 200 years, Trump just don't know what he's talking about because if they're going to do it for 10 years, I mean from even 7 years to 6 months, that's way faster with more judges and lawyers and everything else.
Look,
hold on, 2, 3, 1.
Whoopsie daisies.
Lebo, are you
Give my
done?
time.
Okay. And hold on, 2, 3, 1, because we have somebody else that wants in. Mamita, go ahead.
I gotta go, Lib.
I really like how you sit here
See you
and
later.
with your white tea privilege face,
Oh my
saying
gosh!
anything
Don't pull the
about
race card. That is such a
immigration,
bad look.
Hold on, Salazar.
of immigration. I really love how you guys sit here and don't even have a fucking clue what it is to go through due process, what it is to go through immigration, what it is to go through what they're going through right now. These are people who have family, have houses, have fucking a life here, have been working, have been paying taxes. Like, how the fuck are you like, oh, so let's get rid of them and not give them the fucking, what's it called, due process? Like, how you guys sit here? These are people that have been working and paying taxes. They already had due process. They have an I-10. Like, you want to get rid of everybody? Get rid of yourself. We didn't cross the border. You crossed the border. Think about that. We didn't cross the border. You crossed the border. Jesus freaking Christ, man.
Okay.
And
Salazar.
Donald Trump. Okay. Just real quick. Sorry, liberal. Just real quick.
Go ahead, because I think Salazar said he had to
Okay.
go. I just want to make sure he had a last word before he left, but go ahead.
Okay. Donald Trump in his first administration, during a press conference, even floated the idea of taking people's pew-pews before they got their due process, which is unconstitutional. So, I mean, he does all this unconstitutional shit, and it's nothing new. I yield my time to Salazar.
Okay, go ahead, Salazar. And actually, I'm going to put your minute up. Are you the one that said you needed to go?
Yeah, I mean, I can just take the 30 seconds. I'll take his time.
Well,
but
go ahead. I'll put the full minute up there regardless, and you can take it or leave it. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's no need to bring up people's races at all in this. All right, either your argument's correct or it's not, and regardless of your skin color, has no pertinence in whether your argument is actually correct or not. That's just lame. But yes, we're complaining about due process and things, but this is an issue that's been building up for years that no one's in Congress has done anything about. All right, and this is what he was elected to do. There's 60% of the nation wants to deport all illegal immigrants, right? And there is some argument to say that it needs to happen quickly. We let in almost 600,000 with no process. Come on in, we'll deal with you later, right? That was under Biden. That was his policy. So now we're going to complain that the opposite's happening? No, that's hypocritical at the highest order.
Okay. Well, thank you, Salazar. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down because I know of a conservative that's trying to get up, and so
Yeah,
I'd like to.
this is a a massacre, 7 against 1 or 2.
Well, yeah, I like to have a fair panel balance, but it's hard to get conservatives up here. So when I see one trying to get up, I'll bring them up as soon as I can. So,
And I'll say
go
ones that are able to even speak on these issues.
Well, do you need to go, or are you wanting to?
No,
stay?
I'm going.
Okay.
But
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming.
231, behave yourself, please.
Bro, I like you. I love you. God bless you.
Yeah, God bless
All right,
everybody.
Salazar. Have a good one. We'll see you later. All right. Bye-bye. I'm going to bring up, he just came in. I know he's conservative, so I'm going to pull him in. Again, guys, I'm going to leave that slot open because there's just too many people. It's hard for me to even keep track and let everybody have a say and stuff. But let me bring this.
What's good, fella?
What's up, man? Age, location, who you vote for, and I'll put your timer up there. Go ahead.
33, the greatest state in the South, Mississippi, where nobody wants to go. Republican.
All right, go ahead. The floor's yours, man.
All right. What's this lady's name down here? We'll just call her ma'am. She's got to learn to pipe down. I don't know where she gets all that energy from. Maybe she ain't had no males in her life. She's got to pipe down. She took the Lord's name in vain. I mean, damn. What else? I just want to come take a jab at her. I didn't look.
Go for it, baby.
I got to hear some more from her. That's where I'm at. I'll yield my time.
All right, thanks, Zip. And let's not get into the whole. Let's not do misogyny either way. Misandry, I don't.
That's what he's doing.
That's
exactly
right, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Because I don't want to drop anybody. I don't like that on my panel. So just try to keep it with the facts of the matter. Do what, Zip? By the way, you've got.
I said I'll keep it respectful.
Okay, yeah, you've got one bar and it's you're cutting out pretty bad. So if you can find a better spot, that'd be great.
Jesus himself doesn't want him to talk.
Okay, so Mamita, you were called out, so I'm going to go to you
South
to
Mississippi.
respond. Mamita, you were called out, so I'm going to give you some time to respond. Go ahead.
What did he say? Because I really honestly didn't understand any gibberish that he said. He just said that I didn't have a man in my life and blah, 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 blah. So what are we arguing?
So, well, I mean, I think he was saying that you should pipe down and you would use the Lord's name in
Last
vain,
time I
and you
checked, it's
had
the First Amendment, and under the Constitution, I can say whatever the fuck I want. Last time I checked, I have a mouth and you ain't paying my motherfucking bills to tell me how the fuck to talk. I could talk however I fucking want to talk. If I want to say fuck all fucking day, I could do it. You don't pay my bills. You don't do shit for me. Nothing that you fucking say is irrelevant to this fucking even debate. If you're going to come here debate and I'll cook you and dog walk you all fucking day on an actual fact. But you're not going to sit here and tell me how the fuck to talk. I could talk however the fuck I want. So if you're going to come here just to talk shit to me, by all means, Bubba, do whatever the fuck you want. Because I am going to cook you every fucking single time with facts. And I'm going to say whatever the fuck I want.
Okay.
Period.
All right.
I
Well,
wanna
tell us how you really feel, though, Mamita. I mean, I wasn't
Right.
sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I appreciate that, though. I do. Speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. The SIP, okay? My mother was born in Mississippi, okay? Last time I checked, Mississippi is the poorest state in the Union. The poorest state. They're a red state. They take more federal funds than most other states. And your education is showing. And I don't mean to do ad hominems, but goddamn. And yep, I use the Lord's name in vain, but goddamn, you're an idiot, dude. That's
Okay.
I yield my time.
I don't like the name
I'll
calling
take his
either,
time.
guys. I don't like the name calling either. Okay, so let's
I'll
try
take
not
his
to do
time.
that. Go ahead. 231, 15 seconds.
Thank you. I was just gonna say, like, I think they have $7.25 minimum wage there, and they also pick strawberries. I yield my time.
Okay, Val, I haven't heard from actually Aretha.
Hold on,
I
there's too
haven't
many
heard from
hosts.
you.
Let me get some in. Hold on, there's too many.
Okay, go for it.
All right.
I'll put your time back.
Strawberries are actually picked in Louisiana, not Mississippi. They have the Strawberry Festival there. On top of that, we only get 34% of federal funding in Mississippi. And also, once again, her mouth shows. And now let's proceed to somebody else.
Okay, thank you, DeSip. Aretha, I hadn't heard from you in a minute. Did you want to add into that?
Uh, I think these guys are hilarious. I think it's absolutely absurd what Donald Trump is doing and ignoring the Supreme Court. I think it's mighty funny how they're okay with him breaking constitutional law. And if someone else breaks the law, how are we supposed to hold them accountable? Like, we're either going to be held accountable or we're not. Like, we're either going to have a system or we're not. Like, I just think it's asinine for them to sit there and say that these things are okay. And deporting everybody is not going to help anything, because even if they get deported, they're just going to come right back in here. So you need to have a better system, a better process, shorter time to become a legal citizen after seeking asylum, after, like, I'm sorry, but you can seek asylum in the United States. That's the law.
Okay.
I yield.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I'll take your time. I'll take your time.
Well,
That's
hold
not
on.
the law.
Hold on.
Seeking asylum is
Hold
not
on,
the-
231. Lebo
sorry.
had his hand up. Go ahead, Lebo.
All right, Lebo.
Are you guys just talk about the border? Let me ask you something different. What policy that Trump is doing that's helping the lower class and middle class family? Because I don't see nothing right now that's helping us put more money in our pocket.
Mm-hmm.
You
Lower
know?
gas prices.
Hold on, 231. Because
Just name two.
I don't see what his policy is helping. You know, I noticed that my 401k dropped big time. And then, just not mine, billionaires. And all of a sudden, he put a pause on all of these tariffs. Because those billionaires was telling Trump, hey, man, you better put a pause on this so these stocks will come up because I'm losing too much money. It's funny. When they was losing billions and billions and billions, I might have lost thousands, but they lost billions of dollars. And all of a sudden, they told Trump, hey, you got to stop this rhetoric.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
all-
he said they were getting yippy. It was like, some people were getting yippy.
Yeah.
Now, let me go to 231. He wanted to add something. Go ahead.
No, I was just I'm a more of a chime in kind of a guy. Once the point goes, then I lose my point. I yield my time.
You were going to tell me that there
I
was
got
no
50
asylum
seconds.
law.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
would love to yield my time to Mamita, who is my favorite, and I would love to propose to her if she will have me.
God. Mamita, 30 seconds. Go.
I can't even fucking honestly, like, this is such a joke. This is not even a fucking, first of all, I don't need your fucking to propose to me. I have my papers. I'm a US citizen. So fuck yourself with that one. And two, again, I will say this. It is in the Constitution, and the Constitution is the law of the land. And if you got a problem, then go fucking unbury our presidents who made the fucking Constitution, or do a science or some shit and go talk to them. It's not my fucking problem. It's the law of the land. Period.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is
and
this is
I'd like
just
to-
more.
Well, go
Sorry,
ahead,
go
speak.
ahead,
I think
Libra.
you're probably about to say what I was about to say. Go ahead.
This is just more misogyny from mainly DeSip, but this is more misogyny from 231 as well. You know, he made that joke earlier, and I don't want to go back to that because host doesn't want to. But this is misogyny in your face. This is goddamn misogyny, and it shows the education level of these MAGA supporters, these Trump supporters, that they were born and raised into a family or a community that promotes this kind of behavior, that promotes this kind of thinking, and it's just This is the 21st century. I'm 50 years old, and I am set in my ways, but I'm not that bad. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah,
Can I say
I will.
something? I want to
Yes,
defend myself
I
because
want to say that
I've been
yes.
targeted.
Hold on, hold on, 231, because I'm gonna say what you said to Mamita. You know, the more I sat here and thought about it, the more it kind of pissed me off. Let's not do that. I want to have discussions about real fucking shit. And when you're over here, I want to propose to this person. Look, I know you're maybe trying to be funny, and maybe it's funny in your head, but it's not fucking funny. And I find it gross. And I just don't want you to do that. Let's talk about some fucking problems that we're having in this country because there's so many. Okay, is that fair? Mamita, go ahead.
So I want to say this. This is not the first time. Even in my panel, I get men to tell me the same thing, especially YT men. You understand that? That tell me, "Oh, I'll marry you."
YT.
This and that.
Don't call us YT. That is
I
not
have
the fucking way to talk to somebody.
Okay, okay,
Triggered.
okay, okay. Disip, I will give you a chance to respond to that, but let's not interrupt. Go ahead, Mamita.
First of all, I would like to get that second back because I said
Yeah.
YT because we're on their fucking TikTok and I'm a creator and I know my fucking rights and I know my rules of TikTok and I'm not trying to have liberal.
You muted, liberal. You muted, liberal. You muted, liberal.
Do what?
You was muted when you was talking.
I wasn't talking.
We wasn't talking.
Oh.
Yeah, let me
Yeah, give her
reset the
time back.
time. Yeah, let me reset your time, Mamita. I was like, what the hell? I didn't say anything. Everybody's blaming me for everything. Go ahead, Mamita.
What I'm trying to say is, what I am arguing is that under the Constitution of the United States of America, which is the law of the land, and I repeat myself again, everybody has due process, whether you're a person. As long as you're a human being, you have due process. If you're mad, like I said again, go and talk to the forefathers that created the Constitution and said this right for us. Okay, if you have a problem with that, then go to them. But we live in the 21st century and it's already done. Get over it.
Okay, Disip, I said I was going to give you a chance to respond. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll just address the YT thing. That's something that's made up. You can say white, black,
Well, you
blue.
can't. I'm
Yes,
telling
you can.
you. I
It's a
work. I
fact.
work.
Hold on,
Do you
Mamita. Hold on,
understand? I'm a
Mamita. Hold on,
creator.
Mamita. Hold on, Mamita.
Please tell him, liberal.
Well, okay. Hold on. I'd like to hear what he has to say. Go ahead, Disip, and then I'll say something afterward. Go ahead.
You might be a creator, but I've also been on lives too. And on top of that, that's just a way for people of color to be able to call us whitey. That's all that stands for. The other thing is, there's a lot of things on here that you actually can say. The problem is you have a lot of people that are caught up in their fucking feels and they want to just report. The other thing is, I think it was Just Speak that was talking earlier, saying some stupid shit to me. Or yeah, that's right. Yeah, he said something to me about how I'm uneducated, this, that, and the third. I bet you there's a lot of things that being him being a grown ass man, he can't do with his fucking hands, which is what he was designed to do. So yeah, go ahead and let's see what that brings about.
Hey,
Okay.
listen, Disip,
Can I
you don't
respond?
know.
And
No, let me. He called me out.
he
Let me
did.
tell you
Go
something,
ahead. Go
Disip.
ahead.
You don't know anything about me, man.
Same here.
Yeah, well, you sound uneducated.
Negative.
Okay, well, what you're saying sounds that way. So, you're from one of the poorest states in the nation, and I've known people just like you. And you are a misogynist, and you sound like you may be racist, and you're just not needed in
No.
this country. I have met so many people like you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. No,
I
we're not.
yield my time. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't
No,
drop
we're-
me.
I'll take his time.
Look, we're not gonna. You don't belong in this country. I don't care if you're white, black, yellow, blue. Doesn't matter. Everybody that's citizen belongs in this country. If you're running from a shitty government, you're able to declare asylum and try to get in here. And if you want to come in here and work and do good things, everybody's fucking belongs here. I don't like the racist stuff either. I know, white people are fine to me mostly until they try to fuck somebody else over who isn't. Black people fine. Brown, I don't like guys. This is taking away from the real fucking problems that we have here. And yes, some people view this as, YT people, for example, feeling like they're going to become the minority, and so now this is like their last gasp attempt to try and control people.
Oh, goodness
But
gracious.
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm saying this is something that people believe, and it causes this passionate viewpoints, and it devolves into this shit that we're talking about now. And we're not talking about shit like what Donald Trump just said. He said I don't want everybody to have a trial. This is the fucking problem here, guys.
No, but the reason that he doesn't want.
I'm just
Mr. Liberal,
I claimed his time. I had 15
you
seconds.
didn't, no, you didn't claim shit. So just hold on. Aretha had wanted to go earlier.
Mr. Liberal, I
Aretha,
just wanted you to let everyone know that YT is a TikTok thing, and we do not in the Black community use that for the purposes of what he said, ever.
Yeah, you speak for yourself.
And
But that's what's been told.
I'm speaking for my community.
No, you can't speak for everybody. You
I
don't
can
know
speak for my
everybody.
community.
There's also black folks on here that want to speak for
I'm
segregation.
speaking for my community.
Okay, you
It's
Quit
speak for
interrupting
segregation.
Aretha.
Okay.
She's
We
got
have
her timer up. Shut up,
she
Giselle.
does.
we have
Yeah,
never
hold on.
used that. We have never used that until TikTok. So please miss me with that. We do not use that for the purposes that you claimed.
And, do you
Get out
yield your
feelings.
time?
Yes, I yield my time.
And I will say, when I started doing TikTok, I didn't know all of this stuff either. But people told me that YT, BLK, Schmittler, all these things.
Right.
And I don't know if it does affect it or not, but I don't want to risk it affecting it. You see what I'm saying?
Right,
So I'm,
but secretly,
let's just,
secretly, what it is it's turned into, we can't say this, that, and the third, but now, since we got them by the fucking balls pretty much, we're going to turn it into this. So there is people on here, I know for sure, that talk that way, to use that as a different way of expressing themselves, to secretly call us out of our
That's just
name.
your opinion.
okay.
I
And then,
agree
well,
with
okay.
that.
No,
Okay.
get off
Well,
of
hold on,
TikTok.
hold on, guys.
Get off
Hold
of
on,
TikTok
guys.
then.
Hold on, guys. Okay.
No, I'm
So
good.
it may be a fact that there are some people that are saying it that way for that purpose. I don't know. But I think it's not right to say that they're all doing it for that reason. Would you
Now,
agree, Seth?
I can see there is people that are YT people that could think this is their last chance to save themselves and their race, and that's why they do the things
Oh
they do
my
and talk the way
God.
they do. I'm not one of those.
That's
I'm gonna
what
speak for
somebody
myself
just-
and say I'm not one of
He's
those.
back.
But
Yeah,
I will.
he's back.
Oh my God.
Got it.
Okay, thank you. What the fuck is this? Oh
This
my
is what
This
I'm
guy.
talking about. Unfortunately, can I please speak?
Hold on. I got
Who
my
is
hand
that?
up.
Lebo, go ahead, Mamita. I'll come right back to you. I promise. Go ahead, Lebo.
Liberal, I try to get off a different subject. I ask everybody, besides the border, what policy he's helping the lower class and middle class family. But nobody spoke on it. They want to get back on the border. Border this, border that. That's the only thing they can speak on. They can't speak on like we used talking about. How Trump is going to help us in the long run, or even the shortcoming. I don't see no policies helping me in my
No tax
life
on tip
living.
was one.
Hold on.
Quit interrupting, man.
He said he asked a fucking question. I'm
I
answering.
didn't ask
He's
a
not.
question.
It's a rhetorical question.
I'm the only
You
one that's
not know?
Republican up here to
That's
answer.
No,
Your
I got-
education
no,
is
there's-
showing.
Disip, hold
Give
on.
him his
Guys,
time back. Your education
Can I
is
get my
showing.
time back?
Disip.
Yes, you can. Disip, the timer's running. I will give everybody a chance to respond, but there's a couple of people that haven't spoken for a while, so after Lebo, I'm going to move to those other people, and you'll have your chance to respond, I promise. Go ahead, Lebo. 30 seconds.
Yeah, can I get my time back, please?
Yes, go ahead.
So, there's no policy that he's doing. You can't. Nobody. You ask any Trump supporter, I didn't vote for him for his policy. I like it because he's gonna deport. But let's talk about policy. Let's talk about how he's gonna help the lower class. What's he gonna do? for the cancer treatment that he canceled. Let's go. Linda McMahon talking about AI and A1 education.
Okay. Okay. So, Mamita, I think you were next.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So I want to kind of just drop the subject already. I'm just gonna ask
I agree.
while you are in the fucking panel, do not address me. If you're gonna talk to me, debate me, and that's it. Now I'm gonna talk about that fucking tweet. That tweet right there is anti-constitutional. I don't understand what part. If Obama, if Biden, if fucking Clinton, if any other fucking president, it doesn't matter, Republican or Democrat, would have done this, their head will be on the fucking wall right now. How is it that it's okay for this to happen? We have always been a fucking country of asylum. We have opened our fucking borders to people to come here and run from people that are hurting them. And what do? They come to this country, they work their ass off, and if you really want to talk about what they do, it's only 14% of the crime made by us Latinos. The rest is you motherfuckers. Like recently, two pew-pews. Who was it? MAGA. So please don't come here with that bullshit. We're not doing anything wrong. We work our asses off. We're not lazy.
Okay. Now, I do want to stop talking about race and
Yeah, well,
female issues, and
to the border.
And I appreciate that. I would like everybody to address this to some degree. And we do have a new panelist, so let me go to Daniel. He's been waiting in there for a little while. I didn't want to fill that box, but I feel like Daniel has something he's got to get off his chest. So age, location, who you voted for. Go ahead, man.
56, New York. I voted for VP Harris.
Go ahead.
Well, well, you just said we're not talking about it. I was just had in the background regarding something that I just found a little weird, claiming that that's not proper language for TikTok or stuff like that. It was just kind of weird because I was under the impression that TikTok guidelines rule 173 actually is the reason for this. It goes into great detail regarding the different protected groups as far as this actually happens, and it even gives examples when you scroll down. This is very, very clear.
Yes, caste,
References
ethnicity,
to that.
national origin, race, religion, tribe, immigration status, gender identity, sex. Thank you for putting that up there. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I really
that's
like targeted.
So I'll land it with this if I can. So
go ahead.
Desip, I understand how you may have felt when dealing with people in other lives or what have you, and maybe there's somebody else that said this and you got from it that that's what they were doing. Maybe they were. I'm just pointing out that this is actually a requirement per community guidelines, and you agreed to them, same as us. That's the end of it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Daniel. Thank you. I think we can all agree TikTok has gone way fucking overboard with this shit. I think probably all of us agree.
Well, I would like to ask a question on that, on that same subject.
Go ahead, 231. But again, I'd rather get back to policy.
Who's the question
discussions.
for?
No. This
Who's
is
the question
pertinent
for?
because it's
Okay.
right to the subject.
Go
matter.
ahead. Go ahead.
So it's curious that words like WT.
I'll
right?
be right back.
You can't say the other one, right? Like pew-pews, like other words that TikTok makes you say are illegal, but yet you can swear, you can use the Lord's name in vain, or you can say any number of things that are derogatory.
Actually, swearing.
But you can't say
Swear
certain
words can actually get you shut down
What's
too.
going on?
Swear words can actually get you shut down too.
Apparently not.
Cursing.
Apparently not.
It
Ask
happens.
Mamita.
I've had it happen.
Once again, it
I've had it
depends on
happen in
who's
my life.
watching and
Daniel, I
who
get it,
doesn't
but
fucking.
I
happen.
have been saying
It does
certain
not
words and I
happen.
can say it in Spanish and I don't get shut down.
It's
My life is
because
good.
it only
Exactly.
depends on who
Hey,
the fuck
listen,
is watching.
231
and who's
has his
reporting.
time. Give him his time.
No, I have 6 seconds. I yield my time. Somebody, 4 seconds.
Okay, then I want to address this in rebuttal. All right. First off, it's not necessarily a person. They take it afterwards. It's actually a computer algorithm that's picking up on it. They're picking up on volume. They're picking on certain words. All right. And the thing is, they look for those words, large word models. Now, the bigger issue when it comes to this is even volume. We could be having a very, a heated conversation with no slurs, no swear words, or any violations, but how loud people are speaking can also get you shut down. That happens.
I've seen whole
too.
Jerry Springer episodes on here, bro, not even get taken down. I've seen people smoking on here, not get taken down.
They don't catch everything, but they
No, no,
I mean,
no.
yeah,
I'm talking about for hours.
I've been in
talking about
panel.
a computer algorithm.
Okay,
it better catch it.
Sip.
Sip's
There are
never
people
wrong.
here in this
Sip
panel
is
who have
never
actually
wrong.
witnessed me.
I
Let me
know,
try
I've
this. Let me
seen
try
it.
this. So the sip. Then let me address this. I spend most of my time whenever I'm on TikTok. I'm not on here a lot, but when I'm on TikTok, most of my time I spend is like I'm the only left-wing person on a live that is hosted by, and mostly it's like 8v1 with me, well, only left-winger. And in those lives, I've had them use like racial slurs the entire time, dog whistles that whole time, and nothing happens. But that doesn't mean that it always works out, because there's a guy who's upset with me, and he blamed me for being the black person there, and the other people started using slurs.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
Val, I have not heard from you in a while, and again, I really appreciate you going in there and dealing with that. That's a bunch of mess. Would you like to weigh in?
I mean, yeah. I mean, so first off, if we're really going to talk about it, it doesn't matter it does matter the context, but at the same time, TikTok is not a private entity. Does not have to uphold the First Amendment. They're allowed to allow whatever they want on a website, it's been proven multiple times. Look at Twitter, Facebook. There's been so many court cases about, are you responsible for it? No, and you're allowed to enforce it however you want, due to your own terms of service. So let's get that over with. Along with that, I'm just going to mention this as what we're talking about, since we're talking about, race and all that fun stuff. Listen, I get why you feel the way you do. I get it. I like to listen to both sides here. And how you may feel, maybe a lot of people would see as valid. But at the same time, up on this live, we respect everybody. No matter race, creed, religion. And because you mentioned smoking, I gotten so many warnings because I will have my camera on in a live and I will get hit for sitting on camera smoking my nicotine delivery device.
Because you're reported, sir. That's why I keep trying to tell everybody.
Well, okay.
Val,
Okay.
let's try this real fast. I just wanted to see if I could try and put it in perspective for him.
How does Daniel get the
Okay, yeah,
panel?
yeah. Hold on, real quick. Is that 231?
Of course.
Yeah, go ahead, 231.
But I'm just fair is fair. Daniel doesn't get to jump the panel.
Okay, and go ahead.
He's making a lot of sense.
No, and I'm not going.
He was responding to me.
Is it my
231. He
time?
was responding to my statement.
He was
Yeah,
fine.
okay.
I don't
Simply
get-
giving a
I-
rebuttal.
Okay, guys, hold on. It's
Fair.
231. Go.
Oh man, I yield my time to Sip.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
Once again, I'll
Tag
reiterate.
team.
It depends on who is in your lives and watching and recording, and that's how you're going to get reported. That's why, hence, you have some that you claim aren't going to get caught up. But what it is you just don't have the right following of people that's opposition of you. That's why there's so many conservatives that's on here that only have 8 people in their live watching. Only can have so many. I'm seeing people post videos of their kids and they get reported. So
You know what, Sip? I'm sorry,
Okay.
but you always got
Well-
to be right, because I just like great Val said, I could make a mistake and have my camera on, smoke a cigarette, and I get flagged. So you say it doesn't happen. That's
Schmigaret.
bull crap. You know, that's bull crap. It's just like Daniel said. If liberal lives start getting yelling and it started getting real loud, they could flag the whole deal. I've seen that happen. Just because you haven't seen it happen, Sip,
I've seen it happen.
you know,
but it was somebody reporting
you
it.
ain't 100% correct, because just because, like you said, sometimes they doesn't get flagged, but it does get happen. I got flagged twice for smoking when my camera was on.
And they give a
You can't just
Okay.
say that.
Mamita, I'm going to come to you next.
Okay, so as the creator, I'm gonna say this. I have posted videos of me saying fucking what's it called? What do you want to call it? Bad words. I have say what I say because again, I have the freedom of speech, and I say. However, there's thousands of creators that literally do this. There's Parker and fucking Dean that they curse constantly. Like everybody does that because we're so passionate right now because we're over of how we are being treated. We're being told that if we even say anything against this fucking administration that we're next. Like, do you understand that the way this administration handled even the state union of the fact that they took Al Green out of the freaking thing, this wouldn't happen under any administration. If you look at every other administration state of union, that never happened. Even if they didn't like it, they stood by 10 toes down. Who's doing that noise? Like, that is so annoying, I swear.
What noise? The timer?
No, the background noise.
Oh, I think that's Daniel. Daniel, are you eating a bag of chips there?
Yeah, she.
You see, he was doing it on purpose. It's 231. You could have muted yourself.
No, I wasn't
No,
doing that.
I don't think it was 231. I think it was Daniel.
What I'm trying to say, you don't understand because you're not a freaking TikTok creator. How long have you been on TikTok? I've been on TikTok for 5 years. 5 years.
Congratulations.
I was on it when it was Musically.
I've been on TikTok for 5 weeks, so I know. Okay.
Exactly, and you're learning still stuff though, liberal. You know what I'm saying? You're still learning.
I take what people tell me, like, don't use this word, and I've never been shut down for people that accidentally said, instead of YT saying the other thing. I've never been shut down for that, but the moment I pull up a white stick that has smoke coming from the end, bam, it's immediate. I get dropped. You get a little the little warning sign. That's
it
why
tells
when
you a warning.
And when you guys see me doing this, that's because I'm calming myself,
huffing and puffing and blowing the.
I know I do. Why do you think I'm not on camera? Why do you think I'm not on camera? And when I'm on camera on my live and I push away and I have my picture, is because I'm on my vape. You understand? Right. So it's just like you can't drive on TikTok,
right?
Because you'll get also in trouble. Like
so
this is the thing.
Yeah. But again, I've never been shut down for somebody accidentally saying some words that people have told me you can't say, but I don't know, and I don't want to test it, right? I'm just
then you'll get shadow banned. Then you'll get shadow
banned. With me yesterday, you seen it. We all talked about the same shit I've been telling you about.
Right.
Nothing ever happened.
Yes. Right. And I've questioned whether or not some of those words can't be.
There you go. But
said.
The thing about policy,
but I don't know.
I think. This is a problem. We got Kamala says she wanted to do tax on tips. Trump said he wants to do no tax on tips. But since Kamala's not the one that put it in there, Trump is the one that put it in. Guess what happened? Fuck that. Vote it down. Fuck him and vote that down. I don't give a damn who both sides.
Can I address this?
For.
Yeah, one second.
Can I address this?
He's got 40 seconds.
I
yield my time. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Okay. Hey, let me do a PSA. Look, we
yeah,
got 102 people in here,
and we just now hit 20,000. So if you would please tap the screen and get it out, share it to your people, that'd be great. I'd like to see us get to 30,000 within the next few minutes. We should be able to.
Can I have a special request? Hold
on.
Okay, give me a second, and you can follow me up at the top and send me a heart me so you get notified when I do go live. I also have some caps as a live goal, and I should be able to pin it now. Let me see. Yeah, it should have popped up. So if you want to donate or whatever, send some gifts. Also, take care of the panelists. Don't forget about them. They're up here doing the hard
so
work.
expensive, liberal.
I just wanted to address something. I just wanted to address one thing that Cynthia said.
Hold on, Daniel. I know you do. Rita haven't spoken in a long time.
It's okay. I'll go after. I will go after Daniel. I already know what he's going to say because that's a Bernie policy. But go ahead, Daniel.
Yes, just it. Here's the difference between what Donald Trump and Vice President Harris were talking about when it comes to no tax on tips.
Oh my goodness!
Tax on tips when it comes this is addressing the thing he just brought up. I'm trying to address this instead of interrupting me.
But why are you addressing?
Yeah, I'm addressing what he said.
He's got his timer up. Let him talk.
No,
So you don't need to ask me anything until you do that afterwards. Now, Desip, Donald Trump, his no tax on tips is very different than Vice President Harris's no tax on tips. For example, VP Harris, she wrote an 85-page treatise explaining in detail about what she meant by no tax on tips. She was talking about actual, below minimum wage workers who do like tipping for as far as like fast food workers. Donald Trump's statements on this and the actual statements from his surrogates actually stated that they were even including things like end of year bonuses from corporations would be considered a tip and no taxes on those. There's a very big difference between those, right? A golden parachute versus your daily wage.
Yes, exactly. I'm so glad, Daniel, that you said that, because that was
a question
exactly right.
That was a question to this. Do you recognize that there's a difference?
Holy shit!
You got echo.
What?
Do you recognize the difference between those two?
I didn't know. No, I remember him saying his tax on tip was for people in the service industry. That was
and also, it's the language when explained in detail when questioned on different outlets. The surrogates made it clear they were also not excluding end of year bonuses from big corporations. Yep. That was not included when it comes to VP Harris. Hers was clearly talking about regular wage workers like you and me or other people, regular people.
Okay, and I want to address that. They tax your bonuses at like 40% It's ridiculous. That needs to be reduced. Because we get bonuses and, out of $10,000, you're getting like $6,000 or whatever. I mean, it's asinine.
I can totally understand that. Yeah, we can have a nuanced conversation about there are reasonable criticisms with the Democratic Party and VP Harris or Joe Biden. It's just that those things that they can criticize about don't tend to actually be good faith. Like when we had to hear, the Langford bill regarding immigration, why did, this is bipartisan. Why did Joe Biden wait 3 years? He didn't. He didn't even wait 3 weeks. The very first piece of legislation put forward by the Biden administration was February 17, 2021. 3 weeks, barely 3 weeks after he took office. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act. It's called HR 1177.
Okay. Who else would like to jump in, add, or take away from that?
I'll go next.
I would.
Go ahead, Aretha.
I'll go next. What is wrong with his? Okay, so I'm just going to say that I don't think that Trump cares about the border at all, because from the first term he had a net negative at the border, right? So Obama was the deporter in chief. Remember, he was called the deporter in chief, but he did due process to every single person that he deported. So I just want to know why when Trump got into office. Just stay on mute, please.
Yeah, Go has a feedback.
Yeah.
So when Trump got in office the first time, why was it that he got rid of the immigration judges? Why would he got
I
rid
can't
of the
hear
immigration
her.
judges? Why
I'm dropping his ass because I think he's doing it on purpose.
He is.
And I have a sneaking suspicion he's the bot fucker in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think he's recording this live for
then
nefarious purposes.
Yeah. So he's been in here several times before. I've never had issues, but it's just a little interesting that right after he shows up, we get a bot in there saying all kinds of crazy shit, and now he's like purposely
It's him. It's been him,
interrupting
and
us.
he's going.
Yeah, I mean, I can't prove that,
He's
obviously.
but he's going through a profile. So when that happens, what he's doing is because he's going through everybody's profile, and he's basically, checking our shit out. And then also, from what I've learned before, because this happened to me, right? They could be recording and reporting the live. Just letting you know, if you start seeing like a glitch or something, it's because they started reporting it.
Hence, it's because you get reported. It's not so much of the terms for TikTok. Once again,
it's both. We're saying it's both.
Wrong, but
yeah, now everybody's saying
okay. He said okay. So
me?
hold on real quick. He said in the comment wrong, but you will see. So I'm just gonna go ahead and block his ass.
Yes, just block him. That's what I do.
I blocked him. Yeah, look,
Okay.
I guys, I hate doing that. I don't mind conservatives coming up here. I love talking to them. I love hearing what other people have to say. But he's constantly interrupting. Now he's playing back shit that while people are talking, and he's doing it on purpose. So
Hey, liberal,
fuck that guy. Yeah, who said
liberal.
that?
That's
Lebo,
why
go ahead.
when you said I thought you was talking because from my point of view, when I was looking at you, it looked like you was talking, but you wasn't. You was glitching.
Liz.
Oh, he was like playing something back that I said, I guess.
Yes, he was
Okay.
I'm sorry to tell you this, but he was literally disrespecting your life the whole time. That's why I was getting mad, because he was literally bringing all these little racial things that he said as soon as Aretha came in, as soon as I came in. Like you could tell. That's why his energy was completely negative. There's
Yeah,
nothing good about that
maybe
man.
my issue is that I give people too much credit. You know what I mean?
I used to be like you.
Yeah, I don't
You.
I don't like looking at people and having prejudices and acting on them. I because everybody prejudges everybody else, and I try to not. So maybe I should be a little more of an asshole to people.
Well, I said this in the live yesterday. Me and the host was in, but if it was something Trump said about deporting actual citizens due to crimes that they commit, I would be all for that if another country wants to take them. And the reason why is because there's no reason to take them and put them into an institution, whether it's a private
Really liberal?
institution or not.
Okay,
Liberals
wait.
talking about deporting
Hold
American
hold
citizens.
on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold on, hold on,
that
hold on, hold on. Stop. Desip, did you just say that you're okay with deporting U.S. citizens to another country?
Yes, depending on the
All
crimes
right,
that they.
you're Desip, you're not welcome back on my show. That's the line I draw in the sand. I've had this discussion before. I like you, but if you think for one moment that it's okay to take a U.S. citizen and ship them out of a country where we have no jurisdiction over, I have nothing to talk to you about. So please,
Thank
you can just
you.
block me and go
We
on.
literally,
I
that's
have
what I asked the question, liberal.
I have zero fucking tolerance for people that think that it's okay to send a U.S. citizen. We have fucking jails in this country, people. What the fuck? Do you think we have to send our citizens to another country where we can't control what happens to them in those fucking prisons? What the fuck?
I think it's
Seriously,
being done intentionally.
there's a line here where it's once you've passed this and you're still supporting Trump, you can go fuck yourself. I'm not quite there yet, but that's one of those lines. So again, Desip, I know you're probably a decent person, but I can't fucking tolerate that shit, man.
Hey, Tay.
Okay,
My people are coming in.
we have another. I
Dark Hat.
believe Dark Hat is a
Yeah.
conservative, a Trump supporter, maybe. Age, location, who you voted for. Go ahead.
Hey, what's up? 37 Florida Trump.
Okay, go ahead. Timer's yours.
Well, I think Aretha was saying something before. I'd like to hear what she was saying.
Okay, go ahead, Aretha.
Well, I was just saying that when Trump took office the first time, he had a negative on the border. So obviously, Obama was deporting more people that were coming in. So I'm just wondering why he took away the immigration
He's
judges.
spamming. I'm sorry, he's spamming now. Here,
Yeah,
come.
can I block him?
I blocked him.
No, he's spamming.
Who is?
The SIP.
The SIP
Yeah,
is doing it.
I blocked him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like I said, he's not. I said you can block me because he's not welcome back up here anymore.
He's not.
And that-
He wasn't
time
in
back.
good faith.
And you can't get Aretha can get her time back, but again, and it sucks because I like to sip, but there's a line that I draw with people. Like I worked for a company, DJ Connection. They wouldn't go to gay weddings. They would refuse it. So when I learned that, I fucking left. There are things that I just don't tolerate with people, and that's one of them.
Oh, liberal.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's that Mississippi education. Really.
I mean, well, go ahead, Aretha. We'll keep interrupting. Go ahead.
It's okay.
No, but we love your heart. You're amazing.
So
Liberal.
I was just wondering why he never tried to pass a border bill the first time when he talked about the caravans were coming and all these other things, right? And it seems like people are okay with the cruelty, and you guys got to remember that these are people. At the end of the day, it's people, and the numbers don't show what you're saying as far as like the criminal activity or anything like that. I understand that some have gotten through, but the numbers do not match the danger that you guys are putting on these people to say that they should be all just exiled out of this country without due process. And
I
these
want
are
to see Red Hat what he says. Go ahead, Red Hat. Answer that question,
these
my
are
love. Come
yeah.
on, Cupcake. Answer it.
I'm just saying these are human beings.
Right.
Stop treating them like they're 3/4 of a person.
And
They're
stop
not.
calling yourself Christian if you're going to be pushing
No, no,
this
no. I
kind of
want to
shit.
see what he says because I've had to. He's my friend. I've had a discussion with him. Go
You
ahead,
talking
Red
about
Hat.
Dark Hat?
Yeah, I know
Oh,
him.
okay.
Go
Go ahead,
ahead.
Dark Hat. Age, location, who you voted for, and
He already
maybe
did.
you already said it. Okay.
Yeah, he already
Go ahead,
did.
Dark Hat. I'll give you a minute and 15.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
So I don't disagree with everything Aretha said. When it comes to due process, everyone should get that, whether you are a U.S. citizen, undocumented, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And I would even go a step further in saying if you haven't committed a crime, you should have a chance at some sort of permanent residency here, right? Maybe a second look at an asylum claim, something to that extent, right? Especially if you've been working, doing the right stuff, and not committing any crimes. That being said, Aretha, and I'm going to make a claim, and feel free to fact check me if you want. The Trump administration actually hired more immigration judges than the Obama administration and the previous administration combined. Right?
No, they didn't.
Well, I want you to fact check me on that and tell me if I'm wrong.
I have.
He's got his timer.
Okay, let me
5
finish.
years.
He's got his timer. Go ahead, Dark Hat.
Yeah. So, when it comes to these things, I'm not against deporting people that should be deportable. It's just the way that it's been done. I don't agree with as a Trump supporter, right? And you just got to call it the way it is. And then when it comes to U.S. citizens being deported, I'm against that. Unless you're being extradited for committing a crime in another country, which is legal, U.S. citizens should not be deported anywhere.
I just pulled up the stat.
Cupcake, you did a good job.
I just pulled it up. So far, since the start of his second term, he has fired over 24 immigration judges.
That's 19 probationary judges. I was talking about his first term compared to the Obama administration.
Let me check.
Yeah, I looked it up. Over the past 50 years, Donald Trump appointed the most immigration judges during his term. Between 2017 and mid-2019, his administration appointed at least 190 immigration judges, accounting for over 43% of the nation's sitting immigration judges at that time. This is an article from,
those can't be counted because those were the ones that were stolen from Obama. Because they said it was the lame duck period when it was about 10.5 months prior after Scalia passed away, and then immigration judges that John Boehner and Mitch McConnell withheld having any hearings regarding confirmation. You can't count those because it's only a happenstance because of little freaking gamesmanship by Republicans. Those would have been Obama's.
Okay, so you're saying they were delayed appointees that then were.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, well, Dark Hat, what? Well, let me come back to you. Put a pin in that. Daniel, I think you had wanted to respond, and then I'm going to go to Lebo. Go ahead, Daniel.
I just wanted to point out, we can't give Donald Trump, the thing is, we can't give Donald Trump credit for doing something that, for one, it's not because he wanted to, it's because he had to. And the previous, the GOP are the ones that actually caused this, when they should have allowed Obama to actually nominate and then have confirmation hearings. And the weirdest part is, they were so hypocritical that they actually blocked people that they suggested. Like Merrick Garland was actually suggested by Orrin Hatch, by a Republican, for SCOTUS.
18 seconds.
That's it.
Okay. And Lebo, go ahead.
Well, okay. Since Trump told Mike Johnson, do not run that landfill bill because he needs something to run on, why he's not bringing that bill back? To give more judges, to give more attorneys, immigration lawyers, to help the borders. I don't think he's doing anything for the border right now, besides deporting. But why ain't he bringing that landfill bill back? Because that's what he said he want to do. He want to run on it. So I don't see how he's helping. What the immigrants, undocumented people brought $96 billion in the economy. So, and just like the research said, these are human beings at the end of the day. I yield my time.
Yep, I
Can I
agree.
go after whoever's next? And I want to go. say
Yes,
something.
I'm gonna. I went ahead and filled the slot with Josh. I know Josh is a Trump supporter, so because I want to try to make it more even, especially
Yeah,
for Dark
100%.
Hat. So, Josh, age, location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up there.
46, North Carolina, Trump. No, I just wanted to come in today. I'm having a hard time with the situation personally because I don't feel necessarily like I was duped, but I'm struggling with some of the things that are going on, and it concerns me that we're having to have conversations like American citizens being deported. I don't even know how that can even be a conversation. Um, I voted for the border to be secured. I voted for people that are committing crimes and have been convicted of the crime and gone through the court and they've, all that stuff. And then we send them away. Fine. You know what I mean? But then there's other news today about student loan things that are going on that he's going to start pressing on. And I just don't understand. I'm just being honest here. I'm just having a weird day today because it's just like, I'm really frustrated too because a lot of people know how I feel about the other candidate, and I just wish, like, sometimes I get frustrated because at the same time I know I say this a lot, but I just wish the other side would have brought a much stronger candidate so I'd have gone for it. You know what I mean? If it was like even Hillary Clinton, like she was smart, sharp. I'd have given her a shot. You know what I mean? It had nothing but like, I don't know. I'm just frustrated and I'm just kind of venting a little bit about that. So
I appreciate that. Mamita, was it you that was trying to get in there?
Yeah, I was trying to
Okay,
come
go
in.
ahead. Go
So
ahead.
I want to say, Josh, thank you for seeing the light because that's what's happening. You're being awakened to the truth, and I'm happy for that. This is what he was running on, and he did it on Project 2025, which he claims he has nothing to do with. But that's what it is. It's already on Project 2025. It's all written there. Also, I wanted to make a claim. And yes, I find it really ridiculous that we even have to talk about the fact that American citizens are even thinking in that air of being deported. Whatever process they're thinking of doing, it's anti-constitutional a lot. Also, we told you so. Okay, PP Harris literally warned everybody about this. She ran her campaign telling this. It's not like I told you so, but it is I told you so. And also, VP Harris had a lot of good policies for the American people, but apparently people did not really read her policies, like helping first-time home owners was one of them. She was never targeting against the people. She was for the people. She just wasn't given time. That's it.
yeah, but with all
Okay.
due respect to that, like she went she was going to add $25,000, which means they're just going to add $25,000 to the house. Like that's what's going to happen there. And the problem that it was is that
You didn't read the
I didn't-
Hold on, Daniel. I'll come back to you. I'll come
I
back
just
to you,
didn't feel
Daniel.
like I just didn't feel like she just didn't answer the questions to my satisfaction of information gathering of just I didn't understand the point she was getting at a lot of the times. It was too vague. I just didn't like it. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. I'll yield that.
Speaking of vague, concepts of a plan, pretty vague in my opinion. Daniel, so
That's a good point.
about
You are
about brought you in as a new person. I've got concepts of a plan. Go ahead, Daniel. Timers for you.
Okay, this was actually addressed several times on television. I want to ask Josh, and here's the real thing. I want you to answer me. All right. Did you read her 80 plus page explanations regarding her policies, where she outlines them in detail?
I did not read it. No.
Would it surprise you that she explains that is actually something that's prohibited in the actual legislation she was going to propose regarding the $25,000 regarding her first-time home buyers, that they can't just increase the price? She
Well,
actually refers it to as best price or price norming.
yeah, but there's always loopholes, and it's
None.
and then it's
They
going to
leave
be
none. It leaves
targeted
none.
to just
It leaves
certain
none.
people. And
Okay,
then,
hold on, Josh. Hold on, Josh.
Sorry,
I'll give you 30 seconds to respond, and then I'm going to go to
Sorry
somebody
about
else. Go ahead, Daniel.
What I'm trying to say, Josh, is that it doesn't leave any loophole. It doesn't leave any wiggle room. It actually goes back 2 years to the actual previous price prior to the election. So what they used to have, they don't get to do that. And the only way it can increase is if the actual value The actual prevailing price in the area, appraisals go up, not just added to it based on trying to do that President's Day mattress sales type stuff.
Okay. All right, Josh, 30 seconds to respond. Go for it.
Yeah, okay, I can concede to that because I didn't read it and I didn't have faith in it. But one of the biggest things I would still emphasize is the way the border was being handled was concerning to me, and I was confused as to was she the borders are, was she not the borders are, and then when she had the chance to say, hey, what she would do different from Biden, she didn't give me anything on that, and she had a perfect chance to say, hey, I would do this differently or that differently, and that just didn't help. So.
Can
All I need is 8 seconds to explain
Okay,
this.
when you're
I
done
was-
with 8 seconds,
8
you
seconds.
can go.
Okay. Well, Daniel, Mamita had wants to come in. You'd already had time, and then I'm going to go
No,
to.
get Daniel 8 seconds and I'll go. I'm
Okay,
good.
I'm going to give you 20 seconds, Daniel. And again,
Sure.
if you hear this timer, guys, if you start hearing that clock, that means 20 seconds is left. Go ahead.
The fact that Donald Trump had to actually appoint and actually create the job of border czar for Tom Homan is the fact that tells you that the job of border czar didn't exist to begin with. So she couldn't have a job that didn't exist prior. That's just reality. You understand that?
Yeah, I clearly remember watching times where Biden was in the White House with them, and they were discussing the border, and she was like the border czar, or was going to be in charge of that to that effect. And I mean, that's
okay.
I just expected better performance. That's all.
None of that happened.
So Josh, her role was to go into countries like Mexico and in Central America and try to fix issues there and give an opportunity for them to apply, so they weren't coming across the border. That was one of her roles, was to go there and try to fix shit there, because that's where the problem is. If you can
I
fix
do
those
remember that
countries, if you
part.
can fix those countries, because honestly, a lot of our policies really screwed a lot of those countries up that causes the immigration to our country. If you can fix that, a lot of that just resolves itself over time. And
Well,
that
she
was
would have made
her
me
role.
feel. She would have made me feel a lot better if she would have just said, "Hey, I know you guys see a lot of people coming over crazy, and I'm trying to do something about that and make it a little bit more controlled."
She
a little
did.
bit more.
She
That's,
did repeatedly.
I just didn't
She did
feel
repeatedly.
like. Well, I know, and then I understand too that when we got to the end, and it was like 6 months before, Trump jumped in, and I'm sure he had something to do with messing that bill up. I know.
She started explaining this as early as February of
I
2021,
understand,
sir.
but I understand, but
Okay.
the implementation was delayed.
Okay. So, Speak, I haven't heard from you in a minute. Would you like to add into this? Just speak the truth.
I don't really have a lot to say right now. I'm actually making my lunch. I'm just listening, but I'll
Okay.
chime in.
Well, let me drop you down then, because I do have people that have been waiting for a minute to come
Yeah,
up.
okay.
And if
Yeah, that's
if
fine.
you have something that you want to address, you can request back up, and we'll bring you up later.
All right.
All right.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thanks,
I appreciate it,
Luca.
man.
I appreciate it. Yep.
Hope that sandwich is
Can I
good too.
take my time?
Yeah.
Mamita, yes, yes, and I'm gonna bring in. Salty's been waiting for a while, but Mamita, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, Salty. What's it called? So I wanted to say, first of all, Josh, VP Harris actually didn't have enough time in her campaign to actually show us what she was trying to do. But I mean, she was the vice president, you know what I'm saying? So she was doing her job. Also, I want to ask you a question. What was it about the border that you found that was so out of control that, it's okay to vote for this man? Because, I mean, the only thing we're seeing is that people were coming in with asylum. Yes, we had gotaways. Yes, we had people that came in that were not supposed to come in. But that was already being handled, because actually under the Biden administration, and I actually have somebody who told me this, they actually wrote a letter, the freezer wrote a letter saying that they were trying their best to get all the people in and the people that had to go out. And we have this confirmed by an actual Border Patrol agent. I'm not going to say his name, but everybody knows him. And he confirmed that. I think Vanny, or one of the guys that I have in my thing, have the letter. I would gladly go ahead and put it and show you guys that this was being handled already under the Biden administration.
Okay.
Can I respond, and I'll be quick?
Who was that?
Me, Josh. I was just going to respond, and I'll be quick.
30
Just
seconds, and
the
then
pic-
I'm gonna
less
move.
than that even for you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I had never seen real pictures of like the I think I'd seen the convoys before, but I just felt like there was a massive amount of people coming through non-ports of entry and just left and right, and then the missing children and stuff. I know not all of it is going to be true, but some of it had to have been true, and there was video. There's so many people,
Can I
and that
speak
just
up about
that's what
this?
concerned me.
It's
I'll leave
coming
it at
through in
that.
Florida. Is
I'll
Josh,
leave it at
Josh,
that,
real
though.
fast. Let's do it like
Okay.
this, Josh.
Well,
is
well,
coming
hold
through
on,
in
hold
Florida.
on, Daniel. Hold on, Daniel. I know you want to respond, but I was going to go up to Val or Dark Hat because they haven't spoken in a while. So go ahead, Val, and then I'll go to you, Daniel. Go
So,
ahead, Val.
Josh, I just want to say this. When you talk about everything with the caravans, you know, a lot of them end up either breaking apart in Mexico or in these other countries because guess what? They get stopped by their own border patrol agents within their own countries for being in the country illegally. Along with the fact of a majority of them try to get asylum at ports of entry. Overall, I think it's like 70 or 80%. I don't have the number in front of me right now. 70 to 80% of illegal immigrants in this country were originally here legally in the country. They come in through airports. They come in through that. It's not the border. That's the issue. It's the whole visa system, the whole ability for people to come here, to apply to get a visa, to work here. It's all screwed up, and they need to fix it. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to let Daniel respond, and then I'm going to bring in our new panelist. Daniel, go ahead.
Well, the thing I wanted to address here is Joe Biden, his administration deported roughly twice as many as Donald Trump did in his 4 years versus Donald Trump's 4 years, first 4 years. And the bigger issue is over 90% of the people that made asylum claims actually had them denied. They got that due process. It was not successfully negotiated regarding this, right? So when we're talking about this, that right there that I just had up there was the U.S. Citizenship Act. This was actually introduced within weeks of Biden's inauguration. So when you say things, this is actually something that was part of her campaign when she was running for president before she joined the Biden campaign, meaning that this piece of legislation that was introduced, but Kevin McCarthy didn't actually bring to a vote. They just slow rolled it. They ignored it. So when you say you didn't hear about it or you didn't know about it, I don't know if you looked into it. Do you think that that's something that's reasonable? That maybe you didn't just see it because you didn't go looking for it?
I could concede to that I might not have looked for the right information, but just to make a point, like I just was not impressed by her ability to communicate just on a verbal level. And I'm not trying to judge people, but when I talk to people, even people like Tim, like I can tell Tim is an intelligent person just when I talk to him, just the way he talks, the way he answers questions. You know what I mean? For an example. And
For
when
that,
I watch
you get extra time, sir. For that, you get extra time. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to pull a Donald Trump. Everybody go around the room and tell me how great I am.
You're great. You're great.
But
you get extra time, and you get it. No, I'm just. Go ahead, Josh.
Moderator, I love you.
I need less than 10 seconds when he's done.
Guys,
that's fine.
Salty is one to been is in the comments.
Yeah,
one to
I'm
get
good
in.
on
So
that.
I'm
I
going to
can
go
leave
to
it there.
Salty. Okay. Salty, age, location, who you voted for.
Hello there. I am 52 and I'm up in the one-syllable state of Maine. I appreciate the Vine. Thanks for everyone having me up, et cetera, et cetera. My contribution to this particular thing is I believe we were way better off when we had open borders and migrant workers. They would come across, they would do the work that people did not want to do, and then they would go home afterwards to their families. They weren't imprisoned here or had to figure out coyotes. Another thing, I've heard it all through the campaign about Kamala and her communication. If anybody actually followed her throughout her career, she was an absolute bulldog in the Senate and was probably one of the best, most articulate people that would not let anyone back down. And this thing about people not understanding her or her not being clear or any of that is really just men saying they do not like to listen to women, number one. And I'm sorry if that's painful, and I could be wrong, but it seems awfully true. She is very smart. She laid out her policies. They weren't listened to, and everything she and Hillary said came to fruition, and now we reap what we have sown. Appreciate the time. Have a good one.
Thank you,
Can I
Salty.
respond?
Let me add.
Respond to that,
Hold
yeah.
on, real quick, guys. Hold on, real quick. Everybody wants to talk, and I'm going to go to somebody who hasn't talked in a while. But I want to say, she handed Donald Trump his ass on a silver platter during that debate. She smoked that fool. She made him look like a doofus fuck. So let's be clear about her lack of intelligence.
Add on to that.
I don't know. I don't know. 100%
Okay,
agree with that one. though.
one second, Aretha. I want to hear from Dark Hat. I haven't heard from him in a minute. Go ahead, Dark Hat. I'm going to put your timer up, and then I'll come back to you guys. Go ahead.
Yep, appreciate it. So, I mean, when it comes to the border, right, it's simple math, right? Under the first Trump administration, we had approximately 2.37 million encounters at the border. Under the Biden administration, we had approximately 8.72 million, right? So just simple math alone knows that Joe Biden's weakness was 100% at the border. He did not do a good job at the border. If we look at just the first month of the new Trump administration, apprehensions were down to approximately 29,000, right? That's the lowest since May 2020. When it comes to apprehensions in February, it was a 94% decrease, according to the Committee of Homeland Security. So again, while Biden did deport more people than Trump, the border security at the border itself was 100% something that Trump was strong at in his first term, and even better in his second term. And it turns out we didn't need a border bill to do so, right? And then when it comes to I think it was Salty made a comment that he prefers open borders. We never had open borders. We still do have work visas, which people can come and go freely, and that's still valid under the Trump administration. Yield back.
He was using the language that Trump supporters use.
Can I talk about the? Can I talk
I am a
about
Trump
the,
supporter, right?
Can I talk about the border, the visas?
Yes, one second. Lebo's had his hand up for a minute. Let me go to Lebo, and then I'll come back to you, Val. Go ahead, Lebo.
Hey, Dark Hat. You know, all that numbers, yes, you might be true about with Trump, but didn't he enact Title 42? So when Biden tried to keep Title 42, the Supreme Court said no because the C-19 was over. So all those people that was coming over, waiting to come over, of course there's going to be a bigger number. You guys don't see that because Title 42 was enacted. And Biden tried to keep it. He tried to keep it, but the Supreme Court said no. And you know, borders. Donald Trump said he's going to have Mexico pay for the wall, but Harris and Biden got $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion for border security.
Wow, look at that.
Let's see. Read that to us. Mexico to put 1.5 billion into upgrading border as Biden meets Lopez Obrador. Right, and they brought in some military to the border as well, and didn't have to threaten anybody to do it.
Can I also can I say something about that too? Go
Is that
ahead.
Mamita? Your
Yes,
screen
it's
is
Mamita.
black, so I can't see
No.
the blue
Oh,
blinking.
you can't see it?
I can't see it blinking. So but Val had wanted to go. Let me go to Val, and then I'm going to go to you, and then I know Daniel wants to chime in.
Don't
so I'll go
forget
to-
me.
And I'll tell you what, we'll just do it that way. So Val, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about the visas real quick and what he meant by what Salty meant by open borders. Pre 2001 for obvious reasons, the southern border was more open and work visas were more plentiful when it came to coming back and forth between Mexico and the United States. After that, everything came really cracked down because they were now saying, oh, well, you want a work visa? Oh, now you have to get a company to sponsor it. Or you look at it and they go, okay, but now the company has to bear the full responsibility of filling out that work visa for you. In the past, it was a lot easier. It was, oh, I can cross the border, get a work visa, work in the United States, and go home to Mexico every day. Now it's a lot harder, and you actually have to get a job to sponsor your visa. I mean, I have to fill it out every time I apply for a new job. Do you need a work visa? No. But the way they handled everything, the way they changed visas after 2001 is what now why you're dealing with such a large illegal immigrant problem.
Okay, Mamita, go ahead, and then I'm
Can
going
you
to go
put me on the screen
Aretha.
really quick? Can you put me on the
Yes.
screen? It's an actual screenshot.
Yes, let me put the timer up first because I can't. I had to situate it so that people can still see it while you're up on the big screen. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying put the screen. Oh, okay, there we go.
It's black.
You
I
can't
can't.
see it.
I can't see
Okay,
anything.
so under what's it called, Trump, before he left on January, I think it was 19, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on the time. He gave Venezuela a very big, announcement that they could come over here with visas. So before he, he left, he basically slinging dog into Biden on letting people know that they could come over here to the United States. You understand? So with that being said, he opened that. You know what I'm saying? He opened that. I have always argued this. Who opened it? He did. So that's why we have a big flush of Venezuelans coming to the United States. But people tend to forget that.
Create a problem so you can gripe about the problem so you can
Like
come
to
up with a
respond to that.
solution to the problem.
Especially
It's literally.
refugee
I thought I was
Yeah.
next. I thought
No,
I was next.
Well,
I
so
Aretha's next. Aretha's
yes,
next.
and then I'm going to go to you, Daniel. Go ahead, Aretha.
just to add on to what she said, he absolutely created a problem at that border, and then it's like throw the rock, hide your hand type situation, and say, look over here, look over here. But all he did with those numbers of encounters is prove that that border was not open. That if that border was open, you wouldn't have those numbers to count. Uh, those numbers are just people coming in and out of the border, correct? That means an encounter. An encounter does not mean that they got to stay here. And like Daniel said, most of those people they got their due process and they were sent back. So that's all you prove. It does not prove that any of those people were here.
I just need like 5 seconds.
Would you like to yield your time, Aretha?
Yeah, I'll yield my time.
Okay, let me real quick, Daniel, because she tried to put this up earlier.
No
Mamita
problem.
had put this up. Trump grants Venezuelans temporary legal status on his way out. Okay,
Yep.
everybody can
Right.
see that very clearly. Okay, Daniel, go ahead.
Darkat said he needed 5 seconds.
Oh, Darkat, go
Appreciate
ahead.
it, Daniel. So the TPS, and anyone can fact check me on this, was for Venezuelans that were already present in the United States, not any that were
Nope.
coming after the fact. So you can
Nope,
look that
it
up
was-
and tell me. Yes, it was.
No,
Sir.
it wasn't just
Sir,
for. I can show you the. I
The
can show
one,
you the
okay,
legislation.
so according to
Let me show
the
it
actual paperwork, it says Venezuelans who arrived after January 20th, 2021 were not eligible for TPS.
Can you show it?
Okay, yeah, if you want to find that, and then Daniel, I'm going to give you your time. So go ahead, and
No
you
problem.
can address that
All
if
right.
you'd like.
No problem, because it wasn't just Venezuelans. It was actually people from Honduras. It was from several war-torn countries that were dealing with this as
That's
a result
incorrect.
of many policies. It was actually multiple countries. I can actually show you.
Okay,
It was
go
granted
ahead.
to multiple countries. Now, the bigger issue is we keep hearing this whole thing that somehow the open borders and he was given a whole bunch of leeway regarding this whole thing. This is actually from Pew Research, showing from 2024, and I just want to show you right here. The actual trend began in 2019. Donald Trump was president in 2019 regarding the uptick in the actual unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. So from 2019 to 2021 was when the numbers actually rose. So when we keep hearing this thing about the numbers, Biden, he basically had open borders and all that type of stuff, and Donald Trump is giving it a pass. The trend began well within his presidency, literally at the middle of it. So I don't understand, and you can't blame C-19 because 2019 was prior to that. Can we address that?
I
Okay.
love the fact check.
So I'd like to respond.
Yeah, go ahead, Darkat. I'll.
All right, I'm
put your
gonna
timer.
share my
Go ahead.
screen for a moment.
Okay.
And it's gonna be the Trump White House archives.gov.
Okay.
One moment to get that loaded, because the claim was that it was for all Venezuelans. I'm in a vehicle, but it's not in motion, as you can see.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Trump White House, whatever. This is the actual Venezuela thing that he did on January 19th. If you read towards the bottom, it literally says here, I hereby direct you to take appropriate measures to defer for 18 months the removal of any national of Venezuela or alien without nationality who has last habitually resided in Venezuela or president in the United States as of January 20th, 2021. So again, you had to be physically present in the United States to qualify for this TPS and meet these deadlines here. It does not count for people who are coming from Venezuela after this order came in. So this was only for the people who was here, and it did not lead to any significant immigration because these people were already here. And again, you
Yeah.
can look this up yourself.
But it opened but again, like I'm saying,
Okay.
it opened the door for them to come over here.
No,
Okay.
no, but these people are already
Well,
here. I mean,
well,
that's the thing.
let me
They
point
didn't come
something
because of
out.
this.
How fucked up is it for you to one day before you're gone to pass any executive order to do shit for the next 18 months? How fucked up is that?
Well, I
fucked up.
mean, one can argue. I mean, Biden pardoned his family the day before he left office, right? Which is kind of frowned upon. So I mean, it's not a native
No,
thing
it's not.
or a weird thing
No,
for
it's
presidents
not.
to do things.
I mean,
because they're technically president until their last day, right? So they have full power to do whatever they want until the day that they leave.
Okay, then let's
That's
try
a
this.
little
Do you know?
different. But go
I want to
ahead,
ask
Dan.
Dark Hat.
Go
Dark
ahead.
Hat, have you ever heard of a? This is actually something that's pretty common. It's been going on for nearly 100 years. You ever heard of basically a political tactic called break it then blame it? Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, but I just want you to concede the point that TPS was for Venezuelans that were already here because you said it wasn't.
I'm
and then
asking
I'll
you
be happy
about
to answer.
something different. Answer my question.
Right, but
Do you know
we were
what
just
break it
talking
then
about
blame
that,
it
so
is?
I just
Yeah,
wanted to know
I'm
if
talking
you're
about
okay
what
with
I'm talking
understanding
about
that.
right now.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about now. So please, can you answer? Do you know what break it then blame it is?
Yeah, sounds pretty self-explanatory. Yeah.
What is it?
Well, according to what I believe it is you cause an issue and then you try to fix it.
Yes. You know, some
Okay.
examples of that would be it's not just when you cause an issue, it's where you actually make an issue out of something that doesn't exist too, such as war on Christmas. All right? There was never war on Christmas, and it's not discriminatory towards Christians because including other people isn't discriminatory towards anyone. It's actually more inclusive. That's the point. They wanted preferential treatment towards Christians.
Okay.
So what does this have to do with immigration and what we're talking
What
about
I'm
right
pointing
now?
out is that this is a
confusing. I
thing
don't
that
understand the point you made at all there.
what I'm trying
Yeah,
to make
this
the
doesn't
point
make
that I'm
sense.
trying. Okay, then got it. Cool.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
explaining it.
20 seconds. Daniel, go ahead.
I don't
Wrap
even
it
need
up
that
and make
much.
it make sense,
Okay.
man.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
guys.
whatever,
guys.
Josh.
Guys, let him clarify what he's talking about. Go ahead.
What I'm trying to point out is that this is something that is practically universal when it comes to Republican presidencies and almost non-existent when it comes to Democrats. They tend to solve the problems caused by their predecessors in the GOP. I can show you this over the last 60 years I've been alive, from presidency to presidency, whether it be recessions, whether it be issues regarding immigration, whether it be getting us out of wars.
You're trying to say that Democrats are always right and Republicans are always wrong, and that's not going to be a true statement. Just
I
by
didn't
human
say
nature
that.
Sounds
alone.
like.
Okay.
You didn't
okay.
make the translate
Josh.
English to English.
Okay, hold on, guys. Josh, I'm going to put your timer up there. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, what makes, with all due respect, especially to you, because you're my friend, Tim, but what makes you guys right all the time? That's what I don't get. Like, no, just give me a second. I
Don't
just
hate
always
me
feel
because I'm
like,
beautiful.
besides your intelligence and your beauty, that we're not going to let you use against me. But no, seriously, it just feels like sometimes Democrats are always fixing Republicans, and then Democrats are always right, and then every time a Republican brings up a point that was debunked by this liberal page or that liberal page, it's like there's no end to it because everything is debunked or not true. And then what the most frustrating thing to me is then I'll be labeled with a phobia or as a something or as a Otzi or, and it's just absolutely asinine sometimes. Like, what are we supposed to do if everything under the sun has been debunked? It just doesn't make sense. What do you think?
I never claimed any of those things.
Okay,
Not one of those.
Mamita, go ahead, and then I'm going to go to Lebo. Go ahead, Mamita.
So first of all, I'm gonna say this. I have never been on my knees for any administration. It doesn't matter. Now, the reason we are so passionate on this administration right now is because it's anti-constitutional. So the more we wake up every day and go, oh, well, what fuckery is he going to do today? What is the new bullshit? Oh, it's just Monday, but here we go again. So the reason we say that the Republican Party is not correct at this moment, we're not saying in the past, at this moment, is because a lot of people are fucking blind and don't see the bullshit that this man is doing. Therefore, we have to say you're wrong and we're right because we told you so. We told you so on his campaign. We were saying don't vote for him. Look at you now, Josh. You're
Well, I'm just saying,
questioning it.
I don't disagree with 100% of everything. I'm not always wrong either.
Who made that claim that they were 100% wrong? Who made that claim? I didn't.
the gentleman that said there's
That
this
was me.
record of
That
Democrats
was
always
me. I didn't say
govern,
that.
like, I mean, come on already. You know what I mean?
No,
But
I
I
said
guess
Okay,
almost
hold on,
universal.
hold on. Josh, 30 seconds to respond. Go for it. And then I'm going to Lebo.
I guess I was just saying, I'm trying, like, I don't know what to say honestly, in the sense that I'm kind of just trying to convey like what concerns I had, and sometimes it just seems like I don't know, we're talking about two different people with some things. I don't know.
You're responding
I
to
don't
stuff
know. I'm
somebody
just kind
said.
of. I'm not sure. I'm not upset or anything like that. Tim knows I'm just fine right now.
You're duped.
No, I'm
Like,
saying
You're duped.
no,
I'm
Josh. The thing,
Hold on,
frustrated. I
guys.
will admit I'm frustrated, though.
Yeah.
Yes, I am
I,
frustrated. Okay, I
I,
am frustrated. I don't condone everything, but I'm frustrated, and I do
yeah.
concede to that.
Okay, Lebo, go ahead. I'm going to put your timer up there.
Okay, hey, Dark Hat, I like you do your research, but you got that from White House. That was the Trump website. He can put anything he want on it. I'm glad you're doing research,
Mm-hmm.
but
exactly.
do a research that is going to agree with everybody, right down the middle. Like I go to AP and stuff like that.
Right. That was just a
And
memorandum, though, right? Like that's the
well,
exact verbiage of the
I
memorandum.
still got my
No.
It's the
timer.
best source we can get.
I still got my
Yeah,
timer.
hold on, Dark Hat. Go ahead, Lebo.
So, I'm not going to go to Biden. If Biden or Harris or whatever, I'm not going to go to her only website. I'm going to go by AP, Reuters, or whatever, BBC, stuff like that. So I can't agree with that website. That's all I got.
Okay,
Can
well,
I
I
can I
want
ask
to
Can I
I want
just
to
take
add.
2
Well,
seconds?
hold
I
on,
just
guys.
want to say I'm not on our
Hold
kneecaps for any administration.
hold on real
So,
quick because I'm going to go to Dark Hat. He was directly, whatever. But I want to say to Lebo, I believe what Dark Hat was reading was from the executive order list that you can find on whitehouse.gov currently that lists the executive order and or memorandums. I believe that's where he got that. That is a pretty, viable source.
oh
Meaning,
damn, Daniel, that's
meaning
something.
like that's what was written. I think is what Dark Hat was reading to us. Dark Hat, 59 seconds. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was the presidential memorandum on the TPS thing for Venezuelans. Like every news source you get is going to source the actual memorandum. So anything you read after that is coming from the source. That's all I brought up. I understand that you may not trust WhiteHouse.gov, and that's fine. But this is the actual text by text memorandum that he signed that day. That's all I got.
Okay.
Well, see,
Mamita.
that's
Can
to
I
my
address
point.
that right
What else are
here
you
off
supposed
the
to
Okay, so
show?
let
USCIS
Daniel
website?
address
What else
it,
can he
and then I'll
show?
Okay.
address it.
Okay. Hold on. Mamita had wanted to go, and then I'm going to go to Daniel because he's got something up there. Go ahead, Mamita.
Okay, so again, here we go. What he did was like a little whistle. I can't whistle right now. He basically whistled and told them, "Hey guys, this is how they took it. You guys could come over here and do it." That's why we had the flood show, of Venezuelans coming to the United States. It's really funny that it happened right after that little, POS that he did.
Quick
That's right.
question.
He did the same thing when he was leaving office. Oh, it was rigged, this and that, to the J6ers. So, I mean, he has kind of like a history of fucking up shit and then fucking it up for the next administration. Just saying. It's just what's been happening. If we're blind, then then you're blind. But Trump has been doing this, trying to literally dog F the fucking administration if it doesn't go for what he wants.
Can I
Period.
ask a
Okay.
question real quick?
Real quick, 20 seconds. Go ahead, and then I got to go to Daniel because he had something up there he wanted to share.
Okay. And Daniel, you probably already know the answer to this, but didn't Trump put sanctions on the Venezuelans? And that's what caused their economy to kind of collapse.
Yes, he did so in 2018. I have it right here in my background.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So Daniel, go ahead. I'm gonna put your timer up, and then I'm
Sure.
gonna put you on the big screen. Go for it.
All right. So as of it's March of 2018 is when they actually did this. This is the reason why on the USCIS website right now temporary protected status and deferred enforcement departure. On May 4th, 2018, DHS announced its decision to terminate the TPS designation for Honduras with 18 months delay. When you actually go into it, same thing happened when it came to Venezuela. My big issue when it comes to this is when you actually go to the actual USCIS website, it actually refers to these actual departures and such, where it actually references the case, because they have actually been having trouble enforcing this because they keep treating this as if they don't deserve due process, like they trimmed a little fat off of the 14th and 5th Amendment. And that's the issue. And the thing is, saying that you need to do it and then literally, abridging their actual due process rights and their civil liberties, all right, that everybody has if you're on American soil, regardless of your actual status, and then just claiming that they are somehow illegal. There's no requirement to come through a designated port of arrival. Bringing up irrelevancies over and over and over again when we present primary sources on this, I don't know how we have this conversation if we're going to talk past one another over and over again. Does that at least make sense, Josh, Dark Hat, and such?
That part. Great
I'd like
job,
to
Daniel.
respond to this because that doesn't make any sense.
Okay,
No.
Dark Hat, go ahead.
Oh. So, I mean, for clarification, the claim that I made that you had to be physically present in the United States as of January 20th, 2021, according to that memorandum, is still the truth behind it. You can go to USCIS.gov, the same website you're referencing, and it literally says that. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, because the first time I said that, you went, oh, but Republicans created a war on Christmas.
I'm
which
not
made
talking
sense.
about that one. I'm talking about
All right.
currently, sir.
Okay,
You
but
notice that
we're
I
talking
actually
about
showing the
TPS,
temporary
right?
protected status. Okay, when I'm talking about the TPS, and it's referring to the actual 2025 decision regarding the San Francisco actual district court. All right, that's the one I was just referencing right now. It's right off of the USCIS website. All right.
Okay.
That's
So,
what I was referring
but-
to. The most
But
recent.
you understand that
not from
the
2018,
TPS in
not
20
from-
okay, so you acknowledge that TPS was for Venezuelans that were in the United States.
I'm
present,
telling you,
correct?
I don't give one crap because I'm not referencing it.
Oh,
whatsoever.
okay.
I'm
So
talking
you're
about
not
right
having
now.
a good faith argument. I got it. Okay. No further questions.
It's not. I'm the one that brought this up, and we're going to talk about the thing that I brought up, not some irrelevancy.
You're just not able to have a good faith argument.
Okay,
which is
well,
fine. I understand.
so now I'm confused because I'm not sure who brought it up, but he had made the point that the thing that Trump had passed in 2021, the day before he would have gone, it was for people that resided in here that day, and then for 18 months thereafter, Venezuelans couldn't be removed. And then you had brought up something for temporary protected status of today. Can you clarify to me, like, who brought it up?
I was pointing out the one from Honduras. That one happened in 2018, regarding the 18-month as well. I recognize that there were previous policies by that administration where they had done so, and yes, he had one right at the end. I'm saying it was more of the same, and the idea that he's doing, old boss same as the new boss, same as the old boss sort of thing. That's the situation, because none of this stuff is new. Almost every single thing that Donald Trump is doing right now is just a super normal version of what he did before. And it's what you would expect when somebody has no more elections to win. He's He's actually off the leash. This is not rocket science.
I agree with that. And he has a much larger infrastructure that he brought into there with him to do shit that he couldn't before, because people were like, "What the fuck is this thing?" When he first
these are
came
people.
along.
His last administration, and I'm going to land it with this. When I'm only a few seconds. Donald Trump's last administration, he brought in a lot of people who were normally people who didn't like the agency that they're going to be the head of. He brought in a guy who wanted to get rid of the Department of Energy as the head of the Department of Energy. I wanted somebody who'd been undermining public education as the head of Department of Education. He did the same thing with the EPA. Biggest dumper in American history. That was Pruitt. And he did this over and over again. And now this time he has people that are they don't have the expertise or knowledge. He's also people who hate the agency they're in charge of. These are people who are grossly incompetent. Like, they could never have the job in any other situation. Linda McMahon is the Secretary of Education. When she tried to become the Secretary, when she wanted to be on the department and the Board of Education in Connecticut, she lied about her education. That would have been a disqualifier in any other administration. Just that one thing.
Yep.
There were people who couldn't become federal judges because they had a freaking maid who had a current outstanding immigration freaking hearing. That's it. That's all it took. but somehow you can lie about your education previously and get away with it in this administration. He's off the leash. Do you recognize that that's a humongous departure?
Okay. And who is that question directed to?
To
Daniel.
any of the folks that are here currently thinking that Donald Trump is basically not doing something that's out beyond the pale.
Okay, so
Also,
now
Recognize that
it
there's a
came in that
difference.
she also said A1 sauce, not AI.
yeah. So
Like
I didn't.
A1, like A1, not AI. Just
The
just to
videos,
put that out there.
yeah, the videos that came after that were hilarious. I was like, oh my god, this is meme worthy. Okay, Dark Cat and or Josh, who would like to respond to what Daniel was talking about?
I mean, I'll do my best. There was like a lot going on there, a lot of things like
Sure.
all over the
Yeah.
place.
Go ahead.
But I mean, from the beginning of his statement, he said Trump is doing exactly what you expect him to do based on his first term. But then you turn around and say he's doing things differently because he doesn't have a second term to look at or no more
I said
elections,
it's-
right? So which one is it?
That's not
Is
what
he
I said.
doing the same
I
stuff he
said
did before?
I'm saying he's
or
doing the
is he
same
doing
thing.
things-
He's just doing. I said he's doing a super normal version of the exact same thing because he's off the leash. He
Right.
doesn't have the same
But if-
constraints. He doesn't have another
Okay.
election to win as far as re-election.
Okay, I'm going to put you back at 50 seconds, Dark Cat. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess when you say somebody's doing the same thing, but then you say they're doing it differently, you have to understand how it can be confusing for people to understand what point you're
That's not what I said.
Okay, that's fine.
I think he's doing the same thing, just more extreme.
Okay. Hold on,
That's
Daniel.
what super normal
Go ahead,
version
Dark Cat. Go ahead, Dark Cat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything else to say at this point to him. I yield my time.
Can I
Okay.
get his time?
Okay, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
So, Dark Cat, let me ask you a question. We have had this previous conversation, and we recently say, what is it that, again, as we said, what we're trying to say is about the border that is messed up right now? We talk about this, Dark Cat. What is it? Because last time we checked, you agreed that people who are innocent, people that have the right to due process, that that the way shit is being handled, you don't like it. So where are you at with that? I'm asking again.
Oh, no, I mean, it's the same thing, right? You need due process. That should be an automatic for everybody in this country.
Everybody.
Right? I said that earlier on the
Every
panel as well.
person. Every person.
Yeah, I'm still that's still the way I rock it. Same thing with like U.S. citizens. They can't be deported, should not be deported unless they're being extradited. So I mean, nothing changed. I still stand by that.
Well, I guess I'm confused. Just I'm really confused as to why that's not a deal breaker for you guys, because it's really inhumane how these people are being treated. It's really inhumane and unconstitutional how these people are being treated. So if you're willing to accept him breaking this constitution, then what the hell is going to make you leave? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Liberal Salty wanted to say something.
Okay. Aretha, you want your time?
Oh, go ahead, Salty. I yield
Okay.
to Salty.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you,
going
I
to give
appreciate
Salty
it.
his
Oh,
own
sorry.
time, and then Lebo, I'll come to you. I see your
Okay.
hand up, but Salty hadn't spoken for a minute. Go ahead, Salty.
Great. I appreciate that. And going way back, when I said open borders, that wasn't very, it wasn't accurate as far as you did have to give work visas, but they handed them out regularly. Corporations made a lot of money on it. I came up this time more or less to speak for some of the panelists, Daniel, Aretha, Mamita, who they can't seem to get something out without being talked over or disrespected. It's and not to tone police, and I guess that's what that is. I just think it would be in your best interest, MAGA, to show yourself as respectable, to actually listen to these folks that have actual data and, listen instead of, trying to counterpoint something before you've processed it. And I also really think you should invite Jade up. She's absolutely brilliant. I would give my spot.
She can have my spot, actually. She can actually have my spot.
Okay.
But
so,
before I go, if I can, I just want to say one thing.
Well, let me say, Jade, if you're wanting up, please request, and I'll bring you in. Go ahead. Well, I wanted to go to Lebo, but go ahead, Daniel. 20 seconds.
Yeah. I just wanted to point out, when I explained that they're simply using different players to do the more extreme version of the exact same thing, that isn't me saying they're doing a different thing. I'm saying that they're doing the exact same thing, just more extreme, similar to if I hire a hitman to take out one person versus a school pew pewing that takes out 20. It's the same thing. It's just more extreme, right?
Yeah, fair point. Okay, Lebo. I apologize. I see your hand up. Go ahead.
That's okay. Hey, this one I'm going to say to Dark Hat and Josh. Dark Hat, thank you for being respectful. You know, because
He's
this
my
is,
adopted MAGA, by the way. Just wanted to let
and
everybody know.
thank you for being respectful. Josh, it sounds like you, to me, it sounds like you regret your vote because you don't like the things that Trump is doing right now. That's what it sounded like to me. But that's what I was going to say. We almost at 30,000. Let's at least get 30,000 before the liberal get off, because he got his timer up. Let's get to 30,000. Let's get the host and everybody else. That's all I got.
I appreciate that, Lebo. And I want to give a shout out to Unicorn for subscribing. If you see the loud badge in the chat, that's from a subscription. If you want that, you can just add the subscription. I think it's like $2.99 or something. And I'd greatly appreciate that. At some point in the future, when I get enough subscribers, I'll do subscriber-only lives as well. You know, it'll be more, you know, small group of
Hey, hey, Tim. I just want to let me just jump in. Can I just have a second, real quick? I've got to break free because I've got to go do some work out in the backyard.
Okay.
But I just wanted to just thank everybody for being here and talking with me and everything. And I do listen to what everybody says, and I really appreciate everybody's opinion. And I do take into consideration what everyone says. And then when someone brings up a point, I do research it. And I do concede the fact me and my wife both, we're very frustrated. And I don't know what else to say about that, but I will admit, yes, I am very frustrated with my vote. And but at the same time, I'm also frustrated because I don't know what else to say about my stance on the other candidate. But I just felt like there were so many. I was far more impressed by Hillary Clinton. That's all the one way I can put it. You know what I mean? I would have definitely voted for her this time over Trump. I'd have given her a shot. I really would have, even with all that's been said of her. But anyway, I just want to end it with that. And I appreciate everybody. And thank you for letting me come in here and talk openly and just share my opinion. And, you know what I mean? Then respecting it. And thank you, Tim, again, for your high intelligence and great beauty.
Hey, you get extra time now, Josh. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes left. Just kidding.
Oh, no, I know. Just kidding. Thank you, man. Well, drop me down so I don't mess nothing up on your algorithm.
I
Okay?
actually followed you.
Thank you very much. I'll follow you back. Thank you very much, you guys. Everybody have a great day.
Your day. All right, peace.
You too. Thank you.
Oh.
So I wanted to say something.
Go ahead. I'll put your timer up.
So I wanted to say something, and this is just like a thing. Look, I don't have anything against people. Like, if you are like Josh or like Dark Hat, who is my adopted MAGA, he's literally being right now, what's it called, exercised, you know, the whole Espiritu Santo type of thing, whatever, the power of Christ compels you. It's a work in process. But if you're going to tell me, like, how he was before we met him, what he would say, he doesn't talk like that anymore because we have, again, exercised him. We don't have a problem, like, with Josh, like, telling him, you know, hey, please let me know what it was, because you're obviously seeing and you're regretting it and it's getting to you. And the whole point of this is to educate you. It's not to go against you. It's just to educate you. So the next time you vote more understanding the policies, what the candidate is trying to represent, and do more your research. That's all we're asking for. So we won't be in the fuckery that we are in right now. It's all about educating yourself and doing your research. That's it.
Yep. I'm right there with you. And to any Trump supporters out there, guys, if you were looking at it and you're like side-eyeing shit that's going on, it's okay to turn your back on the dude. Like, that's totally fine. Like,
well, that's what I was trying to understand. Like, how have they not at this point?
Right. And like I had said earlier, there's a line that is probably going to be crossed soon where it's like, if you continue to support him, then I don't want to talk to you. It's like, it's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person if you do that, and you shouldn't feel bad, but like,
you should bring Shady up. I'm going to go, though, because I can't be in the same panel with him. Me and him are not getting along. And
Shady? Who's Shady?
Shady is a conservative. He's a picture of a dog. He's
I
a Trump
can't.
supporter.
A picture of a dog. I don't see anybody with a picture
Yeah,
of a
he's in the
dog trying to
comments.
come up. Shady. I don't. Oh,
Does
I
that
see
mean I
Shady.
need to leave?
Oh,
No,
I can't.
I'm
I
just no.
can't
I
invite.
don't get along with him because he treats my panelists and my moderators and my friends like shit. So I can't be in it. And out of respect to my girls, I'm not gonna even try to be in a
Well,
panel with him.
it won't let me invite him, so maybe he got soft
Well,
banned.
he said he's not gonna. He said he's not gonna join you.
Okay.
But there's
So
somebody else that's on there.
yeah, we
That's
do
a
have a
Trump
new panelist. Is there another Trump supporter in there?
I want to say Tampa. Said they requested.
Tampa. Let me go. Tampa. Okay. Let me bring that person up. Oh, and that person was trying to get in. Okay.
Yeah.
Tampa. Well, actually, Dream was first. So Dream, age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up. Go ahead.
I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I'm 49 years old, and I voted for Madam Vice President, of course. I'd just like to add that I am a registered Republican, and so although I do have been voting blue, it isn't because I'm some sort of biased person. It's because the GOP has failed the American people by not putting up a representative that really truly holds to those values. And that's my opinion. Hey, good morning.
May I
Tim, did
respond
I
to her?
request up or did you just bring me up?
No, you had requested. Yeah,
That's
you
so
were in
weird.
my.
My phone, I'm sorry. My phone's been doing that. And so I don't know what's going on. But
May I
I
respond
kind
to
of
her when I
came
get a
in.
chance?
Yeah.
I kind of
do
came
you-
in at the tail end, and I just want to say, yeah, these conversations are important. I find that people who voted for the Trump administration often, I think, what they want and the information they have don't align. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. Soapbox
Okay.
off.
And thanks for coming back. Dark Hat, you wanted to respond, and then I'm going to go to Tampa. Go ahead, Dark Hat.
Yeah, just a quick thing. I mean, when it comes to this Trump administration, this is arguably the most diverse coalition of people that have been together in any political party in the history of our country. You have a Kennedy in the cabinet. You have a 2020 Democratic presidential nominee in the cabinet is Tulsi Gabbard. You have 54% of Latino males. You have 21% of African American males, 68% of Native American tribes that voted for Trump. These are record numbers for a GOP that has never been seen. All 10 counties that are down the border in Texas, majority Hispanic. Some haven't voted for a Republican in over 80 years. All 10 of these counties went for Trump. So I would say by and large, we are more unified, at least at election time, than we ever have been before under a GOP candidate. And with that, I yield my time.
Okay. Thank you. And Tampa, age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up there.
Okay. What's up, guys? I'm 38. I'm in Florida, and I voted Trump.
Oh, God.
This is the first time I've ever come across your live, so.
Well, I'm glad to have you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks.
Floor is yours.
So you got a minute to talk. Is that the deal here?
Yeah.
Okay. I honestly don't really know what the conversation was, but I'll just give you my background, I guess. The reason why I like Trump is economics, generally speaking. I like his fiscal policy. I think his fiscal policy, his tax plan, his economic strategies will do far better for all Americans. And as a business owner, I love to see all Americans having success, middle income earners going up. A better middle American income is better for everybody. So more or less, that's why I voted for him.
Okay. And if you're done before your timer, just say you yield so I'll know when to go to the next person.
Okay, yield.
Okay. Who would like to respond? Mamita, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
So you said that the reason you voted was for the economy. So what about everything else that he was standing for in his campaign? Do you stand with that? Like, do you stand with everything he's saying right now? Like everything that's currently happening right now? Like, are you okay with American citizens that are criminals being deported to another country, or just American citizens, period, being deported to El Salvador, and that he wants to make homegrown prisons? Are you okay with innocent people being taken from their families, because of the simple fact that they're not being given due process? Are you okay with the fact that he deported somebody to another fucking country without giving him due process and it was a clerical order? Are you okay with the simple fact that our fucking Department of Security is here having fucking conversations with his wife and his brother in a fucking in a text message, not once or twice fucking up? Are you okay with the fact that right now we are in a war in tariffs with other people and everything is going to go up instead of down? So tell me where the economy is going up, because so far from what I see, everything is going up. We're fucked, we're screwed, and we're literally getting dingled in the booty hole without no Vaseline. Just say.
Okay, so that was a lot of questions. So Tampa, I'm gonna give you your time to respond, and then I'm gonna go to Lebo. Go ahead, man. Do your
Okay.
best.
Yeah, you packed a lot in there.
No, I had to. I have a little bit of only 1 minute or 50
You're
seconds to do
good.
it.
I'll try to answer
Go
the
ahead,
best I can. So I think President Trump was pretty clear about his desire to deport people that, we all knew that, the campaign trail, right? And so you mentioned a little bit about people being deported without due process. I think you're right to a degree at the Mr. Garcia dude, although in my view, I think there was due process, but then ultimately he had to stay, right? And so the question is, just because does he have a stay, does the executive branch, with their logic of I'm drawing a blank on what he's using, try to say he can deport them as, but legal
What about
immigrant
American
Act.
citizens?
So, but what we know now is that's frozen, right? And so now they have to challenge that. Now that has to go all the way to court, and we're going to find out if he's right or wrong about it.
Okay, what about American
okay,
citizens?
hold on, real quick. I'm glad he brought that up, because just a second ago I had a picture. Maybe I still have it. No, let me read what he sent out on Truth Social about that. He was bitching about the Supreme Court. He said, 1 second. I've got the courts are intimidated by the radical left who are, quote, playing the ref. Great Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito correctly wants to dissolve the pause on deportations. He is right on this. If we don't get these criminals out of our country, we're not going to have a country any longer. We cannot give everyone a trial, because to do so would take, without exaggeration, 200 years. We would need hundreds of thousands of trials for the hundreds of thousands of illegals we are sending out of the country. Such a thing is not possible to do. What a ridiculous situation we're in. So he's currently saying that, no, we don't want to send everybody through court because that'll take too long. And
So,
I'm going to give him
Tampa,
I'm going to give him 30 seconds to respond to that, since he had brought
Yeah.
up the fact
yeah,
that
but I
the
asked
Supreme
him
Court
about
had
the
paused.
American citizens being deported. He didn't answer, and that was very important.
Okay, and
I'll get to that
can
next.
come.
I'll go
We
to
can.
that next,
We
yeah.
can come. Okay, then I'll give you 59 seconds to address both things. Go ahead.
Okay, so I agree in part that we non-citizens should not get the same legal potential scenarios that we as citizens do. That could get tied up for years in court. They shouldn't get that, right? There should be some process in play, absolutely. But I don't know what the outcome of the Supreme Court is going to be on his Alien Enemies Act. We're going to find out, right? Because it's paused until they resolve that. But the idea that this guy didn't get due process, he did get due process once, right? But then a judge decided to give him a stay. And that's really ultimately what the last thing that's left was, he got to stay. So, was he taken out wrongfully? I guess you could say yes.
But he didn't have due process.
He did have due process. He absolutely did.
He still didn't answer the
He
question.
absolutely had due process. And if you say he doesn't, then you just don't know.
Okay.
He doesn't have
Well,
due process.
He didn't have due process. He absolutely
okay,
did.
hold on. So he had due process for one issue, Tampa. But
Right.
when it came to the deportation of him to El Salvador, he did not, because with that, he did not go to a
Totally
court
agree. I agree
about
with
the
you, host.
deportation. So
Yes.
yes, he had one issue, and then the other issue
Right.
he didn't get it. So that said, I see Lebo's name hands
No, but
been
I
up
asked
for
him
a
a
minute.
question about the U.S. citizens.
Okay,
The
what was
criminals.
your question again? Go for it.
So,
And-
Tampa, are you okay with the fact that Bukele and, Dump Truck, they fucking had a talk, and he says he wants to make homegrown prisons for U.S. citizens who are criminals, who are, everything, and no due process? Are you okay with that?
No, citizens have to get due process, right? There's no way around it.
Okay, so what about the
Can I respond to him?
deportation of those prison of U.S. citizens? He's been talking about this since he got in office, deporting them to another country. Are you comfortable
Yeah,
with that?
so I did hear him say like the really bad people. We're looking into the possibility if we're allowed to deport them to a foreign prison. I don't think that will ever fly. I don't see the logic to it.
But just the fact that he's thinking about it, it's seriously crazy.
Yeah,
When you get
I agree,
minutes
but
left,
let me
say what they say.
yeah, let me go to Lebo. He's had his hand up for a minute. Go ahead, Lebo.
Yeah, you try to say he had due process, and you try to put it in the one. You try to trick us to saying he had due process. You know, it's a whole two different situation. So you trying to say he had due process? That's crazy. But you know, all this immigration, that's all he ran on. Can anybody tell me what else? You know, you said economy. His economy is not that good. How is this helping us now? You know, I see little kids. Well, you know what? On the border part, I see little kids getting handcuffed by ICE. You know, because they go into the schools and taking them out of the schools just to get the parents out. That's crazy.
Yep.
Why are they going to the school and grabbing little kids?
Yeah,
That's very crazy.
It's
Isn't
gross
that
to see.
And you guys okay with that?
Isn't that innocent people?
Okay. Now we have new panelists, so let me go to them, and Tampa, put a pin in what you're going to say.
Okay.
Well, Salty was here before, so Happy, age, location, who you voted for.
Florida, Harris, over 50.
Okay, I'm going to put your timer up there.
Do I have to talk about the same thing, or can I talk about something else that's been bothering me?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It's your minute and 15, so go for it.
All right, thank you. I wanted to say to Tampa that I also live in Florida, and I feel that a lot of people that
Thank
are going for the gusto with the businesses and the economy aren't taking a second look at, well, you're trying to save and get your tax breaks. The rest of us are losing so many things that are helping us survive, especially in the retirement state. And while companies are starting to go out the window because these big, huge corporations like Amazon and, you know, all these big companies are taking over, it's kicking the little guy down who's trying to stay afloat right now. And they can't hardly even do that because, you know, with everything happening, with people losing benefits and possibility of Social Security, I don't see how people are going to live. I personally am not ashamed to say I live check to check. You know, and if they take that check, I don't even think I'd be able to keep my house. So I have animals too. You know, it's not like I could just pick up and take a kennel with me anywhere I go. And it's important that people remember that, you know, we fight hard in our United States. We pay taxes. And I hope you guys come back to me again. Please let me know when it's my turn to talk some more. Please, I'll land my plane for now.
Okay, yeah. When you want to pipe up, just holler, and if I see your blue, I'll come back to you. I try to give everybody as equal time as I can, but I'm not perfect, so forgive me. Tampa, I think you had wanted to respond a second ago.
Very well said, by the way.
Thank you.
Tampa, I think you wanted to chime in on something just a second ago. I'm going to give you a chance to respond. Go for it.
All right, I'm just going to respond to Miss Happy from Florida.
Okay.
So I don't see, I don't have any, like, there's no chance your Social Security is being taken away. You paid into it, you've earned it. I just don't see that happening. And Republicans, the House leader has continued, President Trump has continued to say they're not taking away your Social Security. So good news is we're going to find out exactly what's going to happen with the new tax plan in the next 90 days, really, when Republicans do complete the reconciliation process. But and what you were saying about the small businesses being gobbled up by larger corporations, that's been going on for decades and decades and decades, right? And corporations have definitely been moving out to other countries, right? Taking away American labor out. And this all started with NAFTA under Clinton. And it's good to finally see someone try to fight for the American workers.
Oh my God.
May I respond?
Okay. Yes, if that was to Happy, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then I'm going to go. Go ahead.
Okay, what I'm going to tell you is you don't have to go directly in and take everybody's checks. There's more than one way to skin a cat. I'm sure you've heard that your whole life. People go in and they fire all the people who take care of our Treasury Department. When there's not enough people out there to produce or make sure that we get our money, that means it's open for him to go in and stick his hand in that Treasury box and peel that money out because nobody's there to monitor him to see where it's going. So while you think that it has to be strictly taken away, no. You get rid of the people that help keep it going and they're not working there anymore, bing, bada bing, bada boom. I'm done.
May I respond to
Okay.
that, or just to her in general?
Well, I'm going to move to the next people because I see a bunch of people wanting to respond.
Okay, that's fine.
Mamita.
Dorcas, okay, no, give it to Dorcas because he hasn't talked. I haven't
Okay,
heard him talk.
that's. I was wanting to go to him next. Dark Hat, go ahead.
It's just really quick. I just like when it comes to being a Florida Democrat, like you have to really give yourself a time to think about what's going on. I mean, you were removed of your ability to vote, right? There was no Democratic primary for president. This was before Kamala was even our candidate. So like the party that screams threat to democracy from Trump is the one that took your vote away. You did not vote for anyone in the primary. They removed the ability to vote for president. How do you feel about that as a Florida Democrat?
Are you kidding me? It's
You have
decided by
30
the
seconds
delegates.
left. Or do you want to yield that
There
time?
was no, I'll just say quickly. So everybody that doesn't know, there was no Florida Democrat primary for president. The party canceled it.
And I will say
That's all I
it
got.
was bullshit in every state that I saw them do that. I did not like that at all.
What do you
personally,
mean they took
as a liberal?
What do you mean
They,
they took it
they
away?
canceled the primaries in some states. I think there were 3 states in total
Yeah.
that they did that.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, and it was bullshit.
Talking about, are you talking about this past one?
In 2024.
2024.
Yeah.
Well, it is a club, just like the Republicans are a club. They work within their own party. There is no responsibility for them whatsoever. Every one of the voters that were going to be voting for their candidate had already chosen that they were going to go along with it. They're in agreement. We voted for Biden and Harris was someone we voted for. So, I mean, it's
I need a response to
automatic.
that.
You may not like it, but those are the rules.
Just give me 10 seconds to respond to that. Just for the record, Salty, this was before Kamala was a candidate. It was still Joe Biden. It was something Dean and a couple of other people. The fact that whether Biden was going to automatically win or not, they took away your voice. And,
No, they
and the
did
Florida
not.
Democrat Party is the party that says that Trump is a threat to democracy, etc. They didn't give you the democratic process to vote for a candidate.
No.
How do you correlate that?
It's just the process. One thing I will give you that the Democrats failed us in waiting so long to actually address what they were hiding regarding Biden's age decline. That was not good. That was terrible. And I'm the type that critique my own party. That's what I like doing. But for some reason, I always have to go after MAGA because they don't critique their own. However, our rules are very specific on this. And regardless of how sleazy it was within their rights, in their party, in their rules to do it. And they probably didn't learn anything from it. I'll give you that as well. But it was not illegal or undermined.
Yeah, I want to validate that because that's exactly
Sound
where
like a
I'm
MAGA supporter.
Was that
Well,
who was
no.
that? Was that Dream? Go ahead,
Yes.
Dream.
Yeah, I mean, so again, this is Democrats. This is the system that they vote for every time. Like they've implemented this system. And so I understand we may not like the system, but our vote wasn't taken away. It's what we've agreed to. If we don't like that, then we change it. Then we work to change it. But this is how the Democrats have chosen to represent their voice. It's
Dream,
terrible.
but in
There was
Florida,
no time
every
for a
4 years
primary.
there's a primary.
But hang on,
and
what?
there was no primary.
Yeah, and what
We
does
had
it
a primary.
say?
You
What,
didn't.
what
We
does
had
it
a
say about
president
your
in
party to hide his age? What does it say about your party that they knowingly knew?
Let's
they
let's
knew?
not do ethics that way because I mean it's tit for tat.
But
I
you
agree.
called it out,
I'm not-
Salty. You said it. You were honest about it. 'Cause-
Well, I believe that the Republicans did the same in Delaware and South Dakota.
Right?
Yeah, I believe they
I did
canceled
call it
theirs
out.
too.
I did call it out, and
you
it was
did. I
critiquing
was
my
very fair of
own.
you.
You used it to critique us, whereas I was critiquing my own.
Who
Correct.
was that? Salty?
Yes.
Yes, Salty.
Yeah.
And I want to say this. I think that the Democrats came together and did not fight the Harris nomination because they knew how dangerous Trump was.
Thank you.
They knew that he is the biggest problem and nobody better go up against her because
Yep.
nothing was more dangerous than putting this man in office for us, especially me.
And she was
If I could
brilliant.
just get
She's one
5
of the
seconds
best
here.
candidates we've had in a long time. They really handled their campaign poorly, but she was
Yeah.
terrific.
I mean,
Yeah, it's not like she wasn't unqualified. It's not like it's not like we put a Pete Hegseth in office. Okay.
Just 5 seconds I need here. Like just to clarify.
Hold on, Aretha. Are you done with your time?
No, that's fine. Go ahead and give it to him.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
appreciate
Dark
it. Just to clarify, this is well before Kamala was even considered a candidate. This was very early on in the primary when Joe Biden was still the presumptive nominee at that time, right? So it has nothing to do with Kamala. You guys were robbed of your vote.
No, we weren't.
There's no way to justify it.
We wanted
Don't
either
speak
Biden
for
or
us.
Harris. What are you talking about?
Right,
not
right. But
speak
you
for
didn't
us.
get a
You
chance
gotta-
to
No,
vote.
we
So how
didn't
would you
have
say
to.
that?
That's
Well-
the thing. We didn't have to.
Okay, his timer's still
Democrat
running.
already
Hold
knew.
on. His
Right.
timer's still running.
You
Dark
can't
Cat,
speak for us.
hold on.
Well, but that's what I'm saying, guys. What I'm trying to you saying I can't speak for you, but you didn't speak for yourself because the way to tell who you want as in office is by voting, right? That's our choice. You guys were robbed of your ability
Why
to
you
vote
worrying
for a
about
candidate.
Respectively,
West.
fuck you. You can't speak for us.
Well,
Okay.
no,
I mean-
the party spoke for you.
Hold on.
So, okay.
Nobody.
Okay, I want to point out that Republicans did this too.
Yeah.
So if you I didn't like it either, and even if it was just a formality, I would have rather them done the primaries regardless of what fucking happened or what outcome it was. I didn't like it, but Republicans did this shit too. So don't act like it's the Democrats are trying to take democracy because look what they did in the primary. The rules in the parties are fucking stupid. They're both allowed to do this stupid shit because they're a group. This isn't part of the general election. So it's a different statement about primaries versus the general election. Be one thing
Yes.
if you were saying Democrats didn't let the general election happen. That's a different story than the primaries, which is completely a private organizations come together and to vote.
Liberal, you know what I don't understand is if all Kamala supporters didn't have a complaint about it, the only ones complaining about it is the Republicans about it.
Exactly.
It's
So
rhetoric.
why are you guys crying about that? We were so happy with it. We wanted this to happen.
You don't care about us.
Lebo,
Yeah.
I'm telling you, no matter if it was Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, or anybody else,
Or a cockroach.
Or a
I would have voted
toadstool.
for the cockroach.
or
Yeah.
anybody else, nobody was going against Joe Biden, and nobody's going against his pick.
Thank you.
And that's
And
it.
May I say something too real quick?
hold on.
Okay, well,
Biden
Lebo
was a
still
great
has time.
president, by the way.
Lebo still has time. Go ahead, Lebo.
So I don't know why you guys talk about it. And then Dark Cat, I want to go back when you said his administration was like so versatile because of the voters. But you look at his administration, all you see is white tea man. You don't see no Tim Scott, no Byron. He won the white tea America. So
Obama has more diversity last time I checked. I don't know, fact check me on that, but last time I checked,
Yeah.
Obama did.
Okay, so Lebo's timer's over. Who would like to come? Who is that?
Me,
Mamita? Oh, Happy Place. Go for it. I'll put
Yeah,
your timer
just
up
real
there.
quick, I wanted to say that, Joe Biden always plays by the book. He never did anything shady and totally underhanded the way Trump does every 5 minutes. But
Yes.
he could have said he was sick if he wanted to be a dirty, puppy and let her just become president while she was vice president. He did not do that. He could have put her right there, right then, and we wouldn't have had to worry about one person saying, oh my God, I'm a Republican, and you guys didn't go for the primaries. You know what? If we had problems with it, that would be up to us to complain, not about one Republican or somebody all putting that in our face, because everything Trump does is underhanded. It's very, very evil. And in the end, when you have to stand before the Lord, this is going to be between you and him. How dirty you were to stick up for a man that has all that going on.
Clock it, Happy. Clock
Well,
it.
as an atheist,
You have
I
20
don't care
seconds
about
left.
that.
20
I
seconds
just
left.
I'm just disgusted that people are standing up for a guy who's as corrupt as they come.
Agreed.
And this is going to show up on them when it's all over and said and done, and you rise to the clouds if you get up there. So, love your neighbor, man, and everybody is your neighbor.
And I want to point out that he was the incumbent, right? Joe Biden was.
Mhm.
So generally speaking, if you're already president, that person's going to run. Like it's, almost without fail. I don't know of any other incumbent
Yeah.
president other than Johnson, I think, that stepped down before.
Yeah.
So in this instance,
Oh, yeah,
she was vice president, so it made sense that she was going to be the next pick. So I didn't like it, but again, it still made sense to me because we were the incumbents at that time. So,
Yeah, I agree with you, liberal. It's not uncommon that the incumbent doesn't have to go through a traditional primary most of the time, right? But in this case, President Biden said he was just going to be a one-term president from the
He
beginning,
did.
right?
He did.
And he also, I mean, listen, this isn't a knock on him, right? We're all going to get old one day. We're gonna struggle cognitively. All
Hopefully.
of us will at one point, right? Yeah, hopefully, that's right. I mean, everyone on this panel knew he was probably 5 or 10 years too old for the position. Let's just
Like
be
Trump.
honest.
Yeah.
You can make that argument, but why they didn't recognize that and why they didn't stick to his
Oh,
original
Trump
plan
right now.
is beyond me. I don't know.
Well, it
Because-
was Biden's choice. You can't
Right.
just say you're done. It was his choice and his arrogance. I'll give you. He was doing well. Our economy was reaching record highs on the stock market, which is a difficult metric as a regular person to deal with, but it is how we measure things. And he pulled our economy out of the toilet that was the predecessor had put us in during the predecessor's tax plan and had our country doing very well. In a short amount of time, Trump has completely reversed that.
Yeah,
Hang
and
on,
I want
Salty. Whose tax plan were we under Biden?
Trump's.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I
Okay.
said that clearly if you were listening.
Okay, and I want to point out that I did not want Joe Biden to run in 2020. I didn't want them to put him up there at all. I thought he
Me
was a
neither.
bad candidate because I thought he was too old. I thought whenever it came around 4 years later, the exact same thing that we saw happen was going to happen. I mean, I have Facebook posts proving that I said this, and I was very critical of the dude. And then, I don't know, maybe 2-3 years into his presidency, I'm like, you know what? I look at all these metrics and I find shit to bitch about my president. I always do. I've done it with Obama and everybody else. And I'm like, but I can't ignore the numbers. We are, yes, shit's more expensive, but this is a result of a complete global supply chain shutdown.
Yes.
And so
And
of course-
prices will never go down.
Right, and of course, we're dealing with this, but I'm like, the metrics don't lie. Like it's a good economy, it's stabilizing, and everybody else didn't have the successes that we had coming after that.
No.
And that is a direct result of Joe Biden. So whether it was him running shit or somebody else, I thought they did a really good job. Probably one of the best presidents, if not the best president I've ever had in my lifetime.
Yeah, he stabilized the world after the pandemic. It's a fact.
And a lot of it had to do with immigration and essential jobs. That's how he was able to turn this economy around so quickly, because immigration and all of those people were going to work. And that's just facts. And when we had a depression, it was slavery that turned it around. When you're not paying for things, or if you have low wages, you're able to turn things around very quickly. And that is why we are the envy of the world. Well, we were until this motherfucker got in office.
I got to respond because
Love
hold
that.
on.
Is that Tampa? Oh, okay. Well,
Yes.
hold on real quick, Tampa, because Mamita had her hand up for a
Okay,
little bit.
no problem.
Let me go to her, and I'll go right back to you. But again, that timer at the end, if you want this to continue, you can send some gifts or a galaxy or something, and it'll add time to the timer. Go ahead, Mamita.
So I wanted to go back to what Aretha was saying and Salty and everybody else that actually, knows what we're talking about. Biden did a lot for our economy. Obama did an amazing job for our economy. Biden had to clean up the bullshit that Trump had done. He basically got an.
Hold on one second. Hold on. They just reported me. I'm gonna have to drop down. I don't want your live to be taken down. But
You
that's absolutely the
motherfucker.
truth.
Are you serious?
Okay.
Yeah, they said
All
they
right.
reported me. So drop
Okay.
me down.
Okay. Thank you, Aretha.
I'm gonna go. I'm
Okay.
gonna go as well. But I want to say thank you for having me on your show. It's very, very good what you're doing.
Thank you, Dream. I appreciate it as always. It's a
What?
pleasure.
Happy place. Happy place.
Oh, was that Happy? Oh, I thought I saw Dream's thing bleeping. Thank you, Happy, and I hope you come back.
I will. Thank you.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I got to find my
Nice,
happy
and I
place.
hope-
Mamita, I'm going to reset your timer.
Okay.
I think you were at 35 seconds, so go ahead.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is, like, we've seen this happening. The reason is that he had to take care of the bullshit that fucking Trump did in his administration. And now we have this motherfucker president again, and it's like the economy is not good. Nothing is good. I don't understand how you guys cannot see how we're falling instead of rising up. America is falling is the joke of every fucking country out there. We're not the strongest country like we used to be. We're not the fucking beloved country. We're the most hated country under his administration. I don't understand how they don't even want him in any meetings or anything. Like, they're not even fucking inviting him.
I appreciate that, Mamita. Well, Tampa, I told Tampa I was going to go to him, and then I'm going to go to Dream. But again, the live is technically over. So
Yeah,
go
I'm
ahead.
gonna go. Okay, go.
Go ahead, Tampa. I'm going to put your timer up there.
Thanks, man. I just want to say the reason why we had success coming out of the pandemic was because the United States government, under two presidents, Trump and Biden, and Congress, decided to spend our way out of it. Okay,
Which was the right thing to do.
And I will agree with you. Actually, we spent trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to spend our way out of this problem. When you take the entire economy and you bring it to a halt, right? And then we all know we had supply chain struggles. We get that. But the reason why we came out so successful is because our government was printing money to pay checks, to pay loans, the PPP loans, to pay SBA loans. We did everything possible to try to stimulate the economy and get it back alive. That's the reason why. When you look at the countries that did not do that, they suffered, right? And now what happened from all this money and
Well, they
stimulating the
are
economy?
relying on our dollar. You have to acknowledge that. I'm sorry.
Timer's running.
It's all good. So the downside is, right, towards the end, maybe we gave out a little bit too much money. We could have justified giving out a little bit less at some point. But that's what caused the inflation that we all experienced, right? When you have all that money going and everyone's spending it, people are making record profits. Companies are making record profits. People had cash to spend left and right. And we had this cycle that just got more and more and more expensive, which created the inflationary environment
Did
we're in
not
today.
cause inflation. That is incorrect.
Absolutely did. Absolutely.
No.
Okay.
No, it did not.
Okay, hold on, Salty. A Dream had wanted to go. A Dream, go ahead. I'm going to put your timer up there.
I'm gonna go. Thank you so much, Libra. I gotta go pick up my daughter.
Thank you, Mamita. It's good to see you again.
Good to
Hope
see
you come
you,
back.
Zoe.
See
I
ya,
will.
Mamita. Peace.
Thank you, Mom.
You were terrific.
Thank you. Bye.
See ya. All right, go ahead, Dream. I'm going to reset your timer. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, like I said, I am a registered Republican. I campaigned for Bush, Big Bush. I campaigned against Clinton. I campaigned for Little Bush against Kerry. Like, when I look back on the economy and you look through the presidents, we always have growth under a Democratic president. It's kind of crazy because that is, again, not where I would want to align. And yet it seems to be ignored. Like, I don't understand that aspect when we say that it's a Democratic Party that drives down our country. The numbers and the growth simply don't reflect that. I'll yield.
Okay.
I want to respond to that. So,
I'll
if
give
you don't mind,
I'll give you 30 seconds, and then
I just need 15. Yeah. All right.
Go ahead.
So Dream, part of that argument where people say things are better under Democrat presidents, that doesn't tell you the full story, right? Because just because you're the president doesn't mean you get to make the fiscal policy in America. And whoever controls the House, controls the purse, gets to control that policy, right? And so, unfortunately, if you don't control the House and you're the president, you're just there, and you either have to agree with what they want to do or not. So there's more to that story than what people know.
Didn't Trump say the country's better under Democrat?
Yeah, he did. But here's the thing. I agree with what you're saying, right? Like, the House controls that. Go and look at the policies that those presidents put into place, because they do directly affect all that growth, all those jobs, all of that, that positivity within our country. I lost the word. I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
Haven't had coffee.
But how do you explain NAFTA? How do you explain Bill Clinton and NAFTA? That killed so many jobs in America.
Unalived.
I'm sorry.
And
I'll give
they
you
were
some money to
terrible
keep
for
going
us.
here. Hold on. Sorry.
Agreed.
I
But why
appreciate
was
that.
the economy so good?
Well, I
Let me
agree.
figure
I'm telling you, like, I am critical of both sides, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Dream, because we had started talking about adding money to the timer. So I think you were at 25 seconds. So go for it.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying I agree with you that the Democrats are not perfect. And honestly, I wish the Democratic Party would stop having Clinton speak. He's a vile
terrible.
human being, right? But I say that about
Yes.
Trump. So I am very capable of looking at each other's flaws. But again, it's those policies and the work that they did in their office time, and then a Republican comes in and changes it, and we go back into a downward spiral. And Trump renegotiated the North American free trade deal, and
Yes.
told everybody
Right.
it was this great thing. And now he's telling everybody it's the worst thing that ever happened, and people are just not holding him accountable. That they're not putting his feet to the fire, and he's doing some crazy shit. Like,
Did he call himself
Yeah.
an idiot for that?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dream. I agree with a lot what you just said, and I think we all know Trump just wants to like or not like whatever's in the moment that makes sense for him. He doesn't care
He
about
wants to be liked.
past or he's
Well-
just always trying to
Liberal.
figure out the best narrative in the moment, right? We all know that, and
That's
it's so
right.
frustrating.
Well,
is
I
frustrating.
think also what
Yeah.
scares
Well-
me about Trump, and I think JD Vance is even scarier, is who is backing them. When you start thinking Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel are the people you want to lead you, because that is terrifying. And quite frankly, every time I have that conversation, the majority of the people we're talking with don't even know who they are. And those are the people who are pushing our current administration.
Yeah.
Liberal.
You got a new
Okay.
person on the panel.
Yes.
Yeah, lawyer, age, location, who you voted for everybody that's here, and go ahead.
37, Georgia, Harris, and Tampa. What the fuck are you doing on my side of TikTok?
I got someone stalking me apparently.
This is my side of TikTok. So you regret your vote yet?
I didn't know that. No,
Do you
no,
regret your
not
vote
yet.
yet?
Not
Wow.
yet.
Not yet.
I
So
told
you don't
someone
have
the
any,
other day.
you don't mind the
my
coup
line,
at all.
My line, if this entire tariff logic to reposition our trade, and if it completely fails, I'll be pretty disappointed. That'll be a big moment for me.
So to be
It is.
clear, you're okay with an authoritarian coup as long as you make some more money.
No, it has nothing to do about me making money. It's not about me.
You brought up the tariff.
Okay, well,
Well,
right. You still
So
are going
I
back
view
to
it as
economics.
a healthy economy. If the middle class is doing good, right, then that's what I want to see.
Even if they're renditioning people to camp somewhere, that's okay.
What? Hang on. What camps you talking about? Are you talking about them sending them to the prison in El
Internment.
Salvador?
I mean, I'm talking about that. I'm talking about the freedom of speech violations. I'm talking about the usurpation of power. I mean, really, we could go on and on. I think you know that.
Tampa, did you say you own a business? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I do.
I'm a
Without
business
telling
owner
us
as well.
who or what, could you kind of give us an idea of what it is? Like what field? Generally, very
General.
It's not. I don't hide it. I'm in the fireworks industry, so we sell fireworks across the country for 4th of July, New Year's. We sell to shops everywhere, and then we also have a bunch of retail.
Where do they come from?
All from
We
China.
know. I was gonna say we know where they come from.
Yeah.
125%.
Yeah. How? Okay. Well, since you brought that up, and again, guys, the live is technically over, but I'm interested to hear how are you feeling about what is going on with China, because that's going to increase the cost tremendously, right?
Tampa, put some money up and extend the live, buddy.
He
just
did
did.
already. Yeah, he did already.
How much?
I think it was like 2.5 minutes or something he put up there. And thank you for that. I appreciate that, Tampa. Anyway,
Yeah,
I am curious to hear, genuine curiosity.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously, 145% tariff right now basically halts the fireworks industry from trading with China at the moment. The one thing that is ideal for us is we always buy a year ahead. So the way the manufacturing and the ordering timelines for our supply chain, you're actually purchasing more than a year ahead. So there is going to be a little bit of a shortage of product this 4th of July, but there's plenty in the U.S. To support it. Our issue right now is we're looking to next year. So next year is America's 250th anniversary, right? That's a big deal. So our industry has had this date circled for many years looking ahead. And right now we can't produce anything in China because the factories won't produce for us unless you're willing to ship it and pay the 145%, which nobody wants to do that. So we're kind of at a very unique crossroads right now. Yeah.
Building factories?
Sorry. No, we'll never build you will never see the firework industry build factories here in America.
Well, the tariff didn't work then.
Well, so and for us, so to speak on that, during the first presidency, we were left out of the tariffs at every level. President Trump is actually a huge fireworks guy, if you didn't know, and we were not tariffed at all. And I hear we're supposed to be on the docket coming up soon to give some relief. So we'll see if it happens.
Yeah, he likes fireworks.
What that translates to me, what that translates to me is corruption. Where I'm going to put all these fucking tariffs in there, and hey, you guys can come and beg me to stop it. Do you feel like that's accurate?
Not at all. So no, not at all. Explain why. So he
was supposed to build factories.
In the first presidency, he actually chose not to tariff us because we could not go anywhere else. Had we been able to take our production and maybe go to Mexico, or had there been another country that was producing enough supply for us, then he would have kept it. But he said solely because we couldn't move our manufacturing. That's why he left it off. So that's the story we got the first time around. Now, obviously, this time around, we thought we had a great chance of being left out, but nobody was left out, right? And so the first carve outs from China, I think, just happened a couple of weeks ago, was the some of the electronics, semiconductors, certain things they left out. So we're hopeful that we'll get carved out here soon, but we'll see.
What worked about the tariffs the first time is they were specific towards specific
Very
things
targeted.
that we did.
Yes.
Right.
They were targeted. Thank you for that correction. This universal thing won't work. The last time we used tariffs to finance our government, we didn't have government programs. None. That's why it will not work ever.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Salty. This is a big like turning point for me. If and to be honest, it's very, and it has nothing to do with my industry or because I do business with China. It has nothing to do with that at all. I genuinely want to see the country do better business, and if there's a way to do it, I love it. But what he did was very aggressive, right? It was very he came in, got in the office out the gate, and what did he do? He literally went after two of our closest allies, our bordering countries, Mexico and Canada. I personally think he did that to show the world what he was doing. I'm proving an example, and then there was a plan to do what he did. And two things can come of this to me.
I want to respond.
Right. So two things come of this to me. He either will come out as a genius, or he'll come out as the biggest, worst president in our history.
May I vote for number
time
2?
Will tell. Yeah.
Okay, so lawyer wanted to respond, and then Lebo, I see your hand up. I'll go to you next.
Yeah,
Go
because
ahead,
this
lawyer.
just keeps circling back to a fucking economics conversation.
Right.
The point is, you're okay with people's rights being violated en masse. You're okay with trafficking people into slave prisons. You're okay with citizens being detained across the nation based on their, race or language. You're okay with First Amendment violations. So you're okay with political opposition being threatened, charged with a crime. You're okay with universities being attacked so they can control their speech. I mean, seriously, you're okay with him usurping the legislative power? I mean, literally, he's violating.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, lawyer.
No due process. I mean, you're okay with students being having their visas removed in the middle of their education just because they shared a post they don't like? He's not the fucking champion of Jews. He's doing that on purpose. You're okay with them criminalizing speech?
Lawyer, I think there should be a reasonable amount of due process for each person. Every person's different. I don't think
Person
just
is not
because you're
different, Tampa.
No,
Every
it's
person's not
universal.
this is where I
different.
disagree
The
with you.
state
Hold
of the
on.
fucking
But
law
it's
is that every
universal.
person on this
Okay,
soil gets due
but
process.
Okay,
There's
Tampa,
only
but
one
Hold on,
limited
you can say
exception.
that. Hold on. You
hold
can
on.
say
I
that.
still have
But
15 seconds left, Tampa.
Well,
sorry, go
I
ahead.
had your time had run out, and that was his. I gave him 30 seconds. So go ahead, Tampa. 30 seconds to respond, but I've got to go to Lebo. He's had his hand up for a minute. So go ahead.
Okay, so the idea that somehow now we think the Constitution is giving every person the same due process is just not true. Hang on. You can argue it, but the truth is the practice that this president, the last president, Trump, Obama, Clinton, Bush, all of them have used. All right, they did not use this logic that everybody gets the same constitutional right before they get kicked out of the country.
Yes, they
Right?
did.
So no, they did not. They did not. And there
Examples.
is
You have
something
to
called
cite examples for that claim.
there's something called expedited removal, and it's used by every president.
And it's at the
by the
port of
hundreds
entry
and-
with you've been in the country less than 2 weeks, Tampa. You know that. You know that it's a very limited fucking abrogation.
My turn.
Right. Lebo was trying to get in there. Go ahead, Lebo.
Hey, but Tampa, all this tariffs, and he's doing blanket tariffs. What's going to happen is, because all our allies is not doing business with us no more. I heard earlier, China's buying beef from Brazil. They're going to do, all these countries are going to start doing business with each other except for the U.S. So what he's trying to do is isolate us, and we're going to go way downhill with his blanket tariffs. You guys thinking about that? And
It's going to happen fast.
yeah, so you got the business, Tampa, yeah, and you was doing good, and probably still doing good, but you're not talking about the middle class family and the lower class family, because they ain't doing good. There's people that like Happy. I think Happy was earlier saying she living paycheck to paycheck. So some
We
people
get
are not doing
scraps.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Now hold on. Lawyer had tried to get in there. Lawyer, go ahead. I'm gonna put your timer up.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Go ahead, lawyer.
So I mean, it's just that I don't think you're stupid, Tampa. So I'm not sure why you try to like act like you don't understand and don't see what's happening here. You have a president that is trying to pull licenses and fine press outlets that he doesn't like the stories they're running. You know, he's taken over academic departments in colleges. He's purported to require a patriotic education in schools across the nation. He is writing EOs attacking law firms, trying to ban them from federal buildings because they represented somebody he didn't like. He has an entire EO about somebody because they expressed an opinion about his last administration, who he really wants to punish, but he's gotten a fucking pardon. I mean, he literally tried to criminalize grant programs in the EPA and tried to get federal prosecutors to open grand jury indictments. And when they refused, they told him to just seize their assets.
He's
What the hell are
stealing
we talking about?
passports from trans people at the airport.
It's an authoritarian coup, and you're like, well, if I can make a few more dollars. Well,
Yeah,
you're
I-
selfish
I-
and
I-
racist.
I-
I need
let
to
me-
drop. Can you drop me, please?
Dark Hat, yeah, and thank you. Do you want a minute to say something before you go?
Just coming from a MAGA guy, and I'm as MAGA as I get. I know Lori Bay, she's cool. You're one of the best hosts I've been on a panel with, so I appreciate your time, and I'll definitely be back.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, Dark
Thank you.
Cat. Hey, thanks for being.
See you, Dark.
Yeah,
Yep.
Dark, thank you.
Thanks,
I gave
everyone.
you
Have
a
a good one.
follow, sir. I appreciate your voice and coming up.
Got you as well.
Yeah, and I'll drop you down. Appreciate it, man. All right. So, Dream, did you want to? Well, let me let Tampa respond because he's had a couple of people say something to him. So go ahead, Tampa.
Yeah, I'll start with Lebo first, and then I'll go up to lawyer. So Lebo, I hear your argument that now other countries are just gonna like go trade with other people, right? And the problem with this logic is the world already trades with everybody, and China wants to trade with everybody
Why
they
the fuck are
humanly
you talking-
possibly can.
But whose dollar?
And so this, hang on, hold on.
All right.
And the idea that somehow the biggest economy in the world they're just going to be able to take all of the business they do with us and send it to other economies is just not going to happen. Those economies are already taking what they can take, and if they can take more, they will. But they can't just take us. So people have to do business with us. They want to do business with us, right? So the question will be is what's going to come of this, you know? And we'll see if we know more in the 90-day window, he said. But not a lawyer, Bay. I think what you're saying, and I'm not like I just want to turn a blind eye to everything. And I think Trump's pushing the limits in many ways. I was on record saying he pushed January 6th way too far. He pushes things. And, you know, some of the things you're saying, Lawyer Bay, I think we'll find out that he's constitutionally allowed to do, right? And we're learning a lot of the things that I've heard, a lot of the things that you guys have. Well, hold on.
I mean, technically your timer is up. You went over your time.
Sorry, go ahead.
But I
he
mean,
loses repeatedly in court.
No, not at all.
What?
He has multiple.
Okay.
No, a lot of the things have not been ruled on the merits. It is multiple
Yeah, it
injunctions
hasn't been
against him,
ruled,
and the
right.
reason why is because that he's operating flagrantly in contravention to the law and the Constitution. What you're asking for is you hope the Supreme Court ratifies his fucking behavior. A sham court doesn't make it less of a fucking authoritarian coup, Tampa. The fuck are we talking about? And even they had to slap him down for trying to go fucking deport people in the middle of the night. He's ignoring Supreme Court orders. You've got people on the right calling for him to tear the Supreme Court apart, which you can't do legally, but it's still a fucking coup, so it doesn't matter. He's not following the law anyway. He wants to criminalize speech. Sebastian Gorka said that opposing these deportations is a federal fucking law violation. And I know which law they're going to try to do it with. This was crazy. When he ran, he said, I'm just going to deport the criminal immigrants. And then, I'm just going to deport all immigrants because the crime is being, undocumented. Now they're financially unaliving immigrants with status here, to try to force them to self-deport. And now he wants to do U.S. citizens.
And I think the outrage for lawyer Tampa is that you earlier said that's going to be a line I draw, but you were referring to business, not the shitty, terrible things he's doing to people. And I think that's where, man, I don't want to speak for you, lawyer, but I think that's where her frustration with you is coming from. Do you want to respond to that? And then I'm going to go to Charles.
Yeah, for sure. And so lawyer and I, we know each other on these TikTok lives, and I know that's always been her position. And she's been true to that from day one. She's always advocated for this, and I know it's something that's passionate to her, right? So I'm not taking that away from her. But the biggest reason why I voted for him was definitely, to the economic side of things. So, so that, and we were talking about economics. So that's something I said I would be very disappointed if it went south. But yeah.
Yeah, I think I share her frustration with that mentality. And of course, everybody is allowed to care for what they want, but putting money above people to me is, I don't know.
Apologies to Tampa.
I can see why she's frustrated. But let me go to the new panelists here. Charles, I appreciate your patience. I saw you in there for a while, so I apologize it took me so long. Abe's location, who you voted for, and I'll put your timer up there. Go ahead.
44 years old, North Alabama, and I would have voted for Trump, but I'm felon, so I can't currently.
Okay.
There you go.
Really quick, I'd just like to say that government is slow and business is fast. And a couple of quick facts that I just learned. Baby boomers in America have amassed $80 trillion. That's their private bank accounts. Gen X, $46.5 trillion. And in 2012, President Obama raised the crowdfunding limit from $300,000 to $3 million. And I'd like to see a major return to small businesses and us having the ability to compete for the corporate dollar. Anything corporate America is accomplishing or thinks they're accomplishing, we can accomplish. And I think that the war is going to be won with business. So that's just something I think isn't talked enough about.
Agreed. But small business is disappearing.
10 seconds left, Charles.
Yeah, no, that's about it. I appreciate being here. Well formed. I like the timer.
Oh,
and
thank
the response.
you. I know a couple
was a
of
really
people
good point you made, but
I agree with basically everything you just said. I mean, You're right. And honestly, I'd like to see a lot more co-ops in this country. And maybe I'm wrong there, but I think co-ops are a great way to compete with corporate America, where they're handing off millions of dollars to one dude. Where co-op is like, we can vote on what we do with the profits that we make.
It would have to start with money out of politics first, because that's a pipe dream until our representatives are not taking money from corporations that are just swallowing those small businesses.
That is a damn true statement. Now let me go to I got Sensei here. Welcome back, sir. Age, location, who you voted for everybody that doesn't know you, and I'll put your timer up.
34 Illinois, Chase Oliver.
Rock and roll, man.
Let's see. So it's fine to care about the economics and everything, but at the end of the day, the people who caring about the people, caring about the Constitution, the things that gave us the rails and the safeguards for what this country is, for the laws that establish this country, those things are important, because without those, we don't really have like law, order. We don't have a nation. We don't have we don't have the kind of organization and systems that allow large businesses to thrive in this country. And so I think you have to take care of the people. You have to safeguard the Constitution in order for the country as a whole to thrive, even economically speaking. I think there's more connections there than people give credit to. And so without that eye to, what's important and priorities, I think things get lost in translation when you just only look at things from an economic standpoint, or you only look at things from a legal standpoint. I think both are important. You have to take both into consideration. I yield back.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, I mean, because if you have all the money in the world and you have no rights, what the fuck is the point? We do have another panelist, ADH. Welcome back. Age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your timer up there as well.
Hi, 37 Worcester, New York, and I voted for Harris. And I am a former libertarian. So
Hold on real quick. I muted you, man. There is a bunch of background noise, and it's about to make my brain explode.
Sorry.
If you can fix that, or go to
Is it better?
That is better. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I was near an air hose. My bad.
Yeah. Go
So when it comes to a lot of what's going on right now, is I understand where a lot of Trump supporters are coming from on the economy. However, they are stuck in what I think is a huge error in American business that has been going on since Reagan. Is we are so focused on quarterly returns that we are losing out on our long-term profitability and sustainability. And I've seen it in manufacturing where I'm at, where companies are so focused on their quarterly stuff that it's always just running crisis to crisis to crisis, instead of spending the money to get long-term solutions in place.
Yep. Well said. I agree. Anybody else want to jump in on that?
Kind of like Social Security. What are we going to do to solve that one?
Remove the cap.
Well,
yes.
Remove the cap. Easily answered.
Can I jump in on that?
ADH. Can you keep your mic muted, because that is really, really rough. It's really bad. Sensei, go ahead.
So here's my thing, right? So he makes a really good point. I mean, both from a corporate standpoint and from a national standpoint. We haven't. I feel like the country as well hasn't really kept an eye on the long term, overall vision, and I kind of illustrate that. It illustrates that point when you look at things like the American Society for Civil Engineering's annual report card on our infrastructure, and we see that a lot of our infrastructure they graded a D, on an A on a grading scale that runs from A+ to F. It's a D, or anywhere in the D range is basically poor. It's at the end of its lifetime, those kinds of things. And so a lot of the highest grades in there are ports and things like that, and those things are at a B at best. And so there's not, I feel like the vision for the long term for the country has been replaced by the short term, how can I beat the last guy? How can I do better than the last guy's administration?
Yeah. Anybody else want to jump in? Lebo, go ahead.
Hey, Tampa, yours was an economy and everything, but I noticed that, I work with nothing but it's all red. Trump this, Trump that. His first 4 years, that's all I heard was Trump this, Trump that. Now since he's been in office, the same people, they not bragging about him no more. I think law asks you, do you regret your votes? And I think a lot of MAGA people, a lot of Trump people, is regretting their votes because of what he's done with the Garcia. Like I said, the little girls, they go into the schools, taking little girls out of school, kids out of school, and deporting them. ISIS. This is Trump doing.
Yeah.
So why would you go into school and get these little kids, man, and traumatize these kids?
Yeah,
did you hear
those
his
videos
Easter
are so
greeting?
disgusting.
Did you
Go
hear
ahead,
what he said
Salty.
on Easter? Did you hear his Easter greeting? Like, could you imagine Obama or Biden or anybody saying what he said on Easter? Did you
What did
catch
he
his
say?
quotes?
About the house, the White House?
Pardon me?
We're talking about what he called the White House?
Well, just
what he called everybody.
He called out
Sorry, what
everyone, all his enemies. It was an enemies list. It was nuts.
Attacking the judiciary. I mean,
I
literally,
think
they're trying to dismantle the fucking judicial check. This is
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
But they have deportation ASMR on the White House page. He shared the pink triangle shit about military recruiting. I mean, it goes on and on. The amount of atrocities already happening is insane. In 3 months, can you imagine the escalation? Tampa,
look at Pam Bondi.
you are a racist fuck, or something is wrong with you to sit here and say that, well, if the tariffs work, then the shit you're watching is okay. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy.
Very crazy.
Okay.
The president of El Salvador gave Garcia.
Hold on.
life
Hold on.
in the
Tampa was
Oval
called
Office.
out. Hold on. No, you're fine.
Sorry.
Tampa was called out in
I
a
apologize.
pretty inflammatory way. So Tampa, go ahead. I'm going to give you a chance to. What in the hell is that?
What in the hell is
I
that?
hate listening to myself.
I hate listening
He's
to
Bluetooth
myself.
in his car. He has to disconnect. He has to disconnect.
Okay, Tampa, I can hear myself, so whatever you're doing, can you change back to what you were doing before?
Oh, that was Tampa?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but we can hear ourselves.
Yeah,
as
but
an
we
echo.
can hear ourselves.
Oh, hold on. All right, hold on.
Yeah, I'm going to mute you for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, I can't. Listening to myself is like
think you got
nails on a
Bluetooth on his
chalkboard.
car.
So, I mean, here's the other thing. The people he has in power, so again, Kurt Sharp and Peter Thiel, but then you have Pam Bondi. And years ago, after the Parkland, Pam Bondi put up a bill that would have gone in and taken people's pew-pews just by a police officer showing up at your house. If they felt they didn't need a warrant, it would have just been done. So the people he's putting in power are literally have a track record of this kind of behavior, and now they hold the highest offices, and that's terrifying. And I'm not trying to make this about pew-pews. I'm not. What's in key here is that she wanted to take one of our constitutional framework rights away, and they were just going to pass a bill, and you wouldn't have had to have cause or a search warrant. They could just go in and do it, and you'd have to fight for it.
Yeah, and it's kind of gross, and it's funny because when that happens, I wonder what MAGA will say when they're like, "Oh, it's only the criminals are going after." That's probably what they'll say when they're removing your Second Amendment rights. Tampa, have you fixed that issue yet? I see you're teacupped. Salty, you were trying to get in there. I'd like to hear from you. Go ahead, and then I'm going to try Tampa again.
Yeah. And I want to apologize. I have major impulse control with my ADHD, and I really can't stand when I do it. So I apologize. I was just the president of El Salvador in the Oval Office gave Garcia life in prison, and Trump's right there going along with it, shaking his head and making his dumb comments. It's if Obama, if any any of them had done this, it would not have stood. No way.
Yeah, I agree. You got 27 seconds left. Do you want them, Salty? I guess not.
Okay. Anybody who wants it, I give it.
Okay, so who would want to?
Me.
So
It was me, Lebo.
I'll take.
Lebo.
Okay.
Well, Lebo,
Yes.
you'd already had a minute. Lawyer hasn't spoken for a minute, so go ahead,
I
lawyer.
just want to say one thing. You have the State Department telling their employees to go call this tip line and tell on anti-Christian bias. What the fuck? There's white supremacists throughout the entire thing. Like, the writing is on the wall, and if you just choose to ignore it, I mean, shame on you and shame on the consequences.
Okay, so Nash wants to say something. He's been. I hope this isn't a troll. I got my finger ready. Nash, age, location, who you voted for?
Age, location, and who I voted for?
Yeah.
I'm 26. I'm from Oklahoma, and I voted for Harris.
All right. Go ahead.
So I understand that there's a huge outrage for Donald Trump, and I'm outraged too. I think he's been a terrible president so far, and he's done some pretty terrible things. But one thing that I kind of find upsetting, or even like, I don't know, just generally pisses me off, is that the Democrats or the people that support Democrats aren't mad at the Democrats too. Like, whatever their agendas were, they didn't push them hard enough. And they always do. It's always Band-Aids. It's never like a real solution. Like, they'll talk about taxes and then they'll increase the taxes for the rich by 5%. I mean, that's not anything that's substantial or anything that's like, oh, well, we should do that because that's going to change our economy. And the same thing with like immigration, and they always pin the Republican Party against them rather than coming up with their own solutions. I feel like they're running out of original ideas to better our society and just kind of depend on Republicans and be like, oh, should we oppose them? I don't know.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, I have problems with the Democratic Party. Have for a long fucking time. But
Right.
lawyer, I hear you chiming in. But Tampa, did you fix that? Tampa,
I don't know how to do this.
well, let me talk while you're talking. Go for it. Let me see. Talk.
Okay.
Talk.
I think it
Okay,
sounds
it's
normal to
fixed.
me.
Okay, I'm going to put your timer up there. Go ahead and respond.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, I expect that kind of language to come from Lawyer Bay. She takes her shot every time she cans against me. She has a thing against me, but it's all good.
Oh, grow up.
The thing about it is, and this is what CNN just did a poll, and more people are becoming more agreeable to Trump's position on his deportations, right? So more people are agreeing to what he's doing in deporting criminals. And so you can have your logic. I guess maybe you want all of us to go protest that Mr. Garcia's whatever's got it going on for him. But I don't think the rest of the country is where you are, lawyer.
Hold on.
You can yell and scream and curse, but a lot of people are okay with criminals leaving the country. So I don't know why you're
Hold on.
He's not a criminal. You're not going to
Sure he
command the
is.
fucking
Of
narrative,
course he
Tampa.
is.
You're not.
Hold on.
No, he isn't.
Okay.
And I can
Okay.
prove that you're so misinformed. And
No
no,
due process.
a lot of people aren't
Let's do it.
interested
Let's
in
have the
that.
conversation.
Okay, hold
All
on, guys. Lawyer,
He was about to end the laugh.
I'm gonna add your time. Go ahead.
Lawyer, please.
And I've got to restart my thing so it'll show me paused for a second, but I'll be right back. Go ahead, lawyer.
You are not going to command the narrative. He was never charged with a crime, has no criminal convictions. He had a withholding of order that protects.
So are you
we're paying them
okay?
to keep
Hold
him.
on. Dude,
No,
shut
I want
up.
to address one more thing. First of all, the majority of the world is the nation is not coming around to hit what he's doing. There may be a degree of normalization because that's what happens when a fucking regime consistently gets their populace more and more comfortable with violent, fucking inhumane bullshit.
Yep.
Okay.
So
one second. I gotta fix some shit. I don't know what the hell. My app messed up. I had to restart, and now everything's fucked up. So I see Lebo's hand up, and so Lebo, go ahead. Shit.
Tampa, he was not a criminal. I don't know why you keep on listening to Trump because Trump said he was a criminal. He was not. He was deported wrongfully. If you can't see that because you're just going by Trump rhetoric,
Yeah,
he
tattoo they
wasn't, he
thought was
wasn't part of.
MST.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Sorry,
He
sorry.
wasn't part of.
I was backing
He
you.
wasn't. Hold on, dude.
Sorry.
He wasn't part of MS, like people said, and you just going by what Trump's saying. You can't prove. Could you prove he was a criminal, Tampa? And you can't. So if you could prove that he was a criminal, show it on the screen. That he was a criminal thing. If you going by the domestic thing, his wife dropped charges. But that had nothing to do So bring it up if he's a criminal. Bring it up on the.
He was never formally
Hold on real
charged.
quick. Hold on
Never
real quick.
charged.
I want to make this point because if we point at just Garcia, I think we're going to lose some of the message here. This is a totality
Can I
of
respond?
bullshit. Who was that? Who was that?
Me.
Who is me?
The top right.
ADHD.
ADHD. Yeah, give me just a second, and I'll let you respond. I was talking. Please don't interrupt while I'm. Fuck, now I forgot what I was saying. Go ahead, HD.
You were saying that if we just focused on Garcia,
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, ADHD, that fucking background noise. Oh my God. I don't know.
Yeah.
Please.
You were saying if we just focus on.
Hang on, I want to respond to this first.
Well, okay.
He wasn't done, and it was an
let me make
important
a
point.
statement. I remember what I was trying to say. There is a totality of shit that Donald Trump is doing, and it's not just Garcia. Garcia is an example of this totality of shit that we're seeing. He's on True Social saying that we don't want any court processes. We don't want to take these people to court because it's going to take too long. He's talking about homegrowns. We're going to, Bukele, can you build 5 more of these prisons, please, so that I can do homegrowns, because homegrowns are next, and homegrowns are citizens. He's argued in court that he believes he has the right to deport U.S. citizens. He's going after people who write things that Donald Trump doesn't like. This is a totality of fucking problems, and if we just look at one small little example of it, we're going to miss the rest of the shit that he's doing. Who wanted to respond?
I got to respond because everybody's had their say. So I just curious.
Tim.
I'm curious with the panel in general. If there is someone who's not a citizen here in our country and he's in a gang, right? He's in MS-13 or any of those gangs. Do you guys think he has a right to be here?
You
Just
can't
yes or no?
start from that premise, Tampa. You can't.
Hold on, but I just want to know first because it changes my mind on the whole conversation. Do you think that guy should be deported or not?
I'm not playing that game. You're going to command the fucking narrative. He wasn't in the game.
Membership in the
Why can't you answer the question, lawyer?
Hold on. Okay, your question is, if there's somebody like an immigrant that has a visa that has committed a crime, is that what you're asking?
Not Garcia.
Anybody, if anybody was not a citizen and they were and we had evidence that they were in a gang in the U.S., should we deport them or not?
Okay,
But you didn't say
is
that.
it
You said
okay?
Garcia.
Hold on. Is it against the law to be in a gang?
No.
No, it is not against the law. Is it against the law to commit a crime?
Yes.
Unless you can prove that they've committed a crime, being associated with people is not a fucking crime. And I don't think we should go down that road. And no, I'm not defending the criminals or the gang members. I wouldn't like those people. But that doesn't mean that everybody that is associated with somebody who may or may not be part of a gang, and just because you have some fucking tattoo that may resemble it, I don't think it's fair to label those people, oh, you're a gang member, got to get you out. No, if they commit a crime, that's different.
And Garcia was not in MS, Tampa, and you keep on thinking he was in MS. Prove it.
Well, I read the police report from the first time our government's ever detained him, right? And I've read the report.
Right, and that's not proof. If a police officer said, hey, I saw Tampa doing this, that, or the other, don't you have an opportunity to go to court and defend yourself?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it's not
Here's the tattoo, right, Tampa?
Wait, hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. I just
Dream,
wanna
go ahead.
Just want to point out that the officer who made that report about him in particular was later terminated, like within a week, for misconduct, for information misconduct. So that is worth looking at. Sorry, done. Go ahead.
Okay, the way I view this, like, and as I keep hearing more and more about the story of this guy, it's like we're hearing it every day, right? It started out by he was at Home Depot with standing around and hanging out with other gang members, okay? And they get stopped by the police because the police were doing a unaliving investigation and take them all in, right? And then we all heard about how they said he was wearing certain clothing or hats or whatever, and that represented that.
Wasn't it a tattoo or something?
I'm not even going to put that as all the stock.
No,
But the problem I have is they have a known informant
Oh.
that said he was there in the gang and even said his position in the gang, right? And then when he went to a deportation order in court, the court decided that was good information. He challenged it. It went to an appellate court, and the appellate court agreed to it.
That's
so I
not
don't know.
fucking
No,
true.
no,
No, it's not
immigration.
accurate.
Hold on,
You're
guys.
fucking
Hold on.
lying.
Hang
Hold
on.
on. Tampa, an immigration court is not a criminal court. These are two
Understand.
different
Agreed.
fucking courts. An
Agreed.
immigration
Agreed.
court doesn't have the opportunity to say this is crime, that's not a crime. They deal with immigration only.
Agreed.
So
Agreed,
what you're
liberal. I
talking
agree with
about
you.
is a straw
And
man.
his-
Lawyer.
No, I agree with
His
you.
first
Lawyer, go
his
ahead.
first hearing. Okay, look, I have the report if you'd like to see it. Okay, and an officer. I know cops that lie all the fucking time, especially crooked ones who are doing shit on the side. But he was in a Home Depot parking lot looking for work. There were two other men standing around. I don't know if you've ever seen men standing around looking for day work. That happens to be the case usually. He had on a Chicago Bulls jersey that had something on it that they thought indicated, MS-13. I don't know if you've seen our government's little checklist. Pretty much anything indicates a gang now. Anywho, so they do talk about an informant. Informants are not a significant, reliable source. Like if I were going to prosecute this, they would not. Like you're not going to rely on that. And then bring Vader up. Anyway, so that's what happens. So they pick him up, and he's withheld. The first hearing, Tampa was a bond hearing. So they took the assertion on face value and didn't give him bond. But when he had a hearing on the fucking merits, they decided that was not sufficient, that he was not a danger to society, and they gave him a withholding order.
Agreed. I agree with you, lawyer.
Yeah,
right?
let me
But
pause.
now he
Let me
has a
pause
tattoo
real
on
quick.
his knuckles.
Let me
I mean,
let me
it's obvious.
let me pause real quick. I want to give a shout out to official Georgina. Official Georgina has been keeping this timer going. So if you guys will drop official Georgina a follow or something, I appreciate that. I just wanted to give you a shout out, official. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And thank you, Vader, as well. I saw that. I appreciate you. Tampa, hold on. I'm going to go somebody else. I'm sure somebody else wants to talk about this. One person, and then I'm going to bring Vader in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who would
Could
like
I,
to
could I
go?
rebuttal Tampa's point?
Yes, go for it.
Okay. So this issue with this gentleman Garcia, I think it's a case of racial profiling. I mean, this guy's wearing certain clothing, he has a certain tattoo, he's hanging out with these people that are affiliated with a gang, but that's not an admission to guilt. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. Like, just because you hang out with somebody that did something bad, let's say they did something bad, we don't even know if they did anything bad. They could just be affiliated with a gang, and that's it. That's the extent of it. But we don't know. And I don't think it's proper to do that. I think it's going to cause a lot of civil suits, and it's going to end up costing the United States more money to protect this kind of stuff than it is us deporting him or deporting all these people. You can't do that. That was
dehumanizing
negligence on a federal level. How is that their fault? They took advantage of a system, and we don't do that with rich people. When they take advantage of a system, we praise them. So you can't do that for immigrants.
That's
It's
a great
dehumanizing
point.
them.
Yeah. Okay.
Straight
So
up.
I'm going to bring Vader's in. Vader's age, location, who you voted for. Welcome back, and I'll put your timer up there.
Yeah, 34 Texas, voted for Harris. I just wanted to address this thing I keep seeing about the tattoos on his hand. It's because you have a tattoo is not any type of exculpatory evidence that would tell us anything about whether or not you are a member or actively a member of MS-13. I think that's something that gets lost in the sauce here, is that in order for them to actually prove the case, we need to show an active membership, and that hasn't been proven. And then not only that, it's not cited. His tattoos are not cited whatsoever in the state's argument against him. So I don't.
I think I said that and I was incorrect.
Can you
Yeah.
speak to
Maybe
the
he got it
confidential
after.
informant, Vader?
Well,
But maybe he got it after. Vader.
Yes, and the confidential
You still got
informant.
time.
Yeah, the CI. I will say this: like there are instances where CI testimony is useful, but as far as its reliability, any good defense attorney can poke a hole in the CI, and that's what I think has happened here. And then not to mention that the testimony really only attests to the fact that he was wearing Chicago Bulls gear, and that's not any type of exculpatory evidence either as to whether or not he is an MS-13 member. But yeah, CI testimony is notoriously unreliable.
All right, I
You
got to
said
respond.
exculpatory, but you
Agreed.
meant criminal.
Agreed. In Tampa, yeah, go ahead and
All right. So what I'm hearing here is that it was just bad luck that he happened to be hanging around other gang members. Maybe you're right. It was just bad luck that he happened to wear the clothing apparel that they say that gang wears, right? It was just bad. Hang on, hold on. It's just bad luck that some CI, right? Some CI not only identified him as being in the gang, but also identified what position he held, right? It's just bad luck that the dude then puts tattoo on his knuckles that represents MS-13. I mean, this guy's either the most unluckiest man in the world, or maybe he's actually associated with it. It's
Tampa.
wild. Hang on, it's wild that so many you guys are. Hang on. Also, I heard that maybe the police officer messed up or lied. Maybe the PI didn't do their job right. All I hear is excuses for every single reason. That leads more to the fact that he's probably
We're giving you
associated than
facts.
not. It's wild.
Was
It's
it
really
a
not, because
confident
you
we're
keep
giving you facts?
you keep asserting things as fact, and they're not. The other two guys that were there, they give them a general description of why they may be in a gang. They're not even like, oh, verified gang members. So that right there is that just another assertion that's not been proven. Okay. Then you talking about, oh, he maybe just got a tattoo. People get I have tattoos all the time. I have a skull right here that I've seen. It's on their checklist. So I guess maybe I'm a gang member.
I'm willing to bet
He's
you
never
don't
been
have an
arrested,
MS-13
Tampa.
tattoo on
If
you.
he
I'm
was
willing
a
to
great,
bet
if he was a
you
gang
don't have
member, shut up,
MS-13
Tampa.
tattoo.
If he was,
Hold
if
on,
he
Tampa.
was,
Hold on.
shut the
Hold on.
fuck
Hold,
up.
hold on, Tampa. Hold on,
If
Tampa.
he was a gang member, then why in the next 6 fucking years has he never been in trouble, Tampa? Not you didn't think, oh, I think we let a gang member in. Let's do a fucking investigation on him. Nope, never, nothing. Like literally, you just gonna keep operating from this premise, like, oh, maybe the confidential informant, that cop could have lied. That shit wasn't even under oath. It was just a confidential informant said this. And then he goes and gets caught fucking a prostitute and doing whatever, talking shit about his cases, lying again. Like a week later.
But lawyer,
Hey, one second, guys.
Hold
1
on,
second.
Tampa.
I also want to give a shout out to Sensei for helping the timer out. Thank you, Sensei. I appreciate
I want
it.
to say one more thing. The point is, Tampa, regardless of whether he's guilty or he's a gang member, whether he's not, that's the point, is that these questions should have been hashed out in a fucking court with evidence, with due fucking process, Tampa. Due process. Because if not, aren't you like what are you, Puerto Rican or, right? You're Spanish, aren't you?
yes.
Okay, so maybe
Hey,
they'll just hook your ass up and haul you off to fucking
Hey,
get
lawyer,
money.
you know what?
Hold on.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Whoa.
I'll never
Hold
have
on.
an MS-13 tattoo
Hold on.
on my knuckles.
Doesn't
Okay,
matter.
okay, Tampa. Hold on, guys.
They just picked up a citizen and held him for 10 days. None of that.
Hold on, lawyer. I haven't heard from Nash, Sensei, Lebo, or Dream in a while, so I think Sensei was wanting to jump in. Sensei, go ahead.
Actually, I just wanted to say, Tampa, I sent you a link to the United States District Court for the District of Maryland, the Greenbelt Division. The court case, Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, Jennifer, his wife versus Chrissy Nome. The filing date for that was 3/24/25. I suggest you give that a read. I'm just saying, like,
I'll
you should
take a
read
look
through
at
that
it. I
carefully.
appreciate it. I'll read it.
You're making
Yeah,
a
okay.
Hey, Tampa. So,
Okay.
do you
Is that
think?
Lebo? Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Tampa. So, do you think he was MS-13?
I think as a person who doesn't know anything, I'm just listening to the evidence, it sounds more likely that he is than not.
Okay, but the reason I'm saying this because you going by hearsay, right?
Well, I'm just
Everybody
going
here-
off the evidence I've heard.
Hold on. Everybody here is telling you, they give you facts, they tell you what to look at, but you just going by hearsay. We're giving you facts. All you gotta do is look it up. You just don't go by hearsay. I can't go by trust me, bro.
Lebo, you got 20
So-
seconds?
Yes, and there's no due process. If you get if cops go down the street, you was doing the speed limit, and the cops say you was doing 40 in the 15, you're gonna dispute it, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, that's what Garcia wants.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Now, Salty or Dream, I haven't heard from you, either one of you, in a while.
Hey, before you go, can you drop me down, liberal?
Who is that?
There's Lebo.
Lebo.
I
Okay, I
appreciate
can.
you.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it, man.
Thank
Have
you,
a good
Lebo.
one.
All right, no problem.
Okay, somebody's echoing. Maybe that was Lebo. Okay, Dream, did you want to chime in? Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, like, he hasn't committed a crime here. El Salvador's president said he hasn't committed a crime there. We sent him back without due process. And if we're sending people back to their countries and it's the right thing to do, why are we paying $6 million to send people to their country? It doesn't make sense. Keep them in the U.S. Let them have jobs. Let them pay taxes. Let them grow our national economy. Like, it doesn't make sense. And his tattoos, they were not MS-13. If you even look at the pictures of the people who have MS-13 tattoos and you look at him, it's clear as day. The cop who did it was icky.
Little bit.
Yes.
Do you yield your time, Dream?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I always forget to add that. I apologize.
Okay. It just sounds official. It's like I yield
Yes.
my time. Okay, so Salty,
Sure.
did you want to chime in as well?
I did.
Okay, go for it.
The thing about it, my big thing that it really kind of focuses down to, and I'm a YT, I'm your standard guy that benefits from everything, right? Now, in what this all boils down to is dehumanizing a person and taking away anything that makes them like you and me, like a family man or a loving person or any of that. And it's successful on you, Tampa. It worked. And I'm not saying it's your fault. You were fed a lot of information in official format that, is going along with what you're saying. And its goal was to dehumanize this person so we don't talk about him. We forget about him. And that's sadly what this really all boils down to. This is a person of color that came here, that who knows his past, and was trying to do the best that he can in our country, paying taxes, and we dehumanized him and used him as a scapegoat politically. And hey, host, did you say I have ADHD? Did you say that?
No, there
Oh,
was
okay,
a
I'm sorry, I misheard you.
no. There was a panelist that was 80.
Okay.
Well, I say ADHD, but it's 80 hyper dad or something.
Well,
like that.
it's ADHD. I have it. I thought you did. I thought you said you did, and I'm like, you're amazingly well put together for that.
Well, I mean, so I do have ADHD, but I have like 12 things going on, so it's actually pretty easy for me to, because I'm doing a bunch of
I
different
did hear
things,
you
so-
right. I got you.
Yeah, no, that's why I can sit here and focus on this, because I have a lot of shit going on, and I like that.
Feed your dopamine.
Hey, host.
Could I possibly say something to Tampa?
Is that Nash?
I'm done.
Yes, and then I'd like to go back to lawyer. Actually, I'm going to give Tampa a chance to respond, and then I'm going to go to lawyer. Go ahead, Nash.
Okay, so this whole thing with Garcia, even if he did have this MS-13 tattoo, like even if he was affiliated with this gang, it doesn't matter because, I mean, as somebody stated earlier, it's not illegal to be in a gang. There's literally people that are in biker gangs that have biker tattoos. It's not illegal. And if you're a fan of the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments, then you would know that the First Amendment protects people to assembly. Doesn't matter if they're gang affiliated, it's not an issue. And I feel like this case would be different if he had like done some atrocious act, like he had gone and he killed all these people, he'd done something terrible. Maybe that would justify it. I don't think it would. I still think that's too cruel, but maybe that would. Whatever. Maybe there wouldn't be so much outrage, but this guy doesn't have a criminal record. And if he is affiliated with the gang, whatever. He hasn't done anything bad, or he hasn't been caught for doing anything bad.
Fair point. Now, Tampa, go ahead, and then I'm going to go to you and Vader next. Go ahead, Tampa.
Yeah, I think if this is before President Trump did he called those gangs terrorists, right? I don't even care about that part. I know they're using that, but I think if you're here illegally and you're a part of a gang like that, I don't know if those gangs do good things for this economy or this population, right? We can all agree that those gangs are not they don't better our communities, right? You would
I don't know.
live next to you, right?
I don't know.
But it's
So
protected by the First Amendment, though.
well, you know,
All right, hold on.
maybe
Is
maybe
timers
there's
on?
an argument that these guys shouldn't be here, right? And I think most Americans will believe that. But anyways, host, there's a gentleman named Dum Dum. His username, he's trying to come up. I don't know if you want to fill that last spot.
Dum-dum?
Yeah,
Um,
Dum Dum.
I appreciate that. I was going to kind of leave it open because it takes so long to get to everybody. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many people.
Yeah,
And
he'll give a little bit of pushback as well. Like he's not like me fully, but he'll also argue on my side sometimes. So if you want to even the panel up.
I know. I've
He just wants
seen.
to argue
I
the law
know
with
I've
the
seen
attorneys,
DD
that's all.
in here before. I'll go ahead and bring him in. But Lawyer and Vader, I'd like to go to you. Lawyer, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious do you think that these gangs just like they let a member come in and that member just doesn't do anything, just goes to work, takes care of his family? Because that's not how those gangs operate. There's really not a chance in hell that he was a member of that gang for all these years and hasn't done anything that hasn't got caught in a car with gang members, hasn't got caught with a gun, hasn't got caught with schmugs, literally. It doesn't make any sense. And maybe you're just not familiar with any of that, but it's not the case. And the point is, again, and I hate when we're talking about the constitutional violations, I usually don't go straight to immigration because this is what happens. Y'all want to devolve into, you want the rapists and the murderers, keep them at your house. But that's not the fucking point. It's not the point.
Yeah.
There are broad fucking violations happening here that are very, very damaging. We're on the precipice of fucking authoritarianism, and there are scholars, historians, people smarter than me, Vader, and Dum Dum warning us.
Yep. I'd also like to point out, guys, that the Constitution was written like everything is slow. I think somebody had made this point earlier. It's not supposed to move really fast. It's on purpose, and sometimes it's inconvenient, and sometimes shit happens as a result of it. But for example, in National Socialist Party versus Skokie, that case, these Yahtzees wanted to go through a town full of Holocaust survivors, and they tried to stop it, and the Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. Even as egregious and shitty as that is for them to do, I defend the right for them to do it because that's what we have as a law here. You're allowed to have this expression. You're allowed to do these things. So you're allowed to associate with gang members, and they can't come after you for that. Maybe it's not great, but that's the way it is, and I think we should respect that because that allows the government to come in and nitpick shit and say, well, you did this. You were in a group of 5 people or whatever. It's a really fucked up, slippery slope that we don't want to go down. Anyway, sorry, Vader.
Arrest Pete Hegseth for his white supremacist shit.
Yeah, Vaders, go ahead. Put your timer up there.
Yeah. I just want to.
Oh, Vaders, we can't hear you, buddy. Vaders, you're cutting out really bad. I don't know if you're in a bad spot. Do you want to wait and I'll come back to you until you can find a better spot? You got bars. Okay, I'm going to come back to Vaders. Okay, I brought in DD. I don't want to call you Dum Dum. So, DD, age, location, who you voted for. I'll put your time on.
40, South Carolina, and Trump.
All right.
So,
Okay.
so I got a couple questions, and lawyer bait because I haven't dove too much. So when the president labels a JNG a T group, what does that do to their constitutional rights? It's one question I had.
It doesn't abrogate them like that. They've not been labeled foreign enemy combatants. And then, again, going back, his invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, well,
But that's
I'm
why
not trying to. Yeah, I'm not trying to go there, right? Because we know that's wrong,
Right.
Right. In the Supreme Court rule.
all it does, I mean, generally it would increase surveillance by our security agencies, but it doesn't get rid of their rights. They can't be pulled over and hauled off somewhere. You can't come run through their house. You can't lock them up for wearing a fucking Chicago Bulls jersey.
Well, it gets his face all amped up.
I'm not talking specifically about this case, right? I'm just saying in general, when a group is labeled a T group, what constitutional rights do they not have?
Do you mean label? What do you mean by label?
Answer your own question.
This Secretary of State, I believe, is the one that has the authority to label it. Maybe I'm wrong there.
Well, Obama did something that was dangerous with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody. Who is next?
All right. It's like,
Vaders, are you there again?
yeah. So
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
So yeah, they still have like constitutional rights and the idea that like obviously you know what a FISA court is. Like I mean, the burden of proof is a little bit lower. The expectation of privacy is a little bit lower when you've been declared as a foreign enemy combatant. But at the same time, there is still an element of due process, and still Obama did set a dangerous precedent with expedited deportation. And I know that's something that the right is using right now. There's a case where they ruled on expedited deportation within 100 miles. I'm sure dumb. It's like some weird last name, but it's like
and Vader, it gets used all the time, right, Vader?
Oh my God! Within Tampa, read a fucking book. Read something besides sitting up here doing this shit all day with your ignorance. You have to have been in the country less than 2 fucking years. Originally, it was 2 weeks. That's how it's been used. But now it's 2 years. He still wouldn't have been able to.
Lawyer. All I ask is it gets used all the time, right?
All the time? Are you talking about declaring somebody a T group?
Host all the presidents use expedited removal.
Yes, so it's not even applicable to this or the 235 other immigrants on the fucking plane.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's not a gotcha.
But you started your original argument that the Constitution protects them. But
Tampa, when I first came in here, I said that there's only a limited circumstance in which due process is abrogated for fucking immigrants. I've already said that. Y'all think it's like, you didn't even know. We do know. And the reason why it hasn't been really challenged is because there's limited fucking judicial review and they barely have time to do it. And when they get out, they don't have the resources to try to do anything about it. And if they claim asylum, if they claim a credible fear, you can't fucking put them out anyway. So again, it's not applicable.
Would you be okay with asylum? I'm sorry. Would you be okay with asylum, Tampa, if it was a 6-month or less process?
I have no problem with asylum. The problem I have
now, don't you think it's
no. I have no issue with the concept of asylum. The problem with asylum is it's like use and abuse. We all know that very few people actually meet the requirements.
Wait, no, back it up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Why don't we talk about another constitutional violation?
But what I asked Tampa was, it's the process? I think people think it's catch and release. Like they come in and you never see them again. And that, it's like, they just do whatever they want after that. But the truth is, they most of them come back for the date because they're legit, unless they're not. And 90% of them are sent away because they are not legit. The problem is the process, the lack of judges, the lack of personnel makes it take forever. So if it was like 6 months or less, is my question.
Right. Well, I think, maybe your solution of having a quicker timeline to work through it all will help. But I think the process alone just doesn't work because clearly, like, I agree.
But why?
Because I agree with you, 90%.
No, why doesn't it work? I mean.
Well, because clearly the numbers show that most of the majority of people don't actually qualify for asylum.
Yeah, so it does work then.
So that tells you our system of allowing people in is not right because it's not working.
It should allow more, you mean?
No, it should allow less. It should allow far less because the data shows that 90% of the time they don't qualify. So we're allowing everybody to come in knowing that 9 out of 10 people won't qualify.
You misunderstood me. I'm sorry. They get deported.
Well, they get deportation order, yes.
They get deported.
Yeah, but the problem is, all right, so the number I think is like 84 was last year's number.
Yeah.
84%.
Thank you.
But the other number we're not talking about is between 40 and 50% of them actually never file for asylum.
What?
Of the ones that do.
What do you mean by that?
Like, so you have a year to actually file for asylum. Right.
When you get on American soil is when you declare asylum. Are you talking about follow-up paperwork and then getting the card, etc.?
Yeah. So you have a year to file all the paperwork for the asylum. In that year, only 40 to 50% of them actually file the paperwork, and it's
Why?
statistics.
Why
Go
do
ahead.
you think that is?
Well, because they're scared of being deported.
And Mr.
Would be my
Mr.
idea.
Salty, Garcia didn't file properly either.
No, you can call me
Yes.
salty. We know each other. Be
Listen,
salty's
Tampa,
good.
you know what? And he's been punished for that because the difference in what he got and what asylum would have gave him a path to citizenship. Now he's literally trying to build a life, have a family, with the risk of being deported back to El Salvador anytime the conditions become safe for him. Okay, but he didn't commit a crime. He was a fucking union worker, my man. Like, what are we talking
why
about?
Are you so confident that he's not MS-13? How do you know?
What I'm confident about, Tampa, what I'm confident about is that you deserve due process.
You're really
What I'm
defending the guy as if he's
confident
this
about is that
perfect
you deserve
citizen.
due process, Tampa. That's what. Because you know what? That amount of evidence wouldn't even get him convicted in a fucking criminal court. It wouldn't.
Right.
It's not enough.
But
There's
lawyer,
no
you
fucking
say he's
evidence.
just here, a hardworking man
There's
trying
no
to make a living.
evidence,
But what?
Tampa. There's no evidence. There
It's
is no.
like
You
I
can say
said,
there's evidence, but there's
a
not.
CI said he called him out.
Sorry.
Said, "Yep, he's in part of it." And
A
gave
cop,
him
a cop put on there that
Hold up. Can I
That's
hold
what
on?
happened.
Can I address that real quick?
And the judge found
Hold
it
on,
credible.
Tampa. Hold on, Tampa. Dream, go ahead. Dream,
Hey,
go
I
ahead.
want to address the CI. Do you actually know the claim that was made by the CI? Yes or no?
What I read, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. What I read was that he identified him to be a member of a certain chapter and identified his name.
Okay, so you're half correct. Like, all of that is true. Here's the caveat to that. The informant said he was part of a gang in New York. So he has never been to New York. He has no actual affiliation with them. And that is the problem with what this police officer did. And go and look why this police officer was terminated for inappropriate conduct.
Hang on, Dream.
And it involved an informant. So
Didn't
this,
he live in
this
Jersey?
police
Hold on,
officer-
Tampa. Hold on, Tampa.
So
go
hold
ahead.
on. So if you have a police officer who takes
come to you,
information
Sensei.
that is completely inappropriate, has a history of it, and then looks at somebody and goes, gosh, he's wearing red. Red's the color, or the bulls are the color, and then goes, you know what? He also has tattoos. His tattoos are not MS-13. Go and look at the pictures. His tattoos are of a skull with money in the eyeballs. Like, the information you're getting is being misrepresented. You gotta dig into it, my man.
No, and you might be right. I'm okay with that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't. I'm just going off.
Then
what
let
I'm
him have
seeing.
his due process.
Okay.
Wasn't he in
Hold on, guys.
Jersey? Hold on. Wasn't it Jersey?
Echo.
Wasn't he in Jersey? Because Jersey's right next to New York.
Okay, Tampa, hold
You
on.
want to
because-
convict him here,
Hold on.
but we want him to have a
Well,
chance
let me-
to defend himself before he's fucking sent to prison for the rest of his life with nothing.
Let me pull up what you have, and then Sensei, I'm going to come to you. Explain to us what we're looking at, lawyer, and go ahead. That's the police report.
Oh wait, I got the wrong one. Hold on. This is from his. What the hell?
It's cloudy.
That's funny. Yeah. Hold on, let me pull it there. I need to get
That's
the part
Is that
further
the
up. Hold on.
umbrella of love? What was that?
Is this
Or was
what
that-
Sam Bondi released?
I don't know. That's the police report. Everybody kept trying to say, "Oh, there's proof. Look at this," and I'm like, guys, that's a
This-
fucking police report. That's not evidence.
This is the
of anything.
officers. Yeah.
Is that
So they
new
just
vote?
describe what everybody has on, like why they think these guys are gang members.
Can you go
They don't
through
have
that
one
for
single
us? Because
tattoo that says
I
MS-13.
can't read it.
Yeah, so they describe the guys above him first, and then it says officer interviewed. Oh wait, one, hold on. Where does it start with Garcia?
It's way at the bottom. You gotta
Officers
go down.
interviewed. Yeah, officers interviewed Abrego Garcia. During the interview, officers observed he was wearing a Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie with balls of money covering the eyes, ears, and mouth of the presidents. And separate. I can't read the last one. Separate denominations. Officers know that clothing to be indicative of the Hispanic gang culture. Literally, just he's something because gang members wear Chicago bullshit. Anyway,
Chicago bullshit.
I can't read the next one. Yeah, I can't read the next one. It's something. The something of the. I can't read it. Hold on, let me pull it. Let me pull up pull it up on my computer because it's getting too
Okay,
small.
I'm gonna go to Sensei. Sensei's been trying to jump in there. Go ahead, Sensei.
Well, I kind of forgot what I was going to say at this point, but I was just going to say, Tampa, that what they've been talking about, the document I sent you, especially pages 5 through like 10, will cover a lot of that stuff, the circumstances surrounding that arrest and whatnot. So,
Could you send that to me as well, or a link or something?
Yeah, is the document
Sure.
you sent me? Is that like what the court that ultimately gave him the stay? Is that what this is about?
When the
that
officers
is
picked him
the
up, that's the report.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I know what you're showing, Lawyer Bay, but the gentleman.
the one I sent you was
Yeah.
the court report or the court case from the Maryland court from March. of
Is
this
that what
year.
gave him? Okay, it's recent then. It was
It was the recent one, but it covers all the background and history of it, and it summarizes it very well. So
I'll read it.
And
What
reference
I'd like to read is the document or the court filing that gave him the stay. I would love to know like how that argument went down.
Yeah, let me 1 second. I may have that right here.
Are you looking for the one where why he fled because he was a kid?
So
No,
this is the hearing. I have it right here. Yeah, let me if I can link it.
Administrative court. Harder to find the ad.
This may be it, but I'm gonna have to read just to make sure before I post it, because this is from September 27th, 2019. Is that the one?
I don't know when it is, but I would love to know like the court that ultimately gave him the stay. Like, did they just determine that the two first courts just got it wrong, or they didn't care that they determined he might be in
That's the difference between a bond hearing
Okay,
and
so
a-
I have the withholding of removal.
We don't care.
Right here. I have the withholding of removal case right here. I'm going to link to it.
Okay. Can you send that to me?
I can't. From where I am, I can't. I can't message people on this thing that I'm using right now. So, can you see that link in the bottom? I just posted it.
No, unfortunately
Court
not.
listener. Damn it.
It blocks the link sometimes.
Let me. Well, here. Let me.
Hey,
Let me.
if
do
you click
this.
on his screen and then click in and you send him a message separately, I don't know if it will affect the live, but you can actually send links that way.
Okay,
That's
let
how
me-
I've been doing it.
Okay. Do you see that
Hey,
one?
Liberal, why don't you post it on your page? Why don't you post it on your page? Because a lot of people want to see it, and if you post it, you can just go look at it there.
Yeah,
What do you mean,
I
post it on
genuinely
my
want to see it.
page?
And
TikTok, make a TikTok about it.
What's the? Where did you find it?
I should be able to do
Liberal?
that. Here, let me.
That's right. I think it was the STA
What,
matters,
what's
right?
what website is it on, Liberal?
It's
Right,
okay.
sounds good. Hey, Evan, how's it
Courtlistener.com.
going?
Okay, hold on real
Okay.
quick.
Good.
Courtlistener.com /docket.
Pretty good.
What is that?
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, so the /docket /69777799 /1 /Abrego ABREGO hyphen Garcia GARCIA hyphen V as in Victor hyphen Nome like Christy Nome, that's NOME or NOEM /.
Anyone on Discord?
Did that work for any of you?
I almost kept up.
So courtlistener.com /docket /697 777. So there's 4 sevens and then 99 /1 /Abrego Garcia V as in Victor Nome like Christy Nome NOEM.
Vader, can you speak to this? Like, do you have much background, or have you researched like the judge that gave him a stay? Like, why did that judge have to like consider the other two courts first? Like, how does that go down?
Well, that's the thing. Like, this was his bond. Like, the courts that you're referencing to, or I assume, are his bond hearings.
Can you see that? I pulled out the period.
Oh, I see that now. Yeah, let me
Okay,
copy
so
that.
replace the dots with periods. And there, it's a embedded like PDF that you'll see, like, just scroll down to just a little bit and you'll see it. And that
Sorry,
right there
Tom, I sent that
is
to you.
that's the 2017 or 2019 removal. I believe, and it has history. It has all the history as they do normally with court cases. So it has, all this stuff. So that, something to read afterwards, and we can talk about it tomorrow because I go live tomorrow again. And I see we have 24 minutes left. Thank you to whoever has done that. Lone Star, I appreciate you. Coffee, thank you. I appreciate that. But now because I've actually been looking for that for a while. That's the first time I've seen it. So that's cool. Anyway, everybody's reading. Nobody's talking now. Does anybody want to chime in or anything? Thank you, Sensei. I think everybody. I love that though.
I think for me personally, I just want to know
actually, so
if that judge was didn't take into any of the consideration that the other two courts determined that he had an affiliation. That's my just general curiosity.
That happens in courts though all the time. In courts don't do that easily. You're not going to find a court that just says the next one up. That's just going to knock the last court down. They don't do that ethically mostly. I mean, there's definitely going to be some bipartisan game playing at times, but with something like this, for them to disagree, I mean, that's a huge deal.
But did they disagree, Salty? That's what I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Tampa, let me give you some information, right? So the traffic stop we're talking about in 2019, right?
Yes.
A passenger had gang tattoos, verified. And then an individual later prosecuted for drug trafficking.
Right.
And then a Salvadorian man deported for MS-13 involvement. We're talking about the people that were involved in the traffic stop. And one of the main reasons was that they put the officer on the do not call list. So because he made a mistake a week later or whatever he did or however, they basically wiped it out. Just kind of like how an attorney, they reopen all their cases. Same concept for the cop.
And I want to point out as a liberal though, if we have an immigrant that's here and has done some heinous crime, I mean not like jaywalking or something stupid like that, I'm okay with them going to court, having it proven, and depending on the severity of it, either go to jail, because why would we want to deport a heinous criminal over and then them just come right back,
yeah, that's a good point.
And if it's not something crazy, but it's just a criminal act, deport them, but go to court first. I have no problem with that. I don't think many people would.
We are the party of law now. We literally are the party of law because we do believe in laws, but we don't agree in violating civil rights.
I mean,
yeah, and again, we're kind of getting in the weeds with this one case, but there's a totality of shit that we're seeing right now. I mean, this dude feels comfortable enough to post on Untruth Social about how he doesn't want any of these immigrants to go to court because it'll take too long. What the fuck is that?
Well, look at I mean, when you have people like the makeup artist who's queer, right? And he was in theater.
Yeah.
So because he had crown tattoos, he was no criminal record, had fled from where he was, and he's Venezuelan. He's not even El Salvadorian. We deported him to a prison nobody comes out unless they're in a body bag. He's committed no real crime, and he's not even of that country. Makes no sense.
and I mean, there's precedent to bring him back too. And and I'm gonna pull a dum dum here. Bomadon v. Bush and Rumsfeld v. Padilla.
Yeah.
Both cases where someone was wrongfully deported, and we got them back. There is no damn precedent to prove that or to say that we don't have the ability to bring somebody back.
But the problem lies though is if that president of that country says there's no way in heck. You see what I'm saying? Like that's the problem, right? If you go look at it, the papers that they've turned in, they've already started making some movement, right? But we all know, and I'm just going to be 100% honest. We all know I don't think he's coming back.
I don't either.
Right, but they've done what they're doing the bare minimum to stay out of contempt.
But
we can't force another country to do anything.
But I've read that they've removed him out of that main prison and taken him
he's
somewhere else
no
now,
longer
right?
there.
So
He's no longer there.
They've at least recognized that. I don't see why they would have moved him to a better place. So he might come back.
Hey, and
They moved
Tampa,
him because there's so much attention, and they're
Well,
worried
keep him
because they're
alive.
threat.
Keep him alive. Yeah.
They're worried about the threat. They're worried about an interaction that is, military level, kind of renegade.
and
If he becomes unalive, it's a loss for Trump.
Yeah,
The-
and let's be honest.
It's a loss.
This is
That's a lot.
This is the most.
Maybe that wasn't the right word.
This is the most powerful man in the world, and he can't get them to bring this guy back.
Dude, it's a backroom
course
deal.
it could.
Liberal. It's a backroom
That's
deal.
what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
the Supreme Court said to facilitate the return, which means do what you can to get him back, right? To try. And I understand the argument that once he's over in somebody else's jurisdiction,
Yes.
there's technically nothing we can force them to do, but there are a lot of tools in our toolbox that we use all the time to force an issue on a country. And he
And I would argue-
appears not to be doing like any of those things. So
Ain't doing shit.
And I would argue that they're already turning the gears to try and keep as many eyes off of ways they could be facilitating this. Because one thing that I always thought about is that, this could be a contractually based dispute, and we could bring him back based on the contract. But I don't know if y'all saw this. The state has got a confidentiality order now
that's fucked.
on that contract. So we can't even see the contract to see if maybe there is a clause for bringing him back and hold the administration accountable.
And see, that should be
that's why I
against
say
the law.
They know they've lost.
And it's gonna get
This
worse,
is- this
Gators.
is damage
Did you see what else is going on with El Salvador?
They're trying to trade.
They're trying to trade
gotta go.
prisoner
Yeah.
exchange.
So
Oh,
I don't think that happens though, Dumb. I think that's
Sorry,
a little bit of
you're doing what?
gamemanship by him.
Yeah, but the thing is, how are you going to, once El Salvador's president comes out and said, "Hey, look, there's nothing you can do that's going to make me send him back." I mean,
well, he's doing that because Trump wants him to. I mean,
I agree. I agree. It's a
Okay.
backroom deal.
Okay.
I kind of want him to come back.
They're
so this can
working
all play
together
out.
on this.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the court wants
I
too,
want
Tampa.
him to come back. I think
That's what the court is telling the Trump administration.
Well, we can do the
to do, is to
because
bring him back.
ultimately, if he comes back, and they somehow prove him that he is in fact MS-13 against all possible odds,
it's going to look a lot
they
better for
lose
Trump.
nothing except
Yeah.
a little bit of time and effort, right? They lose
Right.
nothing other than being vindicated. If they're wrong, then a good man gets to go free.
Yeah.
Well, does he?
And
Does
justice
he
is
though?
served. And
That's
what's
the problem. That's the
I-
problem.
The reason he
let's
doesn't
not
want
try
him back
him.
is
Okay,
because
okay,
he
hold
probably
on,
knows
hold on.
he's wrong.
Yeah.
So I haven't used the timer yet because you guys have been pretty respectful. But if we start talking
Sorry.
over each other, I'll
No,
lay
we're
it down.
good.
No, Sensei, I was doing that for you because you've been trying to chime in for a minute. Did you finish what you were wanting to say?
But yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't make a lot of sense why you wouldn't want to bring him back at this point, because he wins politically if he can prove that Garcia is in fact what he says he is, right? Ultimately, he does, but he loses ultimately. He loses ultimately in the court of public opinion and in the legal court if he's wrong and if the courts prove him wrong, and he is not willing to take that risk because I think he knows he's wrong. It's a logical. It's a logical way to look at it because it's the only way you would look at it if you're in his position.
So
100%.
I want to
That's
address
verbatim
something.
out of,
That's
Judge.
fair.
Westphalian World in the comment had said that we're spreading misinformation. I asked what he said. He's not been charged in El Salvador. USA asked for him back. El Salvador can't hold him. I mean,
Correct.
That
That's
isn't
what I was
true.
alluding to. With
I mean,
the-
That's not true.
Yeah, they
Right.
can hold him. They can
I'm
keep
like-
him.
Another country can hold a person.
But
Right.
he's from that country. They can keep him.
He's
Right.
convicted in El
People
Salvador
have been
right
arrested in like Russia while traveling in Russia, and
there-
the United States as a government has had to intercede on citizens' behalf in the past. It's entirely possible to be arrested in another country. The difference is that the United States government is not willing to intercede in this behalf,
No.
and they also are the reason he's there in the first place.
Well, do we have an extradition treaty?
Well, extradition only, I think, applies to criminals from your own country being extradited back to your country of origin, if I'm correct, lawyer
Well, I mean,
and Vaders.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you're right. This wouldn't be applying to.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
that doesn't apply here because he's not an American citizen.
Yeah, but if
so
a
he
court
can't be
forced,
extradited.
what I'm trying to get at is
technically.
No. So what I was trying to get at is the courts forcing them to change his status, and then use extradition to bring him back. You see what I'm saying?
You mean
which
what do
is
you mean by
within
change
the
his
court?
status? Can you elaborate?
Like so, reinstate his asylum status.
Well, he never had an asylum
reopen
status,
the
I don't
case.
think, if I remember correctly. I think he had a withhold removal order, but he didn't have he wasn't actually granted asylum.
Hold on
by
real
my
quick.
understanding.
Right.
Lawyer.
He was granted an even higher bar.
Yeah.
Lawyer, did you ask to be dropped? I want to make sure somebody isn't trying to trick me. If she doesn't
I heard
respond,
her
I'll
say
know
it.
the answer. You did? Okay. Okay. Oh,
I say
Vader,
drop.
I know that it's a higher bar.
You're
but
outta
can-
here.
Real
Drop
quick,
lawyer day.
but just
Go ahead,
clarify
go
this
ahead,
for me,
Sensei.
if you don't mind, Vader. So I know that the withhold removal is a higher bar to reach, but by my understanding, asylum is the only like solid path to permanency as a citizen to become a permanent resident of the United States. So even though it's a higher bar, does it lead to a permanent situation? I don't think it leads to that same permanent residence status at the end, right?
And he
The
got denied
withholding
asylum.
does not.
He got denied asylum.
Right. The withholding is
He
a
was
separate
only denied
issue.
Well, he was
asylum.
denied asylum in part, and that's what they did. Was they
Right.
they gave him a withhold removal order basically by the court.
Well, hold on.
Just specific
Let
to
me
El
clarify.
Salvador,
So,
though.
He was denied.
Right.
Yeah.
He was denied asylum.
That is
Like
correct.
point blank because of the 1 year rule. He was granted
Right.
withholding of removal because he was able to show irreparable harm if he was to be deported back to El Salvador specifically. And that order is subject to change if at some point it's safer to go back to El Salvador and he can no
Vader.
But again,
For them to do that,
Hang
you
on,
have to
about
reopen
this.
the case.
Yes.
Hang on. If he comes back
Yep.
and they deem him to be a MS-13 guy, does the withholding the stay order still happen because he can argue that he has potential unaliving environments going back because of it? Will that make a difference?
That's a weird
Yeah.
situation.
So,
Yeah, not
Do
really.
we protect
I
him
mean,
still?
But that's the thing. That's what the court wants to happen here is that we want to bring him back to facilitate the missing due process so that we can understand and be transparent about his position and whether or not he is a member of MS-13, which has been designated as a T group. And if that is the case, then yes, he is able to be deported at that point. But we haven't had that. So once we have that, and this was cited in the district court case, and where the judge actually says, if the state's case is so strong, then they should be able to prove it right now. And they should be willing to bring him back and go through due process and then deport him. I have no problem with that. We'll waste
Rules
the
is
fucking money.
rules.
I'd be okay with
Process
it.
is that important.
I think it's the right thing.
Right.
And
That's,
if
it's due
Haley had
process.
such a strong case,
Yeah.
yeah.
Rules is rules.
Right.
So, Vader, after all of this, and this question's been kind of bouncing around in my head. So, if they reopen the case, could he argue if they brought him back, they reopen the case, they try to get it to a point where they can deport him back to El Salvador again, right? Could he argue that because of his time spent in El Salvador, that Bukele's treatment of his situation while he was in El Salvador, his refusal to release him, constitutes a threat to his life, such that he can be granted asylum or withhold removal again?
He could also they've opened themselves up to the third possibility, third outcome. There's asylum, withholding of removal, and then conventions against torture. If it's found that he was ever subjected to Eighth Amendment violations, he would have a claim
That is
then
true.
as well.
Yeah.
The state has to come back,
That's
and
very
that's
true.
what I'm saying. Like, this case has been closed. Like, I want to make this very clear. He was given a withholding of removal, and that case was closed. That was the final order of this case. The government has to go and file a motion to reopen in order for this case to be reheard. And then they're going to have to show the merits on the face to even be granted that motion. And I do not believe they can. Because even just saying that, oh, he has tattoos, or somebody, so many years ago via hearsay, which is another reason that CI testimony is so unreliable, is that usually it's spoken to a police officer, and then that police officer puts that in the report. That is hearsay on its face. So that's normally why we don't take CI testimony to court. It helps us get a warrant, but it does not help us get any type of
How do you
conviction.
write off the tattoo on the hand? Like, do you just completely say that's just completely innocent?
Circumstantial at best. I mean,
Exactly. And I can argue a case based on circumstantial evidence all day long. But in this particular case, there has to be some sort of corroboration. And there is not. In order for circumstantial evidence to hold up in court, it has to be corroborated by some sort of other evidence, whether that be circumstantial, physical, DNA, whatever it may be. But in this case, there is no corroboration. So, yes, he may have had affiliations with MS-13 in the past too.
Right.
But is he affiliated now? That's going to have to be the case that the state has
And
to
there's
prove.
nuance.
And I don't think
There's
they can.
nuance to the whole gang thing. The way they recruit, it's not like you go to them and you say, "Hey, may I be a gang member?" They take you. A lot of times you're abducted, you're taken away. It's not like it's violent, it's forced.
Which is why his brother fled, and his family moved to another city. The gang came after him again, so they were going to grape the daughter, the sister, and they were going to take him. And then that's why he came to the U.S. His brother came first. The family moved. They were being targeted. That is why he left El Salvador. And please go look at MS-13. You can go look at the pictures. Look at their tattoos. Then go look at him. It does not align.
Do you understand the tragedy?
Wait a second. Can I ask a question? Since you know a lot, Dream, is that okay?
Yeah, ask a question. I don't know that I know a lot. That's
what gang? What gang was he afraid of?
MS-13.
No,
Oh,
Barrio
Barrio
18.
18. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're right. See, I don't know a lot.
Similar. That's subsidiary of MS-13 or
We
something.
can't know everything.
Are they they're not there anymore, correct? They're gone, right?
Yeah, they're gone.
Oh, so we can go back.
No, it would the state would have to open that back up and show that they're no longer there in order to change that, Tambo.
Yeah, you'd have to
And
go
his
back to
life-
court.
Well, and if he went back, because of what he did, he is a target to be unalived.
I think he's an equal target here as well. I mean, I've heard that if you have tattoos of certain affiliations and you're not one of them, they come after you for that too.
Okay, and again, his tattoos are not affiliated. Please go look at them. Please go look at MS-13 tattoos. Go look at the prisoners. Geez, there's a guy in Florida who's actually a known and convicted for unaliving somebody in a terrible way. Dismemberment. He's in a Florida prison. We know. We know that he's MS-13.
So, Dream, in your opinion, this dude is the most unluckiest guy in the world.
No, I think we have a system that is, it's not broken. The system works exactly the way it's supposed to. It's supposed to target certain people, right? It's an oppressive system. You have a corrupt police officer who was just trying to make the cases look good, and she took nuances and put them in a report in which she was asked to bring evidence. Oh, but she's on the do not call list. Why is she not on the do not call list? Because she was terminated and investigated and convicted of a crime. The officer was convicted of a crime. And that is what happened. It's not unlucky. It's intentional. Like the system is intentionally oppressive.
Was the CI also a part of that scheme?
So again, go and look at this because the CI said it was in New York. He wasn't in New York. They made up a story. The police officer did things to build cases.
Yeah, you might be 100% right. I'm just asking. I feel like he's extremely unlucky. Then, if all this happened to him, this would be horrible.
He's a little unlucky for sure. You don't think he is?
Lucky's
that's
weird.
my argument. He's
Why are
either
we
the
talking
most
about luck?
unluckiest dude,
How
or-
is this luck? This is absolutely absurd. What are you
It's
talking
not-
about?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's not luck. It's a system that's oppressive. It targets minorities. It targets low income, and there's a reason for it. Like that. We have a prison for profit system. We have a pipeline to prison in our schools. We target people. We target people like him, and we build BS cases on it. And this is what happens. And a judge actually put a stay on it. Like if he was part of a gang and he was committing a crime, where's his conviction? Where's the crime? The man had a family, he had a kid. Their kids have autism and disabilities. He took them to school. Like he was an active felon, and he was get it. He came here really young. He didn't know the process, so he didn't apply for asylum, and he should. I agree with all that. I agree he crossed illegally. I'm not arguing that. But you have a kid who's been here for quite a few years and really hasn't gotten into trouble. He did have the domestic situation, and again, he wasn't charged with a crime, didn't commit a crime. He got investigated. The family worked it out. They're young, they're dumb, and it's still not an excuse for it. It's inappropriate. But he was contributing.
To Texas.
He wasn't out there, doping on the streets or pushing young people. I can't say any of those things, so I'm struggling here to make my argument.
Doing the gang thing.
I'm like,
Doing
how
the
do I
gang
make my
thing.
argument?
Doing the gang thing.
Yeah, he wasn't out there doing that. He went out there and was getting work, taking care of his family. And he was dumb. He didn't know the system. He didn't know how to do things. And he didn't speak the language when he first came here. So again, how do you
And he's
seek
a
out help?
pawn. He's a pawn.
When I said earlier that he was unlucky, I was referring to him as an individual. I
You really
agree
mean
that
that?
it is an oppressive system, but the odds that it was him are very slim. It ended up being him. It could have been another person, and we could have been
Well, he was
talking about
brown.
some
He
other
was brown at
individual
Home
that was a
Depot.
part of this oppressive system. What?
He was brown at Home Depot.
Go ahead and drop.
Or whatever.
Who said to drop?
What are you talking about?
Vader, was
What
that
do you
you
mean?
asking to be dropped? Who was that?
Oh, Vader, was that you?
I don't know. Somebody had asked to be dropped. Vader?
Wasn't me.
It might have been Vader.
I think it was Vader. I'm gonna go ahead and drop Vader. And we're running out of time, so I'm gonna leave those slots open. Y'all carry on, please. I'm reading because my question is it even correct that he's labeling MS-13 as a T group?
That's what I was trying to get at.
Right? I don't know that I don't think a court has upheld this designation, and I don't think that they can.
Well,
So-
and I mean, okay, here's the thing. If we have an administration who just, because they said it, it's true, right?
Yep.
What is it Trump said? I can think it and therefore it is, right? Like that's his thought process. What are you going to do when he starts, going, because we know that he's going to support like groups like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers. We know those are on Trump team, right? And then he says, oh, Antifa. Well, Antifa actually isn't an organization, right? So that's a problem.
Concept.
And I would always say I'll never be fascist. So that makes me anti-fascist, which makes me Antifa. So when he labels that a T group, what happens to me? What, I don't agree with
Right.
him?
Oh,
Yeah.
crap. Hey, liberal. I just looked it up. The courts do not have the authority to directly change or override the president's designation of a T group.
Well, there
What?
are requirements in
I think that's-
statutes, and that's
Yeah,
what I've
so-
been reading
yeah,
this
so-
whole time. So they
So it falls
would
on
be
the
able
Secretary
to.
of State.
Right, but the courts would be able to rule whether something had abided by the federal statutes that were passed by Congress. So you see what I'm saying? Like, this is stuff that's written into law. Like, for example, there has to be intimidation and coercion of the citizens or whatever. But I mean, damn, you could argue that for like anybody that tried to bully another person. You could call somebody a T group, if that's the only metric that you have. I
like
think,
they did with BLM.
yeah, right. BLM could have been labeled that. The people on January 6th could have been labeled that. Proud Boys could be labeled that. So I don't think it's a good
what you're
slope
arguing
to
at
be.
this point is more policy.
Yeah, this
Right.
is but yeah. So the three ways they can reverse his decision, right, is if the designation violated constitutional rights. So labeling a T group wouldn't violate any constitutional rights, right?
What authority does that give them immediately? Sorry. And that gives them what authority? Because Trump is like the executive branch is basically the cops of our political system. They don't make laws. So even all these executive orders are not laws. They go away like Fugazi.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So basically, it's really going to lie between the State Department and the president, right? Only in 3 scenarios is the court allowed to reverse this, and really, one's a procedural requirement, one's a constitutional right if it's been violated, which it doesn't, and then the other one is arbitrarily and capriciously without evidence. And there's plenty of evidence to show MS-13 as having some questionable issues. You know what I mean?
Well, sure, but
there's
okay,
very
so
specific qualifications for T.
right, there are, and for the court to overturn it, it says here in 1189C3, arbitrary, capricious, and abuse of discretion or otherwise not in accordance with law. It's pretty broad.
Hey,
So,
host, I gotta drop down.
Tampa.
Thanks for having me up. I gave you a follow, and I'll drop
thank you.
drop a money gun to give you more time for everybody.
Shoot, I appreciate that, man.
That's
Tampa,
awesome.
Anything? It's been great.
Thank you. Very respectful.
Yeah, you're welcome back anytime, man.
Trying to find the money gun now.
Oh, that's what they all say.
All right.
There it is.
All right, let's see it.
Things
Boom,
are hard
there
to
it is.
find, though.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate
Tampa,
that.
you're
man.
amazing.
Thank you.
All right. Have a
And,
good one, guys.
I'll go ahead and
Hope you
drop
read
it.
through that, and I
Appreciate
hope
it,
maybe
man.
it changes your mind a little bit.
I'll read the article.
Appreciate
All right.
the conversation.
Take
All
it
right,
easy,
bye.
man.
Yep. Bye.
But yeah, I think this is an interesting conversation at the very least, because even when he announced that designation, I was like, I don't know that I would, because to me it's a political or ideological, trying to force their shit onto us when they're really just trying to make money off of the black market. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
it's got a foundation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's dubious to claim that they're a T group when they're. I mean, it's.
Well, but we can look at it, right? Let's look at what. So
I mean,
so extreme violence and intimidation tactics.
I don't have data. I mean, we can do it as a fun thing, but that doesn't mean anything.
Well,
Right.
I mean, go
I
ahead.
mean,
Ultimately,
I'm
it
not gonna
doesn't,
sit
and
here
I
defend a
don't.
group like MS-13 to be certain.
Well, we're not defending the group at all. We're saying
No,
whether or
definitely.
not
I just
they're
don't
a
have the
T group.
data. I don't have the info.
I know, I get that, and I get that. I don't know how I evaluate this. I mean,
I get it.
Like Salty says, I can't evaluate without data. But I'm also not going to sit here and be like, well, it's not. Doesn't mean they're not.
Right. Agreed.
On the other hand, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But also, just because some members of it do certain things that are terrible, doesn't mean that that's the group's purpose. You see what I'm saying? So but again, I don't think a court is going to overturn his designation. I don't think they will, because of this right here. I mean, we could go all day about it. But I don't agree with them being labeled a T group. Although I don't think they should be in the U.S. doing heinous shit either. So
I'm an associate of a group, here in the States of a group, and they've been around a long time, and at any moment they could be labeled a T group just by the kind of stuff. And I that ain't me. I'm a carpenter. I just married into something, and it ain't nothing to do with me. But they're here right in America too, and that it's organized crime more or less, right?
Yeah.
And the T designation usually has to do with a like high danger to the public, more or less, you know. And we have those groups right in this country, you know. And like Summers, you know, I want to be really outspoken that I'm not with the hate ones, the supremacist ones. The motorcycle group is all. And you know, what is it? How do we designate it? How would we designate it? I'm curious.
Just a criminal organization. I mean, the mafia was never labeled a T group. You know what I mean? Like,
the mafia is still going, yes, too.
Right. And, you know, they do horrific shit. I don't think anybody can defend anything that they do, really, or even their existence at all. But at the same time, like, labeling them a T group, that's pretty heavy. Like, you're putting them alongside, you know, Osama bin Laden and people that really just hate the United States and are trying to destroy
Ayatollah Khomeini and people like that.
To me, it should be reserved for people who want to destroy the U.S. And I don't think MS-13's goal is that. I think their goal is to make money and everybody that tries to get in their way and chop them up or whatever they do. You know what I mean?
Yep, everything is money.
Right.
But I mean, look at sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Dream.
Go ahead, Dream.
We have militia groups. Like, look at the Bundy family out of Montana, and they've taken over public areas. There's been pew
federal
fights.
buildings.
People have died, like unalives. Like that. There's a T group, right? And that dude's running for offices. Like, he's truly scary. Why is he not being defined? Why are we not defining some of these militias who actually do weird, crazy, bad stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, certainly the Southern Poverty Law Center has a long enough list of such groups that they could contribute to such a designation.
Yeah, the Baptist Church,
civil rights.
That crazy Baptist church. There's another one, right? They do harm.
Westboro.
Oh,
thank you. Westboro, that was it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they're fun.
They actually protested a play I was in back in like 2013 or something, 2009. It was called
Which play?
Queerly Educated. It was a series of monologues for, you know, LGBTQ people, and they showed up at our college and protested us.
190.
I mean, there were
likes. Hey, people, hit the screen, tap the screen. Show some love.
We have only gotten 5,000 likes in the last hour and 30 minutes. So please tap the likes. Although it is almost over. So if you want to follow and send a heartbeat,
let's get to 40,000 at least, though.
Yeah. Let's get to 45,000. There's plenty of people.
I gotta sit down.
Yeah.
If you're on the panel, if you don't mute when you tap, it does bad things to the algorithm.
Oh,
really?
Yeah. So make sure if you're on the panel, like, you mute up when you tap, and it is loud.
Oh.
So there's that.
I apologize.
I didn't know either. Thank you.
Yeah, so some people pause the comments to get to a certain level. I don't know that I ever want to do that. Like, that seems, I don't know. I get it, but
I know there's a lot of focus on this guy in particular, but there are so many people that were taken, and the makeup artist is one of them. If you have a chance, go watch the interview. I think it was on 60 Minutes, of the reporter who was there. And keep in mind, we also had women on that plane. Where are those women now? Right? Like, they got there and El Salvador said, we don't actually take women here. Yeah. And, you know, one of the police officers on board that flight, when a female asked what was going on, he was told, shut your mouth. You don't want to get off here. Keep your head down.
Yeah. No, well, they interviewed recently, just a couple days ago, I think, at least one or two of them. So I know at least some of them came back, and I haven't heard anything about it since, though.
No, I mean, that story has kind of started to overshadow what's actually happening here in our detention centers, which is also really scary and bad, right? People are coming through with visas who've been here before, and they're getting grabbed at the border and they're being detained without any sort of, they can't contact anyone. They're being held for days. You know, we're getting distracted by this case, and I don't want to take attention away from it.
It is.
We need
You're
to
right.
continue to look at what's happening here, because it is fucked up. We're in the Pacific Northwest. What's happening in Tacoma? People should be outraged. Like what's happening?
What's happening in Tacoma?
Yeah. I don't even know.
Yeah,
I want to be outraged. Tell me.
So there was the British backpacker who was backpacking. She came here, had a visa, went into Canada,
Okay.
came back. There was something wonky with her paperwork, and she was held. And the only reason they found that out is because nobody contacted her. And then her family started searching, and then her family put a big campaign out in where they are, and they got it back. And then you've got the Canadian woman who was here, had been here before, was coming through a work visa. They grabbed her. Her friend went to get her. She wasn't there, couldn't get in touch with her. They started a huge campaign. There's another Asian, I'm so sorry.
You know what, though? The problem is with those examples, and the Asian might have been different, but the paleness of their skin, the level of, melanin in their skin might have had something. It wouldn't have caused quite as much outrage swing. You know what I mean? Like, there's some people that are dug in just because you see that darker color, and it's just a quick association. Whereas a British person is kind of, they'll be like, wait, that's not right.
That's the thing. These are white women. Jessica Mahoney, she was a white Canadian. And then there was a German gentleman in San Diego who was taken, been here. He's got a fiance here. They had traveled on vacation. When they came back through, they grabbed him. They let her go and told her to shut up and leave, or you're going to get arrested for something else. And they had to fight to get him out. The Asian woman in Tacoma, I believe she was a doctor, like a professor at one of the colleges. She's been held since February. She's still there, had legal papers. Like this, there are things happening here.
And that supersedes any state law at that point, right? Because it's that immigration status or whatever status, like resident.
Right.
It's
feel my personal
there's
opinion.
no speedy trial.
No, it's slow, and so she's being held. I hate to say it, but the Brown professor, the doctor at Brown College that came in and then got deported, lucky for her, she was sent right back home, because people are being held. The guy in Florida who ended up in the hospital when he flew back in, there are things happening here on the U.S. soil that we are not paying attention to, because what's happening with this El Salvadorian bullshit.
Right.
Because they yap about it.
And honestly, I feel like they've specifically chose Garcia to do exactly this. I think this was on purpose. They knew what they were doing, and it's kind of fucked.
He had just enough.
Right.
Just enough MS-13, whatever, right?
Yeah, and so then, okay, what about the soccer player, Jersey? Damn it, there's so many
Barrios.
Barrios.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, from Venezuela.
He had an appointment. He had this set up, went to his appointment. So he wasn't even in our country. Came to his appointment. They looked at him and they said, nope, you got a tattoo. It looks like, it's a soccer ball
Had
with
a
a crown.
rose
Because he
on
was in
it.
soccer.
A rose and a crown. Mm-hmm.
And so what they could have done was turned him away, right? But what they did was they grabbed him, held him, and shipped him off to Guantanamo, right? Why? This doesn't make sense. This is about putting out an appearance that brown people are bad.
Right.
Being
And it's to
really, really quiet
normalize
about everybody else.
It's to normalize this, so you hear about it
Clearly.
constantly all day, and then eventually people are just gonna, oh well, it's going on again. And that's the goal here, and eventually it'll turn to U.S. citizens.
Correct.
It
Yeah,
will,
that's
you
what.
know.
What's
Oh,
that? Some.
oops. Yeah.
The
Absolutely.
attorney. So what about the family that went to Canada for it was a religious, I'm really bad with it. They went up there and they did some sort of it was a holiday for them. And the
Was
family
it
came.
Mormons?
No.
Oh,
No,
different
it's
story. Sorry.
Yeah, it's different branch.
Okay.
And on their way back coming
Hello.
into the US, they were held, right? And so he happened to be an attorney. And they said, they grabbed the husband and they held him. And they said, we need to go through your phone. He goes, you can't go through my phone and my computer. I'm an attorney. It's privileged information.
Right.
And they said, well, we're not going to release you. So Thankfully, his family like got on the phone, started making phone calls. Other people got involved. They made him sign a waiver saying that they could search through his stuff because they told him, if you don't let us, you're not going anywhere. You're staying. This is it. Period. Palm Sunday. Thank you for whoever wrote that.
Yep. Okay, so Westphalian had said he had some information, age, location, who you voted for. Go ahead. And the
Well, I'm
live
from
is over,
Mexico.
but I'm gonna let you, give us some information that we may not have. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm from Mexico. I'm a student lawyer over there in Mexico, but I know about the civil kind of law that they have because it's similar to Mexico. I'm 23 years old. I just wanted to get
Terrific.
this information because there's a misconception. Like there is no formal charges on part of El Salvador, neither in the United States. Why don't they have like these charges pressed upon in El Salvador? Because usually they need this type of like quote unquote symbolism of their tattoos, and there isn't any one that actually resembles the one that usually the ones that they actually have in their legislation. It's called, just so you know, oh shit, here it's law of prescription of the maras, pandillas, associations, aggregations, and organizations of criminal criminal natural law, naturality, or something like that. And they explain like, okay, which are the gangs that they are gonna be prosecuted and the ones that are being targeted specifically, and it doesn't match the things that have been said about Abrego Garcia. There's also a report from Roll News, which was citing the CNN, which CNN has interviewed people who actually live with Abrego Garcia in El Salvador, and no one could match him with associations with MS-13. No one. That's why they haven't been charged in El Salvador. That's why they haven't been charged in the U.S. because there isn't any type of association or type of connections with these groups. Just to make that clear, and that's why I said in the comments like. If the U.S. asks them for him back, it will be illegal for El Salvador to illegally hold him in that cell. There is some legislation which says that they could detain a person, but they would have to present charges in a court, and that could be a possibility. But before that happens, it would be illegal to hold him.
Now you're saying based on El Salvador's law.
El Salvador's law and international law, because let's say when you want to do, let's say, an extradition, and that would be the actual legal argument that El Salvador could make, you would need to have a previous order in which you ask the U.S. for an extradition order to El Salvador, and because they didn't present charges against Abrego Garcia, because he didn't.
Go ahead. What's
any connections to criminal activities in El Salvador? That's why there is no legal justification in there. So that's why that would be the extradition argument, which is invalid.
Gotcha. Okay, so that's
sorry
what
if
you
I
were talking
interrupted.
about earlier. No interruption at all, and I'm glad you pointed that out because I think you were the one making the comment earlier that what we were saying was misinformation. But I will point out that Bukele he's a dictator. He doesn't care about the rule of law. And that's an El Salvador issue that would have to be dealt with, internally.
Yeah, but it would be illegal. But in
Right.
practicality, yes, you're true. It's true that he could just keep him, but in international law and in El Salvadorian and U.S. law, that would be illegal.
Gotcha.
Well, why do you
Anybody else
think
want to
Trump-
respond?
May I was just going to ask him a quick question. If he saw the Oval Office with the president and Trump, and the president saying that he's been convicted and a life sentence. That's just is that just TV stuff? There's nothing behind it.
Yeah, this thing was made in April 19, and they referenced the Oval Office meeting, but at this time there isn't any charges made because they know that it has no validity.
They can't just do that, right?
Yeah, because that would mean, let's say, for example, if they wanted to do this, okay, let's say they would have to let Abrego Garcia out of prison for 5 minutes and then detain him to bring him back and say, oh, he has MS-13 tattoos. That would have to happen, which hasn't happened yet. So that's the thing. Like, even if he's a terrorist, he's convicted. There is no charges pressed upon him, and they cannot just convict him without pressing charges. So it's not it doesn't match up. I would have to research much more, but with all the information that I have and all the information which is available online, I'm actually looking in Spanish because I want to get the actual sources in this. But there isn't any formal charges pressed upon him in El Salvador. But if someone has the information, I would appreciate it. But he can say whatever he wants, but that does not make reality.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, now, Dream wanted to chime in. Dream, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, why do you think Trump likes this guy so much? He came in, he's a dictator, he put in martial law, he rounded up people without any, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, we all know there was a problem, right? I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying there wasn't a problem, there was. But again, like, this is what Trump's model is. Yep. And quite frankly, I think he's going to use ICE. Florida's a great example of that. A U.S. born citizen was held. A judge said, what are you doing? Here's the birth certificate. Here's the social security card. And ICE came in and went against a TRO and used a law that is literally under a TRO.
Yep. And we're going to start seeing this more and more. This is what he wants. He wants to, I mean, it's happening before our eyes, and I don't know, MAGA at some point.
All the way up here in Maine. All the way up here in Maine, we have a town that has agreed to comply with ICE, and the police in the town have agreed to comply and work with them. They announced it. It's the only one, and we're quite blue. I mean, we got our noise, but we're quite blue mostly.
And see, that's part of the Insurrection Act. One of the things of, rather martial law, where federal officers are now, doing the jobs of local officers, and that's what we're starting to see slowly but surely. Like I said, he's not going to declare martial law. He's just going to do the shit that's martial law.
He'll hint to it.
Yeah.
Yes. And they're getting money, right? Right? That's a greased wheel when a town like that suddenly agrees that they got some money or something, I'm assuming.
Possibly.
Anyways.
Political favors.
Anyways, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you all. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
my
this, please.
earphone. Yeah, thank you for being here, guys. I really appreciate it. If you haven't followed me, go ahead and hit the follow now. You can subscribe and get a loud badge next to your name if you want. And I will be going live again tomorrow. So come back if you want to join the panel for tomorrow's live. And guys, thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Will do.
We'll catch you.
So much gratitude. Thank you.
Very much.
Yep. Peace.